Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem will be sung, so I please request you to rise.
Seek
Thank you. You may be seated. Let's give another round of applause to the UP choir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sunil Maharaj. I'm the Vice Principal for Research, Postgraduate Education and Innovation at University of Pretoria, and it's my honor this morning to be your Program Director. We have a tight schedule, as you can see, so I'm going to be trying to be strict on time with the speakers, so I'm going to beg your indulgence. So again, welcome to our colleagues that are online. Our Honorable Minister Nelly Dipendo, Department of International Relations and Cooperation from the Republic of South Africa, our Assistant Secretary Molly Fee, Assistant Secretary of the State of African Affairs from the United States Department of State, Ambassador Ruben Brigetti II, United States Ambassador to South Africa. Welcome, sir. Great having you here with us. Dr. Nkosinathi Sisi, our Director General, Department of Higher Education and Training from the Republic of South Africa. Our host, of course, from the University of Pretoria, our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Tawana Kupe, members of the diplomatic missions, government officials, chancellors, vice chancellors, presidents, provosts, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, welcome, and it's wonderful having all of you here this morning at this great historic event hosted at University of Pretoria. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the University of Pretoria's Future Africa campus. This is our campus where we call our transdisciplinary platform, where we kind of create an ecosystem for people to work across different spheres of research, both from academia, from industry, from government organizations and international partners. So if you have time during the course of the next 2 or 3 days, please take a tour around, visit our facilities. I think this is a unique facility which we created to develop transdisciplinary research. As we know, as academics, particularly professors and faculty, very much work in silos. And the idea of this facility is to create a system where people can work together. As you know, every challenge, every project in the world, doesn't matter what it is, it's transdisciplinary. It's not only computer science or sociologists or economists or engineers or doctors, it's everybody. And this is the kind of platform we created at University of Pretoria to kind of meet the challenges of the future. Of course, I would like to extend my hearty welcome to our partners, of course, our colleagues who travel a long way from the US and parts of Africa. Thank you very much for being here. And I'm hoping you all managed the jet lag and going to be excited and get involved in the next 2 days with us here. Of course, in this collaborative summit that intends to shape and inform the future of the US-Africa higher education partnerships. This summit is a culmination of long-standing collaboration between universities in the United States of America and, of course, Africa, many of which have been ongoing for decades. We are grateful to the US State Department and the South African Department of Higher Education and Training, and of course the Department of International Relations and Cooperation and other government departments for the continued support in sustaining these partnerships as they have immeasurable societal impact. Our University of Pretoria, through our collaboration with the University of Venda in South Africa, and of course Guildford College in the United States, where we have a very grateful to the president of Guildford College being here as well. Of course, they are dedicated to working in this partnership in higher education network to fostering collaboration and building institutional capacity in higher education institutions both nationally, continentally, and in the US. We are confident that through interactive engagements and sharing of experiences in the next 2 days, we will be able to leverage on these ongoing partnerships to shape the future of higher education collaboration between the United States and Africa. These partnerships are critical in the co-generation of knowledge and co-innovation of solutions to respond to the United Nations 2030 and, of course, the African Union Agenda 2063, and tackle the myriad of complex, sustainable development challenges facing society. With these introductory remarks, let me introduce our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Kupe, who will do the formal welcome to everybody. So, of course, Professor Kupe is quite a well-known figure. I mean, I'll not do justice to introducing him, but certainly I'll give it my best shot going forward. Of course, Professor Kupe was appointed the Vice Chancellor and Principal at the University of Pretoria in January 2019. He holds a D.Phil in Media Studies from the University of Oslo in Norway. In December 2019, Professor Kupe received an honorary doctorate from Michigan State University in the US, and another from France's University of Montpellier in October 2021. He's a managing editor of the African Journal of Information and Communication. Additionally, Professor Kupe is a member of the advisory boards of the Journal of African Media Studies and the Global Handbooks in Media and Communication Research series. Professor Kupe is the Africa co-chair of the Australia-Africa Universities Network, chair of the advisory board of the Michigan State University-led African Alliance Partnership, and of course, chair of the Montpellier University of Excellence International Advisory Boards. Professor Kupe is a board member of the Association of African Universities, the African Research Universities Association, a council member and trustee of the Association of the Commonwealth Universities, and the South African representative to the Austria-Africa University Network. Of course, he's on our NACI, which we call the National Advisory Council of Innovation in South Africa, and of course, South African Sustainable Development Goals Policy Support Initiative Advisory Committee. Professor Kupe is a board of a new organization, Campaign for Free Expression, which focuses on protecting and enabling free expression to all. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Kupe to the podium.
Thank you, Professor Sunil Maharaj, for the generous introduction. A very good morning to everybody. You might see move a little bit, the music is still playing in my head. It's a wonderful choir that we have. So, Honorable the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, I don't think he has yet arrived in absentia. Honorable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Dr. Naledi Pandor, I understand she's online. Your Excellency, Ambassador Ruben Brigitte II, my very dear friend. Your Excellency, Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Molly Fear, Director Generals and our Director General for Department of Higher Education and Training, Chancellors and Provosts who are here, and of course, distinguished colleagues, academics who actually do the business of international cooperation in our universities. You are very welcome. Might have forgotten some important people, so all protocol observed. Good morning and a warm welcome to the Jacaranda City, Pretoria. A special welcome to our colleagues from the United States, our continent, Africa, and our country, South Africa. I would also like to express my excitement on the promising future of our sister institutions between our countries and the continent. The South African Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation provided seed funding to the University of Pretoria and its collaborating partners, the University of Venda and Rutgers University Newark, in 2018 under the auspices of the University Capacity Development Program. From the initial investment, the USA-SA Higher Education Network by the DHET, which is Department of Higher Education and Training, a total of 12 projects were funded to the value of just over 44 million rand, involving 14 South African universities and 17 US universities. This resulted in a total of 38 exchanges transpiring between various institutions in both countries and benefited 102 doctoral students, and of which 79% are Black South Africans. In 2020, the United States Embassy in Pretoria invested a further just about $5 million in the expansion of the network and charged the collaborating partners to further grow and strengthen this initiative. There have been some noteworthy highlights since the launch of the second phase of the USA HEN a higher education network, which includes leveraging existing partnerships and programs to accelerate the process of establishing joint programs. It was noted that although aligning the two education systems was a challenge, it also presented opportunities to identify novel solutions to some of our global challenges. Second, training educators from early childhood development centers on sensory guidance, which helps children develop gross and fine motor skills. Teachers have been on intensive training sessions using their guidance as outdoor classrooms to teach their learners basic STEM lessons about the importance of water, the development of seeds, and other science-based and nature-related concepts. Third, using interactive and hands-on exhibits and related programs. It is a critical need in South Africa for prioritizing STEM learning to future-fit the youth, especially as we navigate the era of rapidly advancing digital technologies that are transforming how we live, work, teach, learn, and do research and innovate, hitherto at unimaginable speeds. Scienza, which is an interactive science center based at the University of Pretoria that targets disadvantaged schools, communities, and students and learners, has produced over 10 learning videos aimed at developing materials to support educators in South Africa and the US to make the STEM curriculum interactive and engaging to high school learners. You know, that's a big challenge. This will be showcased over the course of this summit, so do be on the lookout for this. Finally, in 2021, the network launched a virtual incubator, United States South Africa Virtual Incubator, that supported postgraduate students at institutions in the US and in South Africa in areas of entrepreneurial education and development, in thematic areas such as food security and agriculture, sustainable urbanization, mathematics and science education, to name a few. In celebrating these remarkable achievements, I'm proud to be host of the UPI Summit that showcases the remarkable achievements of the network, which demonstrates the impact of collaborations for change, which is geared towards strengthening student and support exchanges between universities in South Africa and our continent, Africa, and the United States. Such exchanges and collaborations have aided universities to develop new ways of responding to complex social, cultural, economic, and environmental problems by adapting educational approaches and scholarship to address a changing world order. It is therefore critical that you provide your valuable inputs to a survey that is being circulated, which will help shape some of the key imperatives of the network going forward. So the survey will be circulated as a Google form. The summit intends to provide a platform to share the key experiences and lessons from the Department of State's investments in collaborative projects between African and US higher education institutions, while exploring approaches to strengthen, leverage, and expand these partnerships to create a more sustainable impact on society in the post-COVID era, among other disruptors that we're experiencing currently. It is therefore very fitting that the theme for the summit will be equitable and sustainable partnerships for impact. Impact is the most important thing that higher education institutions ought to deliver in a changing, disrupted, and a world where we all face uncertainty. Equity, sustainability, and impact are the core agenda for our time for good reasons. We live in a period of multiple human crises and the planetary crisis. We are out of time in addressing them. And our internationalization agenda should intentionally center these agendas in ways that contribute to better futures for our humanity and our planet. We must consciously and firmly discard narrow forms of internationalization that privilege one-way flows of staff and students, and between the global south and the global north, financial benefits for some northern institutions, knowledge agendas that perpetuate particular dominant academic paradigms to the exclusion of co-creation of new paradigms. Equal partnerships and mutual benefit must be the principle and ethic that underpin a new agenda. Today, heralds the culmination of extensive engagements between our various government departments in South Africa, on the continent, and the United States, and the US mission in South Africa, which has always been a stellar support for the University of Pretoria and its universities in South Africa, and together with the sister missions on the continent, the African Education Agenda. Our radical collaboration is essential to strengthen and mutually empower our institutions and communities, building a new paradigm of partnerships that are not just bilateral, but multilateral, and that transcend current global North and South disparities. I'm delighted, therefore, that there are many people from multiple institutions in the US, representing people in multiple networks and people from multiple African universities. Equity, mutual benefit, and mutual empowerment should be the center of these partnerships. Over the next 2 days, the summit will bring together and draw insights from collaborative US-Africa higher education project partners that have received support from the Department of State. As we open the event, I'm looking forward to a fruitful and lasting partnership between institutions nationally and continentally and beyond. The University of Pretoria is not simply about making today matter, which is our strapline, if you like, but actually about shaping a future that is socially responsible and brimming with active citizens. The world needs, more than ever before, active, engaged citizens to shape our collective futures. We recognize that complex challenges cannot be addressed by actors in isolation. We are intentionally advancing the practice of transdisciplinarity. This entails a problem-focused approach to dealing with complex challenges and ensuring that the right voices from the different disciplines and sectors are around the table to help understand and address the issues at hand. It is anchored on disciplinary excellence and requires us to forge local, regional, and global collaborations and partnerships that collectively work towards the public good. An extension of problem-focused collaboration is through the recently established Knowledge Equity Network, which were also active participants in a movement towards open science and open education. By broadening access to knowledge in a way that transcends parochial interests, we are able to be catalysts for change beyond our own relatively limited circles of influence and impact. It is my firm belief that it can only be through collaborations and partnerships that we'll be able to develop lasting, sustainable, impactful solutions. Through collaboration, we'll be able to fully exploit our collective strengths, share learnings, maximize our limited resources. Partnerships such as these will assist us to focus on achieving impact at multiple levels between continents, between institutions, and between individuals, whether staff or students. The University of Pretoria is one of the leading research-intensive universities in Africa, which is responsive at multiple levels to the continent and the world's challenges, believes that this is an agenda we can only pursue collectively with others. This agenda is outlined in the university's vision to be a leading research-intensive university in Africa, internationally recognized for its quality, relevance, and impact, and for developing people, and for making a difference locally and globally. This vision is reflected in the university's core functions of research, teaching and learning, and integration of society and communities. We've embarked on numerous initiatives in the last few years aimed at supporting and strengthening our research and teaching activities. In addition to pre-existing ones, we've developed 4 new major platforms to foster a transdisciplinary research culture across the university community and help create a critical mass of new knowledge generation. But additionally, why I'm mentioning this is not just about the University of Pretoria. Our transdisciplinary platforms, as good transdisciplinarity does, are not for ourselves only. This institution you sit on today is an institution we share and will continue to share and broaden our sharing with partner institutions on the continent and in the United States. So the choice of hosting it here is not because it's a nice venue. It is precisely to demonstrate that this is, apart from a transdisciplinary platform, a collaborative platform, if you like. So besides this institution you are here today, a kilometer from here, there's another one called Engineering 4.0, about the same size. Then there's a large art center, the Javet UP Art Center, with 8 galleries. And also there is on this very space we are sitting in, which looks like a farm. You might have seen some of my cattle there. And there are some wild animals as well. None of those, no tigers here. So if you read about tigers, there are no tigers. They're just nice impala. This whole principle is called Innovation Africa at UP. And again, meant to be a collaborative platform for universities, government, industry, and civil society. And the ministers, 2 ministers last year launched a biosecurity hub here. So to conclude, therefore, we are sitting here at the place called the Future of Africa. We in Africa believe that working together collaboratively and in partnership with our friends in the United States, we can realize a future Africa as envisioned in Agenda 2063, where we're equal partners and we've addressed all of the challenges using knowledge. So let's enjoy this festival of networking as I see it in the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Cooper. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as Professor Cooper mentioned, I think this evening for the gala function, it's going to be at our Javed UP Art facility. So please enjoy that facility. I think it's quite a magnificent facility. So our next speaker, we're very honored to have the DG from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Dr. Nkosinathi Sisi is a Director General for the Department of Higher Education and Training in South Africa. He has 36 years of experience at, of course, different spheres of government and state-owned enterprises, holding various positions in the executive and senior management services in the public sector. Of course, these positions include many of them, Group CEO for what we call PRASA, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, Chief Director of Educational Management, Assessment and Policy Examinations, Deputy DG for Public Entity Oversight, and Deputy DG for Planning and Policy and Strategy. Of course, he has also served on various boards, councils, and committees of public entities and intergovernmental organizations, including, of course, being the chairperson for the Intergovernmental Steering Committee on National Qualifications Framework, the chairperson for the KwaZulu-Natal Examinations Board, and, of course, chairman for the Ministerial National Examinations Integrity Committee. Dr. Sisi holds a doctorate in philosophy, specializing in management education from the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. Please join me to welcome our DG to address us.
Program Director, Professor Sunil Maharaj, thank you very much for a rather elaborate introduction, but I still appreciate. The Minister of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Minister Dr. Naledi Pandor, it's an honor and privilege to have you being part of this particular important partnership initiative summit. The United States Ambassador to South Africa, Ambassador Ruben Brigitte, it is an honor to meet you this morning, and I look forward to further engagements with you to find ways to strengthen the relationships between our great countries. The Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, the U.S. Department of State, Assistant Secretary Molive Pierre, thank you very much for your participation in the program. The Director General and my colleague of the Department of Science and Innovation, Dr. Philip Mjwaha, I think has joined us virtually. It's a privilege to have you, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Tawana Kupe. It's wonderful to be here today, particularly to experience the great work that has been done through your leadership and the rest of the team that works with the department to ensure that this initiative that started small has grown in leaps and bounds to involve the rest of our counterparts in the continent, of course, with the support of the United States of America. The chief executive officers that are here and partners and distinguished leaders of various government departments, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. The minister and our deputy minister would have loved to be here. Of course, I'm not complaining that they've delegated me to be here and represent them. But I think this being the beginning of the new academic year, we are spread throughout the length and breadth of our country to make sure that we support our institutions at the beginning of the new academic year. And that's the reason, but they will, in one form or the other, be able to participate virtually as well. Before I get into the content of my speech, allow me first to extend my own greetings to the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, the officials that have really worked very hard behind the scenes to making sure that this program is a success that it is. I think it's always important that we recognize those who work behind the scenes to making sure that we look good on the podium when we present such initiatives. I think it's really important that we do so. Without their contribution, we will not be here. The partnership we have with our international counterparts is contributing immensely to the development of our academics. And it is our hope that we are also being developed through the partnership and that we are looking forward to the good results of the partnership. To our prospective partners in the continent present here today, we are looking forward to establishing valuable partnerships with you. And also, may I add, very meaningful partnerships, drawing from the experience that we've had in all of the work that we've done thus far. Clearly, there's much more work that still needs to be done. You have our commitment in the Department of Higher Education and Training to further the ambitions of our leadership in ensuring that we achieve more for our peoples. It is my understanding that this summit, coordinated and implemented by the University of Pretoria, is designed to draw the insights and experiences of the United States South Africa Higher Education Network. And the network, as the Vice Chancellor has indicated, is an outcome of a university capacity development program of the department, a transformative program that seek to implement values of a partnership that will assist our universities under the leadership of the facilitation of both the University of Pretoria and the University of Venda as lead universities in the implementation of the network. Our Deputy Minister will be participating further in the program and I look forward to his input, because right at the beginning, on the 25th of July 2018, he was there when this program was launched. And I'm sure that through his presentation, we will get a sense of how this journey has been for all of us who've been humbled by the opportunity to contribute. This was the very first iteration of a national development program of our department, which is geared towards the development of academic staff that are in the employ of our South African universities. The first phase of the USDP was initiated in 2018, and it has grown to a network that was seed-funded by our department. It's being implemented through the United States South Africa Higher Education Network, and it comprises 12 projects that are led by various South African universities. Each project includes the collaboration between the historically advantaged institutions and those that have been disadvantaged by the policies of the past. And it is good for us to see the gap closing between our institution and the collaboration that is of all of our institutions in ensuring that that gap is closed. It is really, really good to be here to experience and witness the growth of the program. The USDP scholars are permanently employed at South African universities, and 45 years or younger, and 80% must be black and women is some of the criteria that has been used to ensure that we address the legacy of inequalities that we've inherited. 110 university academics are supported to achieve doctoral degrees in a 4-year period. Each of the projects include a contribution by institutions involved, and I think it's important that that contribution, including the contribution by the department, will continue to grow because of the commitment that we have in ensuring that we support even more of those who may not have benefited thus far. The US-South Africa USDP network was followed by 3 further phases of the USDP. The second phase being the collaboration between the South African and United Kingdom universities. The third and fifth phases as South African collaborations with a component of international exposure. The department has identified a gap since the implementation of these programs that the collaborations needs to include partnerships with universities within the rest of the continent. And I'm very happy that this particular launch addresses these issues. Vice Chancellor, you have our support as you lead the facilitation of the program on our behalf in this regard. And this is a space that we are starting to explore through various programs of our department, including the area of staff development, entrepreneurship development, and others. So far, there is nothing concrete. However, we are sure to venture into this space vigorously as a department, working with you and all our partners. Our region, our continent, and our global partners are even more important, and it's needed that we strengthen this partnership after COVID-19 experience that has affected the whole world. The manner in which our different countries respond to this predicament calls for partnerships left, right, and center if we are to advance the development of our countries and societies. It is against this background that today our department, the Department of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa, stands very proud to support this initiative and aim at expanding the staff development initiative and partnership to include universities in the rest of the continent. And we will work hard with our counterparts in the continents to find best ways of working together in this regard. It's not going to be a unilateral exercise by ourselves and partners. We are going to iron out whatever issues that exist and strengthen our partnership in a meaningful way. It is against this background that the same modus operandi for the current international partnerships will be extended to the foreseeable network with universities in the continent as well. I relate this background to show that the university partnerships and network initiatives are now entrenched within our higher education system. And in fact, a lot is expected from these as they are expected to grow and expand to include universities in the continent. The time to recognize the rich knowledge heritage that resides in the developing world and build on it through the research and to come up with our own initiative solutions to the development of the imperatives we collectively face has arrived. And the experiences of COVID-19 as illustrated earlier, they provide us an opportunity to take this forward. The current collaborations within the USDP focus on research in various areas, including health, social sciences, economic areas as well, are some of the areas that we are focused upon. In a context of limited resources, including funding, we have to be strategic in our choices. This means working from a clear understanding of what the priorities are and how they should be addressed. This can only happen through research initiatives that we are determined to support even further. A concerted effort made to ensure that the research findings that are emerging from the collaborations are being communicated through the appropriate channels and to role players who are in positions to take action and in response to them. We need highly capable African scholars. We need African research leaders who are able to hold their own in the global environment. We need to, we already have some of these, and we need many more. Moreover, we need to break the stereotypes and to ensure that the development and progression of our young scholars and women in particular in our continent are supported. Our hope is that the current collaboration and partnerships will grow from strength to strength, and that they will hugely be impactful in strengthening the health research outlook in the continent of Africa. The foreseeable network can also tap into networks that are that the department is already hosting, and it's really an opportunity that we have that South Africa, through its chairship of the BRICS, we will be also able to strengthen the networks. Whilst I do acknowledge that given the vastness of our countries and the large number of higher education institutions, we do not need to manage participation in the next, we do need to manage the participation in the network much better than we've done. And South Africa, DHET in particular, looks forward to participating vigorously in the networks, working hand in hand with all our counterparts. Our department takes the matter of staff development, as I've indicated earlier, very seriously. Our minister has established a ministerial task team that will look into the proposals towards dealing with the obstacles for the production of South African, particularly black academics, and recommendations that have been made through that study are very, very important. We'd like to share all of these studies with our counterparts, and we look forward to further engage and working together with you to strengthen the intra-Africa research collaboration. As I conclude, I wish you a very successful summit over the next 2 days, and let us continue working hard to make partnerships the success that it can be. I would like to close off by inviting you to the official launch of the USDP in its entirety later, and this is the transformative program that acted as a vehicle for the creation of the US-South Africa network. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sisi. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Minister Naledi Pandor will be online, but also, we suffer with a challenge in this country called load shedding. So we're switching on from our generators are running right now at 10 a.m. So normally it takes about 45 seconds to switch over and then the Wi-Fi to get activated again. So I'm hoping we don't get interrupted with Minister Naledi Pandor's speech because we are running a bit early. But anyway, let's give it our best shot and see. Hopefully we can have a smooth transition going forward. These are the challenges we sit with as our Vice Chancellor spoke about the just energy transition. That's one of our strong research focus areas as well. And so I think energy is a collective problem across the globe. South Africa is not unique, I think, in that space. But again, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, which is our Minister for International Relations and Cooperation, the Honorable Minister Dr. Naledi Pandor. Of course, she's the current Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. She served as Minister of Higher Education and Training between 2018 and 2019, and of course, having previously served as Minister of Science and Technology in the government of South Africa between 2014 and 2018. She holds a master's degree in education from the University of London and linguistics from the University of Stellenbosch. She has been Member of Parliament since 1994, during which time she served as ANC Caucus Whip and Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, as well as member of the Portfolio Committee on Education. Dr. Pandor taught at many distinguished institutions such as the Ernest Bevin School, the Town College of Education, the University of Botswana, and the University of Cape Town. In the mid to late 90s, she served as Deputy Chairperson and Chairperson of the Tertiary Education Fund of South Africa, which we call TEFSA. She also served as Minister of Basic Education and also Minister of Home Affairs. Dr. Panda obtained a doctorate in education, of course, from the University of Pretoria in 2019. So let us welcome Dr. Naledi Panda, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, and she's going to be online, and I'm hoping our system, thank you very much. So we'll hear Dr. Panda.
Ambassador Ruben Brigetti, United States Ambassador to South Africa, Ambassador Molly Fee, United States Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Honorable Minister Bladen Zimande, Minister of Higher Education and Training, Science and Innovation in South Africa, and Vice Chancellor Tawana Kupe, Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria, senior academics, officials, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and honor to address you on the value and importance of partnerships between African and United States higher education institutions and on the relationship between South Africa and the United States of America. Some of you might recall US Senator William Fulbright, after whom the Fulbright scholarships were named. He had a passion for education, and his motto was, "The more we talk, the less we fight. The more interconnected we are, the less likely we are to have conflict." This motto is very relevant today and affirms the Fulbright as a powerful intervention for global scholarship and global friendship. South Africa and the USA have established a mutually beneficial cooperative partnership which draws our two countries together. In our National Development Plan 2030, we cite education as a powerful driver of development for South Africa and as one of the strongest instruments for reducing poverty and improving health, gender equality, broader societal equality, and for establishing peace and stability. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4 has particular relevance for the young people of our continent, and especially for women and girls, in that it aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all young people. One of the goals of Sustainable Development Goal 4 is that by 2030, there needs to be a substantial increase in the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills, both for employment, for being in decent jobs, and thirdly, for entrepreneurship. The achievement of this particular goal will not only make a substantive dent in the high levels of youth unemployment on our own continent, but worldwide, it would also elevate living standards, reduce poverty, and create jobs by unleashing the entrepreneurial spirit of our global youth population. It is our view that the United States has the resources, institutions, and global experience to partner with us in Africa to help us realize these goals. It is critical that African and US scholars combine their energies to tackle issues of concern to both our countries, and we welcome United States support for education not just in South Africa, but on the continent more broadly. It is pleasing that South African universities have a very strong history of collaborating with United States of America universities, and I would like to recognize and greet all African partners present here at this meeting and congratulate them on fostering educational exchange internationally. Globally, we see an increasing demand for expertise, for funding, and for innovation to enable countries to meet the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals. partnerships have been recognized as critical enablers for countries to meet SDG targets. The United States-South Africa Higher Education Network was established as a vehicle to encourage exchange and interaction between higher education institutions in the two countries. From the South African perspective, support for and from the network is positioned as part of the Department of Higher Education and Training's University Capacity Development Program, which has the important goal of transforming teaching, learning, researching, and leading toward enhanced quality, success, and equity in universities. The main focus of the collaboration is to build a network of United States of America and South African universities that collaborate on mutually beneficial higher education development initiatives. The broad initiatives and objectives are to develop exchange programs for faculty or academic staff, to enhance the doctoral pipeline, an important objective for Africa, to develop collaborative professional development opportunities for staff and develop opportunities for collaborative research. Our Department of Higher Education has done excellent and extensive work in successful education diplomacy, and we thank Minister Nzimande for being an internationalist in this important aspect of his work. The partnership was seeded by the South African Department of Higher Education and Training's collaborative project, which initially involved 3 universities for a period of 3 years, spanning the period 2017 to 2019. The lead university in the initiative is the University of Pretoria, supported by the University of Venda, as well as Rutgers University in the United States of America. From the investment in this higher education network, a total of 12 projects have been funded to the value of over 40 million rands. 14 South African universities and 17 United States of America universities have been partners. This has resulted in a total of over 40 exchanges existing between various institutions in both countries. And we've seen benefit to over 100 doctoral students, and 79% of the beneficiaries are Black South Africans. This partnership reflects the very strong bonds that exist between South Africa and the United States of America. I'm hopeful that the collaboration will grow stronger given the leading role President Joe Biden played in the international campaign against apartheid. If anyone understands the development challenges confronting South Africa today, probably President Joe Biden best understands these. He, along with Senator John Lewis and other leaders of the United States, was central to the imposition of sanctions and other measures against apartheid South Africa. So it makes sense that the United States of America, under the leadership of President Biden, is working hard at building stronger collaborative partnerships with South Africa and more broadly and pleasingly with the African continent. The partnership between South Africa and the United States has become stronger and widely diverse since the achievement of freedom in South Africa. We collaborate in a wide range of sectors, education being one, health another, defense, science and technology, and many other areas of partnership. And of course, the United States of America is also a major trading partner for South Africa. We are significant beneficiaries of AGOA, for example, and will be hosting the AGOA Forum later this year. I am really hoping that other African university partners will make effective use of this collaboration to enhance our African postgraduate numbers and to increase training for our young doctoral candidates in research and eventually in being productive innovators. It is also critical for our links to develop skills in emerging disciplines for us as Africa, such as digital technology, the development of artificial intelligence, development of biosciences, and effective high-level research on climate change responses. Of course, one of our important challenges is to create and sustain excellent research universities on the continent and to use them to enhance our African contribution to global knowledge generation. I believe this USA-South Africa collaboration is a positive example of development cooperation that advances Africa's own strategic goals rather than merely the goals of our partner. What has been impressive for me is that the network has been addressing some of the unique contexts and needs of historically black colleges and universities in the United States of America and historically disadvantaged institutions, as we call them in South Africa. Programs have looked at how such institutions can play an instrumental role in the co-creation and co-development of knowledge and innovation ecosystems to tackle grand challenges. I am absolutely impressed with one of the success stories I was told of. This is a project at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, working with Columbia University, titled Expanding Academic Literacy. The objective of the project has been to establish an academic literacy center at the University of KwaZulu-Natal School of Education to support first-year students in reading and writing within academic subjects. Over 1,000 first-year students have benefited from this partnership. The writing abilities and competencies of the first-year students have been notably strengthened. They've benefited from individualized peer consultations and mentorship, enhancing their self-efficacy and writing skills, and empowering them to become aware of and to utilize knowledge in a higher education setting, and also to produce knowledge of their own. This has led in turn to their improved academic performance. This is an international partnership project that is reflective of our objective of promoting inclusive economic development through programs that support public-private collaboration in a range of sectors. Also programs that have job skills training which target young people and also which ensure that those who have been disadvantaged in our country enjoy real opportunity, including in underrepresented regions, including women, including those running small businesses. I am really thrilled at this partnership, which is reflective of the strong collaboration between South Africa and the United States of America. It's a partnership that has been immensely valuable to young people, both in our country and in America. I encourage our African partners here today to ensure that they make full use of this opportunity and forge similar partnerships as we together work toward fundamentally transforming African higher education and becoming a true participant in world knowledge creation. I wish you well in your meeting, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Minister Pendo for this, and it seems like we managed to scathe by the load shedding. But it's still coming. It's going to switch over shortly. But we can never predict these things, unfortunately. But I think we'll be able to do the next session as well going forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to introduce to you our U.S. Ambassador to South Africa, Honorable Ruben Brigetti II. Ambassador Ruben Brigetti II was nominated by President Joseph Biden on February 10th, 2022, to be the U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of South Africa. He served as the 17th Vice Chancellor of the University of the South and Mayor of Seminole from June 2020 until December 2021. Previously, he served as a Dean of the Elliott School of International Affairs of the George Washington University. Ambassador Brigetti's most recent diplomatic assignment was serving as the U.S. representative to the African Union and the U.S. permanent representative to the UN Economic Commission for Africa from September 2013 until September 2015. Previously, Ambassador Brigetti II served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of African Affairs and also as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration. Ambassador Brigetti is a 1995 distinguished midshipman graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy, where he earned a B.S. in Political Science with merit, served as the brigade commander and received the Thomas G. Pownall Scholarship. He also holds an MPhil and a PhD in International Relations from the University of Cambridge in England, as well as a Doctor of Humane Letters honoris causa from Old Dominion University. Ambassador Brigetti is a life member of the Council of Foreign Relations and a recipient of the Council's International Affairs Fellowship. Assistant Secretary Molly Catherine Fee. I'm not do justice for your introduction because you have such a distinguished career and a CV, but I'll try my best. Assistant Secretary of State Molly Fee was sworn in as U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of South Sudan in July 2015. And at that time, Ambassador Fee is a career member of the Senior Foreign Service, class of Minister Consular. She most recently served as Chief of Staff of the U.S. Special Envoy for Sudan and South Sudan. Ambassador Fee completed a 3-year assignment as Deputy Chief of Mission at the U.S. Embassy in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in 2014. And of course, Ambassador Fee was Director for Iraq at the National Security Council from 2009 to 2011, where she was responsible for coordinating the U.S. transition from military to civilian operations, culminating in the withdrawal of U.S. combat troops in December 2011. From 2005 to 2008, she served as Counselor for Political Affairs and Deputy Security Council Coordinator at the U.S. Mission to the United Nations, where she advanced U.S. policies on issues such as Afghanistan, the Arab-Israeli peace process, Burma, Iraq, Lebanon, and sanctions. Ambassador Ryan Crocker and, of course, General David Petraeus invited her to join the Joint Strategic Assessment Team established in 2007 to revise the U.S. campaign plan in Iraq, and she was a senior civilian representative of the Coalition Provisional Authority to Maysan province, of course, in Iraq from 2003 to 2004. Of course, Ambassador Fee also served at U.S. embassies, of course, in Rome, Italy, Kuwait City, Kuwait, Cairo, Egypt, Amman, Jordan. Assignments in Washington, D.C. include Special Assistant to the Undersecretary of Public Diplomacy, Desk Officer for the UN Secretary Council Affairs, the Desk Officer for Iran. During a career, Ambassador Fee has received, of course, many awards, and some of them are the Baker Wilkins Award for Outstanding Deputy Chief of Mission in 2014, the Order of the British Empire in 2006, the Secretary of Defense Meritorious Civil Service Award in 2004, and numerous Department of State Superior and Meritorious Awards. Before joining the Foreign Service, Ms. P was a Deputy Press Secretary to Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. As a graduate of Indiana University, she earned a BA and a MA-LD from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor and privilege to have our Secretary of State, Molly Fee, joining us, and please join me to welcome her to the podium.
Good morning. I have a loud American voice, so we won't have any problem if the electricity doesn't support us. I am so delighted to be here for this event. As you've heard, I've had a too long career working in government, and the best part of working in the Foreign Service is when I'm not dealing with government issues, but I'm dealing with people-to-people issues. So I'm glad to have this opportunity with all of you here this morning. I want to say it is a pleasure for me to be back here. I was here 6 months ago, and to be with people who love learning and have a curiosity about our world. So thank you for coming and joining this event as we formally launch the UPI Summit, the University Partnership Initiative Summit. I'm so delighted that you could come, our friends from America, our friends from across the continent, and of course our friends here in South Africa. And we're so honored to be here at UP. And I think you've seen a bit of a mutual admiration society this morning, all of us here. But I do think I want to start by honoring the Foreign Minister, Naledi Pandor. She has such passion for education, for women and girls, and she's truly an inspiration for female diplomats, including myself. So it was so nice to hear her voice, and I'm glad the technology supported us. I also want to thank the DG. It's great to have him here and to be a partner in this effort. And of course, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Coupe. It's so great to see you, your vision come to life. And of course, thank you very much, Mr. Maharaj, for your emceeing of this event and getting us all together. So much has been said already so well. I would like to focus a little bit on just the U.S. policy towards Africa right now, because it's, I think, quite distinct under President Biden. You know, when he took office, he said to Secretary of State Tony Blinken, who's a longtime friend and colleague of his, they've worked together for decades. He said, Tony, I can't really do his voice very well, probably Ambassador Brigitte could do it better. Tony, I want you to go out and revitalize our partnerships with the world. And he really meant it, because even though he's from a small state in the United States, Delaware, he has had a big passion his whole life for affairs of the world, because he always has understood for many, many years that our lives are interconnected with the lives of others. And that's been one of his passions. And that was one of the reasons why he ran for president. And that's one of the reasons why he chose Secretary Blinken to be his Secretary of State, because he thought with Tony in the lead that they could revitalize American partnerships in the world. And so why is that important? So I'll tell you a little academic story that's maybe a little, it's not really very funny, but a little bit humorous. So I have a very good friend who is the chairperson of a political science department at an Ivy League university. And a few years ago, she wrote a textbook, an introductory textbook on the US government in the 20th century. She asked me to read the chapter on foreign policy. So I read it and I made some edits because I thought it was important to describe US engagement in the world as a pattern of oscillation. So she sent it back to me and she said, no, I don't like the word oscillate. I'm not sure the students will understand. We have to say fluctuate. So I felt a little bit pedantic about that, because what really is the difference between oscillate and fluctuate? My understanding about oscillate is that there's a regular pattern of moving out and moving back in. And I think that's what you see if you look at US policy in the 20th century and now the 21st century. So you see sometimes we engage in a big way and sometimes we pull back. And we have critics for both policies, right? Critics who don't like our strong engagement and critics who don't like it when we withdraw. Right now, we're at a high watermark, I believe, of engagement under President Biden. Because, as I said, he really believes, and as Minister Naledi said, He really believes in South Africa, and he really believes in the future of this continent. And so it's a real privilege for me to have this position at this time, because I work with people who are interested in making sure that the United States is really genuinely engaged at all levels, all across the continent. So it's very exciting for me, for my colleagues here at this embassy, and for embassies across the continent. I want to recall what Secretary Blinken said when he was here 6 months ago. At that time, he discussed a new strategy for the United States in sub-Saharan Africa. And he said, right here, more eloquently than I speak, he said, "The United States and African nations can't achieve any of our shared priorities if we don't work together as equal partners." And he really means that. I see that in his engagement every day. When we talk about the challenges on the continent and the U.S. role, he always says to me in every single conversation, "How can I help?" And to me, that's the essence of partnership. How can you help one another be better? And that's really his driving motivation for what he does all around the world, but also specifically in Africa. And that's what lifts up the work of the Bureau of African Affairs at the State Department. How can we help? How can we be a good partner, whether it's with other governments or with societies? And I think what the strategy recognizes is that there are so many challenges in, as you said, Vice Chancellor, in our dynamic, challenging new world order that don't recognize boundaries, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's climate change, whether it's terrorism. Many of the phenomena that pose challenges for our societies, for our communities, don't recognize borders, don't recognize governments. And they require us to work together to begin to define and apply solutions. Another aspect of the new U.S. strategy towards Africa is it recognizes explicitly that we don't have a monopoly on knowledge. We don't have a monopoly of talent, and that we will be enriched if we enrich our partnerships with Africans. And that's what we try and do every day in how we work together. I really want to say that I really liked when Dr. Pandor mentioned President Biden's role when he was a senator, when he fought for sanctions against the apartheid regime. And you can see the thread throughout his career, because as President of the United States, he is actively pushing in every way the concepts of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those are not just words for him. He's trying to make sure our policies, as they apply to Americans, inculcate those principles and make a difference in that way. And he's also challenged us to seek to apply diversity, equity, and inclusion in our foreign policy, globally and here in Africa. And so it's a real privilege to be part of that discussion, to be part of that effort to try and see how we can do better. And that's one element of this UPI that I really admire, how to work with disadvantaged communities here in South Africa, disadvantaged communities across the continent, and frankly, disadvantaged communities in the United States. What can we learn from each other? So these are principles of the Biden-Harris administration, of Secretary of State Tony Blinken, that really imbue their approach to our engagement to the continent. And I really am excited for all of you to pick up that work in your exchanges and work together. I also want to say that I see an analogy between the oscillation of U.S. government engagement abroad with I see a pattern of oscillation sometimes in societal engagement from the United States with partners abroad. And I think that's true in the education sector. Decades ago, the U.S. Agency for International Development was very involved in providing scholarships and establishing university partnerships. In the decades that followed, some of that investment waned and diminished. Now we see new types of partnerships going on, particularly in technological fields, and that's really terrific. And we see with this role of the State Department playing a sort of a catalyst with this network, a revival of the engagement that we have as a U.S. government entity to try and support the kind of university networks that you're all working on. And I want to talk a little bit honestly about how I think that's actually really a challenge sometimes for the U.S. government. I'm sure Ambassador Brigaty will recall in his travel abroad to African countries in his previous assignments that we have often met African partners who say they want to be engaged with American universities. And it's actually rather challenging to figure out how to make those partnerships happen because of the diversity and independence of American higher educational institutions. There isn't an obvious sort of roadmap to meet a partner in the United States. And many of you in this room are engaged in part because of a personal relationship, right? You traveled and studied at an American university, or an American leader came and lectured at an African university, or you had a friend that you met at a conference. So these informal networks have sort of buoyed, I think, the engagement that you've had together. And that's an issue I'd like you to ask you to tackle during this partnership that you're going to be discussing the next few days. How can we build from these informal ad hoc bonds to a more systematic approach where more universities in Africa have more opportunities with more universities and colleges in the United States, so that we move beyond the informal ad hoc nature to a more transparent, wide-based engagement. So I'm going to ask you, as you work together, to think about how to expand opportunities and partnerships for your peers and your colleagues, because it's so impressive what you're doing now. It makes me hungry to see what more you can do with others. I also want to acknowledge my predecessor, Tibor Nagy, who himself is an educator, who helped revive the State Department interest in this platform. And I want to challenge you also to recommend to us how we can more formally establish a support for your work so that it survives change of personnel. One of the delights and one of the drawbacks of being a diplomat is that you move and you rotate. And we don't want these good ideas, this passion, this interest to diminish if Ambassador Brigaty goes off to another brilliant assignment, or if I move off. We want to make sure that this engagement continues. So in addition to challenging you to figure out how to broaden the network, I want to challenge you to make recommendations to us so that we can do better to formalize and secure and guarantee the kind of initiative and energy that I see here today. And thirdly, I wanted to highlight the Michigan State University's approach. So I'm going to get it wrong. It's the Alliance. See, I wrote it down. Let me go check in my papers. The Alliance for African Partnership, which is a network of 10 African universities. So not only are you engaging U.S. to Africa, but we're engaging Africa to Africa and playing a catalytic role in that way. So I really admire that idea and that effort, and I hope that you can think about ways in which that can be done, again, on a more systematic basis. So I don't really want to speak very long because I'm very impressed with all of you, and I want to give you the opportunity to spend the time that you have here at this beautiful campus, at this beautiful university, to sort of do what you do best. As the Vice Chancellor said, the joy of networking, to make a difference for your universities, for your students, for your professors, for your administrators, so that you can excel in the exchange of knowledge. I also really hope that you will be the spark that helps unite our different societies to meet the challenges that we are facing in our world. They're very serious challenges, but there's a lot of joy in education. There's a lot of joy in unlocking potential, and I hope that joy infuses your efforts and the impact you have in your communities. And thank you for having me here today to launch this University Partnership Initiative, and very good luck to you as you move forward to deepen and strengthen these networks.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Fee, for your inspirational words and, of course, your passion that radiates from this and from your vision as well, and being involved in this initiative. We really appreciate that, and hope that wherever you are, wherever you're posted, that you're always associated with this initiative going forward. It's wonderful indeed. As you know, she mentioned UPI. It's not University of Pretoria. It's called the University Partnership Initiative. It just happened, it happens to be at UP, the UPI. Excuse the pun there. But of course, we've come to the tail end of the program. To conclude this session here, I'm going to ask our Vice Chancellor and Principal to do the official opening of the summit and to do his presentation. Professor Kupe.
Don't be afraid, I'm not speaking again. I'm only going to say, I think it's appropriate to say here, after the Assistant Secretary just spoke, that one of the initiatives that I've had a passion for doing is to create centers, African centers for the study of the United States as a nation and as a society. So at my previous university, which I will not name, I created such first center and I had enthusiastic support from the State Department. I went for a 30-minute meeting and I stayed there for 3 hours with one of the undersecretaries. And then the US mission here provided a lot of money for it and still supports the center at the other university I will not mention. But I'm pleased to say, again, with the support of, in collaboration with the mission last year, we launched another center here at the University of Pretoria for the study of the US. But my vision is to have such centers across African universities. For also the simple reason that if you go to top universities in the US, you have centers for African studies, but they don't actually have corresponding partners, centers for the study of the US. So we're here at the University of Pretoria to support any African university that wants to start such a center. We have the blueprint, we have the manual, and it can be done quite quickly inside 8 months. And the US mission is always there to support it. Thank you very much to the US mission. We then come to the end of this session. Really, I would like to say I declare this UPI, not University of Pretoria, but University Partnership Initiative open. And I would like to invite all of you to step outside on your right and we'll try and take a group photo. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I've got 2 very powerful photographers that know how to arrange all of us. So, but this session, I declare this session closed and we adjourn for the break. Don't you guess they need to know when we should come back, right? Yeah.
11:15. Hello. Can we please be back at 11:15? So we're going to go for the group photo, and thereafter we go for tea and coffee, and we'll be back here for the next session, which is going to be hosted by my colleague, Dr. Haider Hackman, and it's going to be basically on internationalization of higher education. So see you outside of the group photo, please.
Cry? If you can just grab them in order one by one. That's it.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, my name is Haida Hackman, and as Director of Future Africa, I'm absolutely delighted to be able to add a word of warm welcome to all of you, and to now welcome you to our first substantive session on the very broad topic of internationalization of higher education, a topic that addresses the very reason for us convening over the next 2 days, and that I really believe was very eloquently and comprehensively framed in many ways by the terrific speakers in this morning's opening ceremony. So, in other words, that's my way of saying no lengthy introductions from my side. Let me simply sketch for you what I see as the purpose of this opening session and add a hope. So what we wanted to do is really to set the scene for the summit discussions by sharing, we've got a wonderful panel of speakers here, by asking them to share with us some comprehensive and critical reflections on the history of and the trends, recent trends in the internationalization of higher education, what the drivers are of those trends, including the rapidly evolving open science and open education movements, for example. And then also, and very importantly, to share reflections on innovations in policy and practice that amplify not only the prevalence, the frequency of internationalization, but really look at amplifying the impact of that phenomenon. So the benefits of higher education internationalization have been touched on this morning, and they've been well documented. Benefits for students and staff, for institutions and the science systems they comprise, and for the societies of which they are a part. What I hope we can do in our discussions, and that we can start with this morning, is really to push the envelope about those benefits and the challenges and opportunities we now confront by being cognizant of some key aspects of the context in which we meet. And clearly, first and foremost, in terms of that context, are the complex, interrelated global challenges that that determine the direction, the need for and the direction of the urgent social transformations required to secure just and sustainable futures for people and the planet. And really, as the theme of the summit implies, that is, if you will, the fundamental and ultimate purpose of what we're discussing on internationalization of higher education. But I think in addition to that element, we need to also really understand and be cognizant and grapple with a context of geopolitical shifts in both global society and global science. In global society, suffice it to say that we are witnessing major geopolitical tensions, resurgent nationalism, and these are deeply disruptive to attempts at global collaboration, multilateral action, including in the science sector. On a more positive note, geopolitical shifts in global science, but equally challenging, is, I think, growing and rapid recognition of the need for us now to jointly respond to the imperatives of values of diversity and inclusivity, and to issues of justice and equity in global partnerships. And with that, from an African perspective, comes an awareness raising and recognition of the strategic importance and value of collaboration with, but also within Africa. And again, that point has been strongly made in the opening session this morning. UNESCO often states that education transforms lives. Our challenge is to ensure that international education transforms societies in ways that are truly mutually beneficial. And we have, as I've said, a wonderful lineup of speakers who are going to help us navigate through these issues. Clearly, we're going to do this from the perspective of US-Africa collaborations, existing, emerging, and hopefully those that we will envision together in the coming 2 days. So let me introduce him to you very briefly. Dr. James Otieno Yowi, Principal Education Officer of the East African Community based in Tanzania. Dr. Robin Lerner, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Texas International Education Consortium in the USA. Dr. Samia Chazi, Manager of Strategic Initiatives, Partnerships, Development and Research at the International Education Association of South Africa, and Dr. Lakhdar Bukaru, Director of International Programs and Global Initiatives at the College of Engineering and Computing in the USA. Colleagues, you have 15 minutes each, and we'll take your presentations in the order that I've introduced you, and then we're going to open up for a first round of discussion. And after all these talks, I'm sure there will be many questions from the audience. So, Dr. Otieno Yowi, if I may start with you. Welcome.
Thank you so much for introducing us to this session. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here and to join all of you for this very important summit. The morning session, comprising the Vice Chancellor, the Ambassador, the Assistant Secretary, and the Director General Education, South Africa, has already situated what we are here to discuss. And so I'll generally highlight what I think could be important contributions of my presentation, also noting that I'm in this panel with my other colleagues, especially Dr. Samia Chazi, with whom we have made several presentations together, and whom I think will cover some of the parts of what I could have also included. I'm currently serving as Principal Education Officer for the East African Community, an intergovernmental agency of 7 partner states of East Africa, trying to foster closer collaborations between their universities and other education sectors. But mostly, I'm here because of the African Network for Internationalization of Education, where I was the founding executive director, and which the 2 countries, our host country, South Africa, and the USA, played a cardinal role in establishing. ANI was established about 10 years ago due to the need for building capacity for research and practice in internationalization. So the Center for International Higher Education, Boston University, Ford Foundation, and Carnegie Foundation supported the building blocks of establishing the African network. And as we were starting in the first year, we came to South Africa to the 10th AISA conference, and AISA played a key role. That is the International Education Association of South Africa, which my sister Samia represents in establishing us. So that shows how these collaborations can lead to lasting experiences and spin-offs. My presentation is largely going to be a little bit broader on the issue of internationalization. From the statements we had in the opening, internationalization has become core to the higher education enterprise globally. What we got from the minister was that the developed parts of the world has treated it strategically, while in most of Africa, maybe with the exception of South Africa, we have not dealing with it in a strategic way, and that is part of what we were asked to do. It has had a lot of impacts on the higher education sector of Africa with various impacts and consequences. And generally, as most scholars from this continent have elaborated, Africa engages with internationalization from a much weaker point. We call for support. We have the weaker end of the stick, which has actually not made internationalization to work better for us. And that's why in my title, and the basis of this discussion, is to work towards a common future, anchored within the SDGs, which call for leaving no one behind. Depending on which part of the globe you are, internationalization might mean different things to different people. And there have been a bit of controversies in defining it, which I'll not get into, beginning with Jen Knight, 2008, 2004, going to Hans de Wit, and recently our colleague Samia and other colleagues here in South Africa have advanced another new definition for internationalization. We've been talking largely in the morning about working together so that we are part of the growing global knowledge society. And also recognizing that countries and regions which have invested in knowledge and building their people have made the most advancements and improvements of the lives of their people. Africa today has a big youth boom. We have a very big youthful population. This will not come back again, maybe in the near future. And it could be the most appropriate time for us to invest in these young people to participate in this global knowledge society. We are still playing at the periphery of that knowledge society, whatever it means, by various parameters that can be used. And I think such engagement, such dialogue, such initiatives, and also taking note of what has already been presented are actually to enable us change the situation. References have been made to Africa's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and the CESA 2016-2025. We are not going to attain this the same way we didn't attain the MDGs fully because our universities didn't play the active role they needed to play. We won't attain the SDGs without meaningful engagement of our research institutions, of our universities, with building in inclusivity, diversity, and working together. A lot has been said already in the morning about the research context. And from my first slide, you could see that the main rationale for African universities to engage with internationalization is to enhance their research capacities. And you've seen quite a number of outfits and initiatives from Africa, such as the Arua Network, where top South African universities are actually involved, to try, together with other initiatives in the continent, to support and strengthen research within our institutions. Even though the situation has been bad, and also there have been a bit of controversies with the meanings of the rankings in the African continent, in the last rankings of Times, there was significant improvements by African universities. With the last one in 2021, only 71 universities from Africa were in the top 1,000. In the last ranking, we had close to 100 universities. Most of them are coming from South Africa. And that shows the very big role that the South African higher education system, which is the strongest in the continent, has to play in our engagements with the rest of the world, but also in engaging with the higher education sectors in the rest of the continent. What that ranking outcome further showed was that some countries which have not been the top players also pushed their universities to that top level. And these included countries such as Zambia, Mozambique, Mauritius, Zimbabwe. And when I mention those countries, you can see quite clearly that they are all falling within the SADC region. I don't know whether this is also as a result of the impact of being in closer proximity with South Africa and the SADC protocols, but is an indicator that maybe something is happening. But this should also go on to the rest of the continent. A lot of the initiatives that were mentioned are focusing on research, focusing on postgraduate training, focusing on utilization of ICTs and digitalization to improve the situation. The challenge that we could see is the reproduction of what we may call the usual suspects. In East Africa, you'll find that the largely participating institutions will be maybe University of Nairobi, Makerere. You go to West Africa, you get University of Ghana, you get the usual university participating in Senegal, but you'll not find new players coming on board. You'll not find new countries coming on board. We'll not have a representative here coming from a country, for example, like Chad, a country like Benin. So we are leaving many of our colleagues behind. And I think we need to widen the net in terms of many factors, including how we deal with funding opportunities. There are instances where universities know that this is not for us. This is for the League of Makerere. I know my colleagues from Makerere are here. This is for Nairobi University. And so us, who are new universities, who are maybe not strong enough, do not need to waste our energies in competing. So I think we need to reflect on that. And I noted that the processes of getting into this initiative was very competitive. Let us balance competition with other aspects that can bring in more inclusivity, as we were mentioning. Africa is the only region that recognizes internationalization as presenting risks. This has been identified by a number of studies by the International Association of Universities in which we have participated, and the risks are numerous. I think for internationalization to work for Africa, the best would be to look for ways of stemming these risks that Africa identifies. They range from issues of brain drain, and maybe we can respond to that by seeing how we can exploit and make use of our diaspora. Issues about imbalances, which I think Samia will talk a bit about. Curriculum influences such that the initiatives that we have in curriculum reforms do not so much necessarily have local relevance, and the issue of language. The issue of language might not be important in such a discourse, but from where I see it, it is very important. There is no African language today that is being used for meaningful academic discourse. It's a bit bothering. And where we sit in the work that I do at the East African Community, last year I put this as part of the agenda of the heads of state, and we have passed Kiswahili as an official language of the region. We may look forward to a day when I can write a thesis that can be globally understood or even regionally understood in Africa within an African language. And the lopsided nature of a lot of these partnerships, I think, my dear Samia, maybe that is part of what you will a little bit refer to. Our time is also limited, and there were a bit of references to the impacts of COVID-19. We did a bit of study on the impact of COVID-19 to graduate students during the time of COVID. We thought that the aftermath of the COVID-19 situation would give us a turnaround to the higher education sector by the deployment of ICTs and digital technologies, which could actually open many opportunities, including for international collaborations. We are seeing a bit of steps back with universities which had made good progress in that area, going back to what they were doing before. But I think some of the experiences learned can still be utilized to take us forward. There was mention in the morning of new societal challenges, the realities of climate change, growing unemployment, which is very serious in most of our African countries, and if at all our universities are going to be able to enable us address this. And this, once again, as I mentioned at the beginning, call a lot for coordinated and strategic responses. The rest of the world have strategies for engaging with Africa. China has. We attended the China-Africa Summit. The EU just had the EU-Africa Summit last year, and right now a strategy paper is being developed on how to engage with Africa on education. But Africa is not responding from a strategic perspective. And it would have been very timely, and I think it is, for us to also say how we can tap and make use of these different initiatives from a strategic point of view to actually build more the higher education and research sector for Africa. And these are some of the things that I think would be very much important to make internationalization work better for the African higher education sector, and I've already mentioned a lot of them. And I think continuous dialogues, open dialogues like these ones would be very much useful. But also important from where I see it is the professionalization of internationalization. Europe and the Americas have professionalized the international offices in the universities, student services for international students. In Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the other countries have not set up proper functional international offices. They have not trained people to be in these offices. And so engaging where one part has good experts, another part doesn't have any experts at all. People are deployed to international offices because they have been successful in winning grants, but not because they have been trained in managing such offices. I think part of these collaborations, together with NAFSA in the US, together with EAIE and AISA, with whom we have been working quite closely, should be geared towards professionalizing internationalization. And that, I think, would enable us work much better together. I usually like using this picture, and these are some of the balancing acts that our institutions can try to utilize. Most of them are in a lot of crisis now after the COVID situation. Internationalization is expensive. We depend a lot on support from our development partners, but they can do some balancing act as indicating there. Looking at the future, also with my very favorite picture, Africa is becoming a new frontier for internationalization. That youth boom is a reality. The growth and deepening of ICTs and digitalization is a reality. It will open a lot of opportunities to them. Governance is improving. With COVID, it was thought that mobility, which is a key issue in internationalization, will go down due to the opportunities of doing things online, but we see that people want still again physical engagements. And I think digitalization will open up more possibilities for students, young people in Africa, which will again catapult mobility. We've seen the resilience and creativity of our universities, especially at the aftermath of the COVID situation. Most of them tried to engage, and a lot of them have come up quite immediately as they recover. I think my last statement is to further call for further cooperation, to appreciate the resilience of the sector. And I think we need to echo again the spirit of Ubuntu, which myself and Professor Chika here of University of Pretoria use a lot in some of our engagements with the internationalization, that we are, or I am because you are, and we need to work together more meaningfully, more mutually. And what we use is to all of us to put our cards on the table so that we can all play the game knowing that is fair and transparent. I very much thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. A wonderful start to our discussion, a very comprehensive overview of the complex set of considerations and conditions that we need to factor into as we strive towards the kinds of partnerships that we've been talking about. Thank you also for raising our anticipation about Dr. Chazi's interventions. No pressure, Dr. Chazi. Good. Dr. Lerner, over to you.
Well, thank you so much. I do feel very, let's be honest, intimidated by this panel and this audience, but the good thing is the diplomats seem to have left, so I can say whatever I want about the US government. There will be no fact-checking. Just kidding, some of them might be watching. Well, I'm Robin Lerner, and I'm here from Austin, Texas, and I run a consortium of universities based in Texas. We have 35. And we have an affiliate membership also, which we have about 8 affiliate members around the world. And if anyone's interested in exploring, please see me after. There is so much to say about this topic, and much has happily been said. So I think what I can bring to this now, I am in a circle of academics here, and as a non-academic, I also have to tread carefully. But you know, I did want to talk about the definition of internationalization, and I appreciate that you raised that there is not one definition. So if I inadvertently say globalization, I want to be clear that I am talking about internationalization and not, you know, what we understand globalization meaning, you know, we're not respecting each other's countries and values and cultures. So in internationalization, it really is about learning of the other and having a whole that is greater by the combination of our parts. I do come from a background in US public diplomacy. I worked for 15 years for the Department of State. And part of that time, I was a U.S. public diplomacy officer. So I have seen, and I also was a senior leader in the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. I oversaw the J-1 Visa Exchange Visitor Program, which is now called Bridge USA. So I thought it might be interesting to share my perspectives of the U.S. approach to this convening and why it would be that the U.S. government would spend so much time, or any time, pursuing these kind of programs. So from the public diplomacy perspective, we see many, let me start over, we see many governments engaged in partnership building or internationalization of higher ed. It is not always for the public diplomacy reasons. It is, let's face it, governments are seeking influence and they're seeking status, and they have seen that our higher education institutions can be a conduit for that. So where we saw for many years exorbitant amounts of funding from certain governments to scholarships abroad, to individuals going on fellowships and scholarships to other countries, namely the United States and others, to be educated and to hopefully come home and help be part of developing higher education at home. That is not institution building. That is individual sort of development. And a lot of our institutions really responded to that opportunity of the scholarships. What we're seeing now from the U.S. approach, we have the Fulbright program, which is also a scholarship program, but we're seeing this move to how do we build stronger institutions as part of our efforts to do public diplomacy, which is to gain influence and to gain conduits of relationships that do not rely on successful diplomatic relations. And that's very important. And maybe the way I'm describing this doesn't sound altruistic and it doesn't sound positive, but it is positive. You know, U.S. higher education is seen as one of the greatest pillars of our democracy. It is decentralized. There's academic freedom. There's no central government authority that really governs our universities. So it is something that we try to put out into the world to say, come and take advantage of this. We may serve as a model, but come and take advantage of what we have to offer. But today, now, you know, the world has advanced since Senator Fulbright really pushed to start the Fulbright program. And where we are today is the mass movement of people. We have, over the past 15 years, the number of African students that are studying in the United States has grown exponentially. They are incredibly popular. Our universities are seeking African students. And we have a mechanism for students to take part in our education. But when we start talking about institution building, I think this is where it breaks down. And this is what I hope over the next couple of days, you know, we can talk about more. I really am appreciating hearing the perspectives of just the challenges. But we must not ever be fooled by the challenges that are, you know, Assistant Secretary Fee did challenge us to come up to confront the challenge of actual partnerships between the United States and other countries in the world. And it will be something very difficult to overcome if the United States maintains its funding model, its cost model or structure. It does not fit any other structure in the world. Our system of education is very unique. It does not fit many other models in the world. So we must ask ourselves, what are we seeking to gain from the partnerships? Next slide. So I want to step back and say, as we build these institutional partnerships, I really challenge us all to differentiate between international programs and internationalization. Good internationalization is sustainable. It does not rely on a funding source that is unstable, unforeseeable, that we can't rely on from year to year. And it must respond to what we have been hired to do as higher education institutions. I know there is opportunity out there, and it's so attractive to go after opportunity. Oh, there's a scholarship fund. Oh, there's we can partner with this university and we can initiate some kind of small funded exchange of people. Let's throw a lot of effort into that. We can chase opportunity, but what will our strategy be at the end of the day? So I say that a strong internationalization strategy looks at the beneficiaries. We are all after the Sustainable Development Goals, and I really appreciated, Dr. Coupe, what you said about solving global challenges. In public diplomacy, like internationalization of higher education, The exchange is not the end goal. That is a tool. That is a tool toward a goal. Student mobility, we might think, oh, well, our students had an international experience. Then what? Then what? It's about what that international experience brings to those students. So I think we always need to be thinking, if we want to reach those SDPs and we want to do it through internationalization, then we must think about and be very honest about who we're doing it for. And we have to ask the questions. Why? Because our tactics and our resources follow the beneficiary. Like if we state our strategic goal is to increase student mobility by 20%, well, then I say, let's follow the money. What are you doing to really confront the obstacles to student mobility, and what are you doing to support that? But if it's about, so we look at the individual, the institution, and the world, and these are all things that maybe we want to do all of those things, but we have to be honest about how we get there. So if it's about students, then again, it's, what are we doing on student mobility? What are we doing about globalizing the curriculum, right? There's many, many tactics that we can measure ourselves on. If it's for the institution, how do we strengthen our institution through the partnerships? And then if it's for the world, how are we solving global challenges? How will our international partnerships help to solve these global challenges? So I think these are KPIs need to be attached to these, and I really challenge you to think about it and stop chasing the opportunities. We have seen in Texas, through our consortium, the exact same thing you're talking about. We have universities at every level of development in internationalization. We have some that are totally centralized, some that are totally decentralized, some that are all about pushing the boundaries on student mobility, and others that are about faculty-centric programs. But there is not one size fits all, but there needs to be a strategy. So let me tell you about where I come from with this perspective. So the Texas International Education Consortium was created in 1985 specifically to overcome some of these obstacles that Texas was undeveloped. Texas was underdeveloped in taking advantage of international opportunities. And remember, it was 1985. So this was a lot about funded international students. It was not really about university partnership buildings outside of funded international students. So that was the time that we had 2 universities that were being sought for across the state of Texas, and we had many, many other universities that weren't getting any opportunities for really international students. So this consortium was created because it was a way of looking at, we saw, the founders of TIKE saw that we are not able to take advantage of the opportunities that are coming to us. So this idea of collectivism was formed through this organization, and I'm really appreciating that we have 2 other associations on this panel, because the obstacles that exist in higher education, especially publicly funded institutions, you can't do a contract, it takes forever. Faculty have to get approvals to do a program, it takes a really long time. We only have so many seats for international students. These are obstacles to globalization. We don't have the funds, we don't have the know-how to do comprehensive globalization of our curriculum. When we act collectively, we can share the burden and the resources. And so we have seen at TIKE, over the years, we have actually been a victim of our own success. When we started, we were really needed by our universities to help with these sponsored students, to teach them how. I mean, people had to learn how to really to take care of sponsored students, how to report on them, how to attract them, how to prepare for them, all these things. Well, now, and also there was no real shared mechanism for best practices or sharing stories and experiences among Texas, because we've talked about competition, and competition is the great villain to real internationalization. If we think that we're in competition with each other, let's just stop right now. In internationalization, we have got to think collectively with each other, because we can't reinvent the wheel all the time. If we all care about reaching those SDPs, and we all do, we have to help each other globalize. It's hard. It's really hard, and it's tricky. So we have this safe space in Texas across. We have six systems of higher education in Texas. Most states in the United States have 2. We have 6 plus independents, plus privates, plus the community colleges. So they're not meeting each other. They're not meeting each other, and they're not sharing how we've already overcome challenges. So our consortium allows a great sharing of of practices, and it's a wonderful place. So it's a wonderful thing, and what we do as Tyke is we look at what some of the obstacles are to engaging in the world, and we try to help them from the outside. And when I talked about the challenge in contracting and things, and oftentimes we'll be the ones who engage in a contract or engage in a proposal or engage in a funded program and bring in the expertise of our universities, and it works very, very well. Our universities do not need to expend resources to write proposals, and they do not need to expend resources in reporting on grants. We'll do that for them. They get to do what they do best, which is the substance of the work. And I'm sorry, for those that don't know, the state of Texas is the second largest landmass, or state landmass-wise in the United States. It's the 6th largest economy in the world. I think if it were in Africa, it would be the 18th largest. So we're not that big, but it has the fastest growing GDP in the United States. So when I talk about Texas, we're talking about several countries from some continents and several states in the United States. So it's a big economy of its own. So it might be odd to have one state consortium here talking about it, but it is a very large state. So what do we do as Tyke to advance internationalization? And here's where I want to come back to this, where I want to challenge my own terminology. There is a difference between international programs and internationalization. And at this stage of where we are as a consortium, we are really advancing international programs through a faculty-centric approach that we hope will allow them to go back and globalize their teaching, their instruction, their classrooms. So I don't know if I have time to give you a couple of examples, but so what we try to do is bring universities together from Texas and other opportunities around the world. And when it's this sort of idea of co-creation of curriculum, we're looking for opportunities where we're asked to be supportive to another university, and we do it side by side. We put our faculty in the middle of programs side by side with other faculty. And the way that internationalization comes through this, so we're working with university in Iraq, we're working with universities in Egypt and in the Philippines, and we have a wonderful UPI with KNUST in Ghana, and I know we have Nat and Joseph are here today. Thank you for being here. We are thrilled to be working with KNUST. And that program was a really special one that's still ongoing. And like at all of these programs that we do, we look for a funding source, we do a program, and then we continue the partnership. We continue it on. So I'm giving you an example of, so we think very much that in order to reach those goals that the second slide showed, we have to have faculty at the center of that. And I think that one of our challenges going forward in all of this internationalization is how we enable faculty to have the freedom to do this, to have the funding identified, to have the freedom to have this be consistently something that they are rewarded for. This often doesn't happen, and so we have these strategies for internationalization, but the faculty aren't equipped, they don't have the networks, they don't have the time. They don't have the time to go do it. So while we have a lot of faculty here, which is amazing, but that is not consistent. And so we just believe very strongly at Tyke that if you do not put faculty at the center of all that you do, then you're gonna miss it, right? You're gonna miss the whole thing. So I'm probably out of time at this point. Our last slide was just to, oh, let me show, that's right. This is, oh, I'm fine, okay. Well, this is our program with KNUST. So that program consisted of, it was actually a response to COVID-19. And this is, the example of this program is sort of typically, you've all probably gone through this, where we had a faculty at one of our member universities who was originally from Ghana, and he was this wonderful bridge back to his university where he graduated from. And I cannot underestimate or overestimate the importance of having faculty liaisons like that. So, having visiting faculty, having faculty liaisons that are thinking all the time about how can I be the bridge myself. And we were very lucky to have Kofi at the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley. And we were all faced with this continuity of education crisis during COVID. And he said, do you have resources, Tyke? We really want to help KNUST think about how to take their programs from face-to-face online. And I'm sure you were all doing that at the time. But what we were able to do as a consortium was to turn around and look at the resources in our consortium, and we had about 8 experts in developing full online degree programs. They came forward to create this advisory board. They were all willing to do any projects that were needed around the world. And we put a proposal together, and KNUST, what they wanted to do was develop ultimately a center of excellence for online learning. And so how we did this was putting faculty together to co-design their courses, to go through what they had face-to-face and how to take those online. Now, we're not going to be anything part of what they teach in the classroom. That is not our job, and nor would we want to. But we're side by side with them as they confront their own challenges there, and we're just there to be helper agents. So it's important that we do not ever come across as, we've got the answers, we're going to give you the answers. Never. We have some experience, and if it's asked for, we'll be there to support. So I'd love to talk about these more over time if anybody wants in the coming days. But I think that this conference is so important because one of the biggest things is these networks, right? We all know it. We don't have enough networks. We don't see each other. We don't create that interpersonal relationship. And once we make that connection, it's magical. But then we get lost on how to keep it going. That is really the rub. And so as I think these consortia, at least our consortium, our job is to keep being like a little bee and keep on it and keep on it and keep people, remember the magic, remember that fire that was lit when you met those people. So now how do we keep that going? That can work, but it's not necessarily work. So anyway, we'll continue to talk. Thank you so much.
Those were extremely valuable reflections and experiences and examples. So I just wanted to say no need to feel intimidated in this audience. Thank you, Dr. Lerner. Dr. Chazi, all yours.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And thank you so much to the University of Pretoria and its partners for getting us all together and for extending an invitation to me as well to be part of this esteemed panel and share some perspectives on internationalization of higher education. I will start with positioning myself and telling you a little bit more about the organization that I represent, which is the International Education Association of South Africa. It's the leading national organization that has a dedicated focus on higher education internationalization, so the topic of our session. It's a non-profit organization that was established in 1997, so relatively quickly after the end of apartheid and after the end of academic boycotts. And our mission since then has been to advance internationalization of higher education with an African perspective in a global context. We currently have 22 institutional members. Those of you who are familiar with the South African higher education sector know that that means almost everybody. Out of the 26 public higher education institutions that we have, 22, which is 85%, are our members. And I'm not going to go into the detail of what we do, but the core activities include advocacy, marketing, information and knowledge sharing, training and development, also the development of products and resources, and of course, networking and engagement. In terms of our global contacts and networks, I wanted to point out that AISA was actually a founding member of the Network of International Education Associations that some of you might be familiar with. This is a network of sister organizations around the world, and because we have a strong focus on the US, I'm going to particularly highlight NAFSA. Many of you will be aware with the Association of International Educators, our US-American sister organization. And I would like to use this opportunity to invite you to another gathering, which is our 25th annual conference that we're going to host this year. As you can imagine, we're quite excited because this is a jubilee, a silver jubilee celebration. It's going to happen in August in Durban. It's our first in-person event since our conference in 2019. So we are really excited, and we love to make the circle bigger and have you there. So please consider submitting an abstract. The call for proposals is still open until next week, and you will find it on our AISA website, and I'm sure these slides are going to be shared with you. Our topic is very broad. It's really taking stock, looking back, celebrating AISA's achievements, celebrating what we have done in internationalization of higher education. But of course, when you get 25 years old, you also have to look forward and you have to say, what does the future hold for us. So please be part of this conversation. Already from this morning, I think there are so many projects, ideas, conversations that you can share, and we can continue and deepen some of these engagements. So please join us. Here are our contact details, and that's where I'm going to leave the presentation. And I would now like to really share some points with you, some of my reflections on this topic. When I was invited to come here to speak about internationalization of higher education at the UPI Summit, I thought, how am I going to bring all of these topics together? Internationalization of higher education in relation to the focus of the summit, which is, as we've heard on numerous occasions this morning, equitable and sustainable partnerships. And the first thing that I asked myself is, why is this important? Why do we have a topic like that? And I think the short and easy answer to that is that we cannot take equitable and sustainable partnerships in higher education for granted. And in fact, as Joey mentioned, there are many challenges that we experience on the ground as practitioners and scholars who are engaged in this field. There are many inequities and imbalances, particularly between institutions that are based in the global north and their counterparts in the global south. But we also know, because these things are as complex as any challenge that we are tackling, that of course these dynamics don't only play out in north-south context, but also within regions of the north and the south. We've heard a lot about minority groups, underrepresented people, institutions, communities in all our contexts, and I think that is important here. So I'd like to offer some thoughts on the part of equity in partnerships, and I'm going to apply, as my colleague James already told you, I'm going to apply a decolonial lens to that. Decolonization, for those of you who work with institutions in South Africa, you know that this is a topic that's really been brought to the fore in 2015 and 2016, when we had student-led protest movements that became globally known as Rhodes Must Fall and Fees Must Fall, where students really forced us to ask very critical questions about higher education, about what students are being taught, about who teaches them, about how they are being taught, and about where they are being taught as well. And of course, the whole issue of financing higher education was of great concern, and still is to this day. And so some of that criticality, I think, we can take and apply in the context of international partnerships as well. And if we look at one of the so-called traditional models of engagement, student and staff mobility, we see that with institutions in the South, these engagements are often not reciprocal and really are biased in terms of benefit towards institutions in the North. When we look at research collaborations, for example, we will see that very often these engagements are not on an equal partnership level, but follow more of a developmental approach or a capacity building approach that assumes that one partner has capacity and the other doesn't, rather than focusing on what each partner can bring to the table and what we can actually learn from each other. And of course, I'm also here, I can't ignore the fact that this paradigm, I think, is really beginning to change. Some of the conversations, some of the agenda items that were shared this morning really point in that direction. And so I think a summit such as this one, an initiative such as the US-Africa University Partnership Initiative is really an important point. But I will also say that one of the things that encouraged me greatly when I did my PhD on North-South partnerships in higher education was the establishment of a center that Professor Tawana Cooper already talked about this morning, the African Center for the Study of the United States. And because I'm not linked to the University of Pretoria, I think I can tell you that that was established at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg in 2018. And of course, Professor Cooper, as he rightfully said, played an integral part in making that happen. And also the center that is based here at the University of Pretoria was set up in 2022. What I think is important is that this is an expression of decolonization and bringing decolonization and internationalization into conversation. And I'm going to quote you, Prof. Cooper, if I may, from the speech that you gave at the launch of the center at the other university, where you said this: "The creation of the center is testimony that Africans are seeking to understand the United States from their own multiple perspectives and primarily for themselves. Decolonization in relation to dominant nations and societies operates through not accepting the self-definitions of that society, but generating your own knowledge and understandings. In that respect, this is going to be an exciting intellectual exploration that bucks the dominant trend to receive knowledge instead of creating it. And I think that is really a wonderful theme that also we saw reflected in some of the discussions this morning. But really more broadly, this of course does not only apply to the study of the US in South Africa and hopefully in other centers on the continent, but it also applies to the very notion and understanding of internationalization. In fact, I listened to an interesting podcast that was published by our European sister organization, the European Association for International Education. It was published in January, so just a month ago, with Professor Simon Marginson from Oxford University, and the episode was titled Redefining Internationalization. And Professor Marginson reflected on the singularity of the definition, because the definition that we generally use, where we say internationalization is the infusion and integration of global dimensions into core functions of universities, is one that has been coined by Global North scholars, particularly Professor Jane Knight in her work that she did between the early 1990s and the early 2000s. And yes, there have been some adaptations and some reflections on this over the years, but essentially we have accepted this definition as a universal definition that applies equally all around the world in all our different contexts. And colleagues here in South Africa in particular, and Joey disclosed who was involved in that, have really started to see, can we define internationalization differently, particularly in our context here in South Africa. So I think those are attempts that are really important and that are to some extent driven by decolonization conversations. The second point that I want to make very briefly is sustainability, which I would look at not only in terms of the longevity of our partnerships, and Robin, you mentioned that, how important that is, not just to set something up and then let it go, but to actually have sustainable engagements. But I want to also just briefly reflect on it in terms of the longevity of our planet. Professor Cooper talked this morning about our planetary crisis. So we really have to, and I think there is an increasing awareness of the contribution that international education has made and is making to climate change. And it's very important, especially when we think about mobility, particularly in the context of short-term travel, travel to wonderful events such as this one. And so I think while we are all here, and I think very happy that we have this opportunity to be here, we have to acknowledge that we are part of what some scholars have coined hypermobile academic elites. And that we belong to a very small club of people who are actually privileged enough to be able to travel the world. And when you think about international conferences, if I, for example, think of the context of my sister organizations hosting conferences, the NAFSA conference, the EIE conference, etc., when we look at the participation, we'll see that the majority of colleagues who are able to attend are from the Global North. And of course, this is also linked to climate justice conversations when we know that the hypermobile elites, if we want to call them that, both at academic and professional levels, are mostly based at institutions in the Global North, but the impact of climate change is mostly felt in the Global South by institutions and people and communities in countries such as South Africa. And so I think this is also something that we have to actually acknowledge and see what is our role in changing this. And so it's important to think about these mobility patterns. It would be interesting, for example, to have the data to say, what is the carbon footprint of this event? And if we look at that and we look at the impact that we're making and the contribution that we're making to the destruction of our planet, was it worth it to come together like that? So I think some of these critical questions we really also have to ask ourselves. The third issue that I want to briefly touch on is digitalization, specifically regarding virtual exchange and what we call COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning Programs. And perhaps there is something to offer that speaks to both the equity and the sustainability component here. We think in South Africa, and I think specifically in IESA, that digitalization has an important role to play in advancing higher education internationalization in more equitable and more inclusive ways. I'm not going to go into the challenges of things like the digital divide. We have lots of lessons, obviously, that we learned in the COVID pandemic in particular, where some of our privileged institutions were able to switch to online teaching and learning in a matter of weeks, whereas other institutions took months, if not years, to actually do it meaningfully. So obviously we have to be mindful of that. But today my focus is going to be on why programs such as COIL or initiatives such as COIL are important in our context. And it's really because they can serve as alternatives, particularly, for example, for physical mobility. And that's a realization that we've had in South Africa for quite a long time. I want to briefly mention a project that was awarded funding by the European Union as part of the Erasmus Plus capacity building project, and that is the eKudu project. And I know that there are some colleagues here in the room from some of the participating universities. It was coordinated by the University of the Free State and a number of South African universities, and of course in the way that these consortia work with universities across Europe. And the aim here was to develop a contextualized South African concept of internationalization of the curriculum, which integrates collaborative online international learning, virtual exchanges as an alternative to physical mobility. So this is something that a long time ago, long before COVID, we were talking about, how can we make internationalization more inclusive, more equitable? How can more students than only the select privileged few who actually get to go on a study abroad experience, how can we spread the benefits? And I want to highlight one particular institution that was part of this consortium, Durban University of Technology, and I know that there are colleagues in the room. And just let you know that last year at DUT, they implemented 86 COIL projects across all their 6 faculties. And so this is work that didn't start yesterday. It didn't start in the wake of COVID. It started in 2013, so it's been 10 years. And they have not only integrated COIL quite comprehensively across the institution and across their academic disciplines, but they've also started to roll out professional development courses, which they are now offering to their academic staff and also staff at some of the international partner universities. DUT was in fact recognized for their efforts as a champion, I think, of COIL when they won the Global Award for Innovation and Excellence in Internationalization, which is awarded by the Association of International Education Administrators. That was in 2021. And in the same year, they were able to get a consultancy with the Association of Commonwealth Universities, where they developed a toolkit, which is open source available for virtual engagement. So in closing, colleagues, I think some of these reflections on equity and sustainability can help us reimagine internationalization of higher education, particularly our practices, but also our understandings of concepts and definitions. And of course, our practice is informed by how we define what it is that we do and what we want to achieve. So I think decolonization as a lens and digitalization as a tool are really great examples in which South African institutions can become leaders in internationalization, setting the tone instead of being on the receiving end and going along for the ride. And I think that is how we collectively start working towards impact, which in the context of this conversation, I understand to be mostly collectively driving agendas that are centered on making the world a more inclusive and socially just place for all. Thank you.
Dr. Chazi, Dr. Joey was right. So thank you very much for that. That was terrific. Thank you also for putting the pressure on us, reminding us of the costs of meeting and therefore the need to become practical in seeking impactful outcomes. Dr. Bukaru, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hackman, for your kind introduction. Vice Chancellor Kupe, Professor Maharaj, delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon. And I'm also so delighted that I've been invited and excited to be behind this podium. Just a few months ago, I was standing here, so it's very exciting. Just one clarification, in the slide you see College of Engineering. That's actually a unit within Florida International University, so I'm from Florida International University in Miami. FIU is among the top 5 largest universities in the United States. We have over 56 to 58,000 students. We are ranked among the top 50 in many of our programs. and in some programs we are ranked number 1, online, business, etc. So I just wanted to clarify this. Now, I don't know if the organizers by chance put this podium close to the door and put me at the last one, so I'm standing between you and your lunch. and I'm by the door, okay? So anyway, I'm going to, a lot had been said, and sometimes it's not a very good place to be when you are the last speaker for a session like this with all these experts. And so what I'm going to do, I'm not going to bore you with words, I'm going to bore you with numbers. And these numbers are going to put in perspective pretty much everything that has been said this morning and with this round table. But first, let me acknowledge the funding that I'm receiving from the US Embassy mission here in South Africa for a program that we are putting in place, and that's why I was here a few months ago. It's called University Partnership to Grow Administration and Education, or UPGRADE for short, and I will talk about it in a little bit. This morning, we heard the Assistant Secretary talking about the diversity of the US universities, and Dr. Lerner mentioned that too. This slide shows the number of universities in the United States and the diversity and the number of students. We have over 4,300. We heard numbers this morning about how many universities are collaborating. It's a drop in the bucket. It's almost nothing. I'm not trying to say it's not important. I'm just saying that the opportunities are tremendous. And now when you look at Africa as a continent, there are thousands of universities. I'm originally from Algeria. Algeria has over 100 universities. We have collaborations with 2. And I don't know if I don't think that any other US university is doing collaboration there. So lots of opportunities. We have to keep that in mind. Now, the work that has been going on in terms of US higher education institutions, in terms of partnership, is not something new. However, it's not something big either. So this slide here, you see that in 1923, and the picture there is from 1923, University of Delaware had an exchange program with Sorbonne in Paris. The American Council on Education does surveys, and I'm going to share those numbers with you in a minute. In 1984, most higher education institutions in the United States had no partnerships. 2012, 21% still had none. That's kind of a huge number when you're looking at thousands of these universities. 21% were starting for the first time. 48% were intensifying their partnership. 2017, that was the last survey before the 2021 survey, 13% were starting for the first time. So there is a lot of room for doing this, for collaborating, for expanding these programs. Historically, what did we focus on? We focused mostly on 2 things: the student mobility through exchange, and usually it was one way, Africa out. And then we focused a lot on cooperative development and technical assistance. That involved some higher education universities. There are a number of colleagues here, Cornell, Texas, others have been involved in this kind of projects in Africa for many years. And so that's historically, that's what we did. But we are shifting. But in order to shift, we have to ask ourselves a couple of simple questions. Can we focus on knowledge exchange rather than people? Of course, people are important because they have the knowledge, okay? To make these partnerships beneficial. And also, given what we have learned from COVID, can we turn to virtual conferencing? We know that many colleagues do not have the funds to travel. If you look around the room, I don't know, maybe it was just by invitation, but we don't represent the majority of the African universities. So those kind of things are very, very important. So can we look at another model of how we are going to develop these collaborations? Something to think about. I don't have the answer. You can take that question with you and think about it. So why is it important? I'm going to be preaching to the choir here, okay? And I'm aware of that. Preparing students for an international, interconnected world. We live today in this global economy. Our student, and I'm sure your student, for all of you here representing an academic institution, are working outside of the country where you are located. Many of them are working somewhere else. Are we preparing them enough to tackle those jobs in another culture, in another environment, a different business model, etc.? Encouraging cross-border collaboration to address global challenges. We heard this morning about climate change and some of these important matters that actually don't know any borders. Helping to change the world for the better. Dr. Lerner mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. We are now, at least in our university, and I'm sure in many others, telling our faculty that the work they have to do has to address one of the Sustainable Development Goals. It has to relate to something besides the research and all of those things that we traditionally do. So now universities are ranked based on how they're addressing the Sustainable Development Goals. And you can find these rankings if you look them up on the internet. The American Council on Education proposed a few years ago a comprehensive internationalization, and this is the only word I have problems with in English, which I don't know why, maybe because it's very close to French and I pronounce it like French. But I like your idea, Dr. Lerner, of saying globalization. It's a lot easier. Anyway, so if I say globalization, it's because I don't want to say internationalization. Anyway, so if you look at this model, there are three major areas that we have to be aware of. First of all, it has to be data-informed decision-making. By that, I mean that we have to look at our universities, we have to look where our students, where are they going? What do they need? So we have to collect that data to be able to deliver curriculums or curriculums that are appropriate for what these students are going to need to operate in the real world, and also that are going to take into account what industry needs. The second one is we have to be agile. And I will take the example of COVID in a minute. And transformation has to be part of it. We cannot, unfortunately, in many places, there is so much bureaucracy that it takes months, if not years, to change something. Well, that's not going to work because the economy moves faster than us in academia. The private sector, industry, they're not waiting for us. We have to catch up, and we have to do it fast. If look at artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of those areas that have been developed, they are moving very fast. And the third is diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is an area that is really gaining a lot of importance. You bring foreign students to the campus, or you send your students somewhere else. I worked a lot with students. I was based here in West Africa for many years, and I trained over 300 students, gave a whole bunch of scholarships, and students from all over Africa. You have to be able to understand where they're coming from, what are their needs, how they react to all of this. And then on top of that, if you take them from here and put them in the United States, you need people in the US that understand this, that understand the need. Working with people from different cultures is challenging if you want to do a good job. I worked a lot with the former republics from the Soviet Union, high-level officials, and trying to brief those guys on how to behave when they were in the United States was a huge, huge problem. But we did it. So looking, what are the things that we have to take into account? Teaching, research, service, the whole thing. Internationalization is not about one thing. It's not about we're going to teach this course and we're done. We have to take everything into account. The curriculum has to be adapted. At FIU, what we have done is we created a badge, some sort of a certificate for students. We did not change the content of the course that much, we told the professor, you have to incorporate something in your course that deals with international issues. And the student got a badge for it. So it was a lot easier than telling a professor, go change your program completely. Looking at faculty and staff support. Obviously, it was said earlier, in the US, the faculty are very independent. If you don't have their support, again, forget it. You cannot tell them this is what we're going to do and this is how it's going to be done, and you hit the table and you make them do it. You have to have their support. Mobility of faculty and students is also equally important. Seeing is believing. I can sit here and tell you about the US, and I have done it in some cases, especially with these former Soviet folks, and they never believed it. They saw it and didn't believe it. They were there, and then we have to explain to them, etc., etc. Partnerships with the private sector, with industry, are important. What is our role at the university? Train students, graduate future employees that are going to work all over the world. So we have to make sure that we are in partnerships with industry. We understand what their needs are. And above all of this, you have to have the institutional commitment and the policies that go with it and the support of the leadership. If the university leadership is not supporting this, I think Dr. Lerner said earlier about Texas, some of them are more advanced than others, etc. I think that's in some cases because the leadership is not there yet. And that's why in the numbers I showed you earlier, we're still behind. Okay, let me quickly, if you start thinking about lunch, raise your hand. I don't promise I will stop, but I'll do the best. Anyway, so what do we need? We need a strategy. But look at these numbers. From the different categories of higher education institutions, there is none that mention internationalization in their strategy. No more, I shouldn't have said none. There is no more than 60%. So 40% of them do not even mention the word in their strategy. Do you think they're going to do this? I don't think so. If you look at the overall level within the institutions and their involvement in this aspect, I said this aspect to avoid saying internationalization. Oh, you're that. 2011, 2016, the period 2016 to 20, and 2020 to 2021 during the pandemic. The green shaded boxes they have an overall level of involvement that's very high. The next one is high, moderate blue, low, and then very low. You can see from 2011 to 2016, things have not changed that much. Before we got hit with COVID, we were about the same. Few improvement, but not that much. But then when we got COVID, low and very low increased considerably. Why? Well, of course, we know it's a virus, etc., but people were not prepared. Nobody was prepared for what came. And so this is part of the strategy. We have to be prepared for things and, the technology, problems like this. And so that actually set people back a few years because of the fact that we were not prepared. However, COVID was not a bad thing in terms of collaboration. We heard again with KNUST and Texas, but if you look at this graph here, the collaboration really increased, except that it was centered China, Europe, and the United States, especially the East Coast of the United States. So it created an opportunity for people to collaborate, and they collaborated very, very quickly. There's a lot of data on which country published the highest number of papers and who they collaborated with, etc., which is very interesting to look at. We don't have time to look at it, but there is very interesting data to look at. Okay, now why do we want to do this? Like I said, the American Council for 2 minutes for lunch? Okay, no, sorry. Quickly. So there are three main reasons. The three top reasons are improving student preparedness, becoming more attractive to prospective students, and generating new revenue. Year in, year out, it's always the same reasons. And that's what, but you can see that the number one is preparing students. There is another, it's not here, I don't have it, but there is on a slide where when this question was asked of universities all over the world by another institution, the number one thing was developing collaborations. The US was improving students' preparedness. Two completely different things. Priority activities, recruiting international students, partnerships with the institutions, and internationalization of the curriculum. Really the top three. So the reason I'm showing this is we have to be cognizant of the fact, what is it that we want to do with this within our institution? Okay? Quickly here, I also want to thank the colleagues from the University of Pretoria, Chiwani, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga, and special thanks to Aber Ramuelo and Marius Klassen, who are working with me on this project that involves 4 universities. We're trying to strengthen postgraduate STEM capacity, these 4 universities, strengthening capacity and administration of STEM programs, building the sustainability of the partnership, and these are the universities we are collaborating with. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you. I hope I've been
Wonderful way to end this panel. I want to actually thank the organizers for convening such a great panel. I think very complimentary presentations. Thank you to all of you for your valuable insights and stimulating contributions, and also for sticking to time. So you have been listening now for 3.5 hours. And it's not lunchtime yet. So what I want to suggest, with your permission, is that we take as many inputs now. In a Q&A, it's very rare that we actually answer all the pertinent questions. So let's take this as a agenda setting session, which I think it was intended to be. Let's take as many inputs as we can. Questions, certainly, if you have a specific question, but remember you can also engage with the speakers over lunch and during the rest of the next 2 days. So comments are also welcome, critical reflections, agenda setting issues, and then I'm going to turn to each of you right at the end, give you each 2 minutes to just maybe summarize some take-home messages, right, for the rest of the summit. Does that sound like a plan? Please, when you speak, introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, where you're from, and we've also got an online audience, so you're going to signal to me, Musi, when there are particular inputs. Yes, please, in front.
Thank you so much for the presenters. Analysts have clearly demonstrated how internationalization and collaboration affects the achievements and activities of higher education institutions. I think, as you have, my name is Dr. Salman Abra from Ethiopia. I'm representing the Ministry of Education. I'm the CEO for Governance and Infrastructure as the Ministry of Education in Ethiopia. Internationalization is a very important instrument in enhancing the quality of education, research, and community engagement in our education institutions. In my country, Ethiopia, this part of the instrument is not well done. It's been done by universities in an arbitrary manner. It has not gained the attention and the commitment it deserves. So now we are engaging in a much more influence to affect the lives of our peoples. We understood the importance of internationalization. For any of the panelists can address my question. As far as international is concerned, it has sound rational. It sounds rational for doing it so. So in African context, what do you think would be the rationale for internationalization? Would it be cultural, political, economy, whatever? And what do you think would be the prime motives of higher education institutions, particularly in Africa, in implementing internationalization at full scale? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Quite clear question. Any other inputs or questions? Yes, over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Meyaki. I work for the National Universities Commission of Nigeria. We superintend the 221 universities in Nigeria, and from time to time we're called upon to catalyze internationalization on behalf of the system. This great audience has drawn our attention to the recognition that internationalization is a strong pillar, in expanding the frontier of knowledge. We are not in doubt as to the fact that Africa is in a very precarious, in a very disadvantaged position. And to take a cue from Dr. Joey, if Africa is to cascade, if Africa is to replicate, as it were, the all-important role of internationalization, I haven't seen a recommendation as to on whose shoulders, that dedicated structure, that machinery, for translating this new movement, this vista of opportunity, so that we're not continuously left in the dark, if we were to visit an institution who is to be held responsible. At the national policy level, who can we rely on, to be able to galvanize, this opportunities and potential for the greater benefit of Africa if we were to have a voice at all? Thank you.
Thank you. Also a clear question, and I think what's also important about that question about the policy responsibility is how we integrate across some of the policy domains we're talking about. I was very struck by Dr. Lerner's reference to public diplomacy. We've got work and policies on science diplomacy as well as on diaspora diplomacy, and one of the things we're trying to do at Future Africa is to look at how those different domains of practice actually impact on each other and strengthen. It strikes me that internationalization is a cross-cutting policy responsibility, but I'm going to come back to the experts. Yes, at the back of the room.
Hi, good day. My name is Labi Ramratan from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So internationalization has really been, in our systems for quite a long time. I think I've been involved with it for more than 2 decades with various institutions across the globe. The question that I really want to ask is, has there been a tracer study of any of these initiatives, partnership agreements to establish the outcomes of them, the benefits of them, the influences of them, and what happens to people that were involved in the partnership, so that we can get some insights in terms of how it can grow, can expand, and take new dimensions and reimagine itself. I'm not saying the same thing all the time.
Yeah, very good question. I mean, I'd also like to know where are the studies and where are the gaps in our knowledge about these footprints. So that's perhaps also a question for others in the audience to answer. Yes, right at the back. And I'll come back to you. Sorry about that.
I'm Titus. I'm too close. I'm Titus Awukushe from Michigan State University. I really appreciate the comments from the panelists. I think one of the things that really stand out to me from the various points that were made is the question about how do we do partnership in a way that meets our objectives. And we've defined some of those objectives, especially partnerships between the global north and the global south. One of the things that we've been spending a lot of time thinking about at Michigan State in terms of our engagement is how do we not just talk about equitable partnership, but how do we implement it, and now how do we do it? And we've learned that this is a very hard thing to do. We can talk about partnership, we can do partnership, but if we want to have partnership that have real impact, it needs to be equitable. If it's not equitable, it's not sustainable, and it's not going to be impactful in the way that we really want it to be. So a couple of things that we've learned that are really necessary and fundamental to having equitable partnership is transparency, co-creation of ideas, and also mutual respect, which means that we can learn from each other, not a one-way type of learning. But even though we've identified those things as being very important, we find that these are really hard to work out in practice, especially when there are gaps in capacity and skills and experience and level of socioeconomic abilities between the institutions or individuals who are partnering with each other. So one point I want to make to this audience is that in the conversations we have in the next 2 days and beyond, that we need to work more collaboratively in figuring out how to do this better in practice.
Thank you. Thank you. I like your list. I think we can expand. I think, Dr. Joey, you would immediately add common purpose to the list of what makes for good, equitable partners. But certainly it's good to think through those key characteristics. Coming to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Lucas Mkuti, and I am a Deputy Vice Chancellor, Universidade Joaquim Chissano in Maputo, Mozambique. And I would like to reflect on African languages. In the 1960s, at a meeting of African writers at Makerere University, a question was raised about African languages. They were asking themselves, what language should they use to write literature in Africa? Did they want to write it in English or in African languages? And today, Dr. James Otieno also brings up the same question to us, that as we partner in the world, we have to think about African languages. We've got Kiswahili, which is starting now to expand, but we've got also isiZulu, isiXhosa, Igbo, Hausa, Bemba, and all other languages. So how are we going to take Africa forward as we collaborate with other nations? Another question is about inclusion. Dr. Samia Chisa asked an important question, which is, how can we make internationalization inclusive? Indeed, in Southern Africa, we have 2 countries that speak Portuguese, that have adopted Portuguese as their language of education and as a national language, Mozambique and Angola. And I'm from Mozambique, yes, I represent Mozambique, but I don't see much of that collaboration with these countries. So if we have to expand this idea of collaboration, idea of partnership, I think we have to include these countries, to include these universities, so that we get to know ourselves even better and work even better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really important issue. So we're going to go to our online audience. Missy, you've got some questions or comments?
Yes. Thanks, Dr. Hartman. So I've got 4 questions that have filtered through online. The first one that I have is, as a PhD student outside the University of Pretoria, how might one be assisted with networking and establishing long-lasting relationships with colleagues in the United States? Right. The second one I have is, how can the United States, Africa and UPI Summit and similar forums foster support for students who may have applied for scholarships, such as the MasterCard Foundation Scholarship, that are now no longer able to provide that financial support? Thirdly, and this could be for our our African delegates, is how can we assist students to get access to scholarships studying in Africa? And lastly, lastly, what we have is more of an ICT-related question, is how are we aggressively intervening in the low utilization of ICT in the light of high costs of internet connectivity and juxtaposed with exponential increase of cyber threats and platform compromise?
Thank you for sharing those, and let's hope that it's hard to address questions to an online audience, but let's hope we can get some feedback from you on those important questions. So I've got one more intervention here, and then I'm looking for one. Oh, now it's starting. I'm going to go right to the back, and then I'm going to turn back to our speakers. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Patrick Maluki from the University of Nairobi. I'm really excited to be in this summit because it's creating a lot of awareness. I want to say it is my first time to actually participate, and I'm impressed because the ideas are very useful, practical. However, a number of impediments actually exist that stop the necessary engagement between U.S. institution of higher learning and African institution. And one of it is actually awareness. I'll be very honest to say that very few universities in Africa are really exposed to the necessary information that they can utilize and use to create linkages. And for that reason, because of ignorance, then of course they don't take advantage of the opportunity that exists. And I think this forum is very important and should have one of the strategy, which is information creating, so that many African universities can really take advantage of the opportunities. I want to underscore the new initiative of establishing the Africa Centers for the Study of United States of America, because if we are really to take advantage of what exists in the US, then we need to understand the American society. We need to understand the American state. And therefore, I think this is one of the very easy way of actually mainstreaming and scaling up the initiative, because these centers can act as one-stop shop for all the information, data that's available, the universities in the US. I want to say, I think I'm the new kid in the block that we established our Africa Center for the Study of the US at the University of Nairobi last year in November. And I'm the chairman of the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies. I look forward to a lot of collaboration. Please hold my hand. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right, final input from the back.
Good afternoon. I'm Ritu Mabukela, Vice Provost for International Affairs and Global Strategies at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. The question really stems from the presentation that Dr. Lerner did regarding the work in Texas. And one of the challenges that many U.S. higher education institutions, especially public institutions, have been dealing with is the declining funding from the state. And that seems to have fueled an appetite for an over-reliance on international students as a source of income to really meet those declining state budgets. So I'm just curious to find out from the panel and from other colleagues, how do we engage students from the Global South, where we know that funding can be a real impediment and a real issue to support and sustain some of the initiatives that have been articulated? And if we're really trying to ensure that we're being inclusive in our international efforts to incorporate those students, how do we address particularly that appetite for utilizing international students, frankly, as to help us balance our checkbooks?
Wonderful, thank you very much. So thank you all for those inputs. I literally meant 2 minutes each, and then with the understanding that there will be engagement over lunch, further engagement. May I change the order and start with you, Dr. Booker? Yeah?
Okay. The question, is it working?
It's on.
Oh, okay, thank you. The question about, from the audience online, assisting in developing networks? I think that's a very easy question to answer. Today with the internet, all you have to do is go to the university that you are interested in, figure out who is the professor that's working in your area, shoot them an email. It's as simple as that. And I'm sure they will respond. The same thing goes with the question. We have done it many times. I'm speaking from experience. We have done it. I have a colleague here at UP, wanted a student to come to FIU. In less than an hour, that student was talking to the program director. But that student did her homework. She told me which professor she wants to work with. Put her in contact with the professor. So it works. I've done that with students from France, Italy, from a couple of countries here on the continent. Now, the question about the declining funding, I can speak for FIU. 99% of our PhD students have either research assistantships or graduate assistantships. So we're looking for students. If anybody is interested, let me know. In the College of Engineering and many of our colleges. You're not going to find these on the internet. You'll find the postdocs on the internet, but you're not going to find the graduate program on the internet. I'm talking about the availability. That's where this idea of going on the website, doing research, professor, identifying professor, area of research, we put you in contact with them. That's how they get their students. They don't get them by advertising on the website. They get them by word of mouth. And like I said, in our college, we have hundreds of graduate students. They're all supported. Thank you.
It reminds me, are we going to get access to the presentations? Yes. We will. I hope your email address is on yours, Dr. Bukaru, because you're going to be receiving some messages, I'm sure. Right. Good.
Whether it's here or there. If a student is interested and they're good, it's very obviously competitive. But we will talk directly to the prof, we'll put them in contact with that professor. But they have to do the work. That's what I tell them. We're not doing the work for them. We could.
I hear yeses in the audience. Good. Dr. Chazi,
Yes,
take homes.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of things touching on some of the issues that were mentioned without going into any level of detail, obviously. Policy, I think that was a very, very important point. And in fact, we sit in South Africa with institutions that have internationalized and have been involved in internationalization since the end of apartheid, really. Also before that, of course, universities had international linkages, but in the way that we talk about it today as internationalization of higher education, that's mostly happened since the end of apartheid in 1994. But only in 2020 did our Department of Higher Education and Training, our ministry, actually publish the first national internationalization policy framework. And so that was quite an important moment because, of course, universities now have to, those who had institutional strategies have to now see, how are they aligned with the national policy. So that is, of course, something very important. And perhaps just to link to what you said, Heide, about I think we are fortunate in South Africa in the sense that two of our core ministries merged, higher education and what used to be Department of Science and Technology, now it's the Ministry of the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And so that actually allows us also to have very interesting conversations about the role of internationalization and innovation, science and science diplomacy is one of the things that you mentioned. Another group of institutions that I think we need to take collectively very seriously is funders. And really start talking about, with funding institutions, because very often you will see you want to engage in a partnership, you kind of know how you can make it work, but it doesn't fit in the parameters of the funding instrument. And when I did my research on partnerships, one of the participants said, I don't apply for EU funding anymore. It's just, it doesn't allow me to actually do research. All I'm required is to do, write the reports, and it's all very rigid formulas that I have to apply, etc., etc. But that, of course, are choices that not all of us are privileged enough to make. Also for the sharing, I know that there are people here, for example, and I know you've already been mentioned, the Alliance for African Partnership, conducting very important research on equity and sustainability in partnerships. Hopefully that will be shared. Anybody who is aware of what works really well should also be encouraged, and maybe this is something that can come out of the summit, some sort of a a repository, for lack of a better word, of examples that work well. Also linked to that question about have there been studies, have there been tracer studies, I think you mentioned, and yes, there are a few engagements specifically from a South African context. There was a tracer study, for example, on the Erasmus Mundus program, which was a big program funded by the EU in South Africa. There were also particular programs funded by particular countries. The Norwegians, for example, had a big program, SUNTED, in Southern Africa, South Africa, Namibia, Mozambique, and other countries. And there are a few of those studies that are available. But I think it's important that we encourage our students, especially the ones also online, and our institutions, our colleagues, professionals and academics, to take on these topics that we are discussing and actually do the research, because that is something that we really still need to do. And perhaps as a take-home message, linking again to the decolonial lens, I think we really have to acknowledge that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to internationalization. And in fact, we have to accept that there are pluralistic, and in fact, not just accept it, but encourage pluralistic understandings of how we engage, not always look for a blueprint of how is this going to work, because we need to engage with each individual partner in their context to find out what works. And that also means that we sometimes, yes, we strive for a common purpose, but what that means for you and I could be very different. And that's something that we have to invest in discussing and then designing programs, designing partnership projects that serve everybody's needs.
Wonderful, thank you very much. A quick yes or no answer. Is an association like yours linked to the International Association of Universities?
Yes, we are an affiliate member.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Dr. Lerner.
Well, these are really great and same time, hard to find answers for. I want to start with, how do we do partnerships in a way that meets our objectives? I think that was one of the questions. And I just want to pose the idea that perhaps intra-regional exchange is really where we need to be focusing. I mean, it gets at the climate change issue from flying all over the world, but students don't want, in the United States, students don't want to go to Mexico and they don't want to go to Canada. They want to go as far away as they can. They want to get the greatest experience of their lives. And they want to get away from, what they think is home. But the truth is, we could generate a far more exchanges. We have so much commonality sharing. We have shared global problems, shared issues that we have to confront together in our geographic regions. But this is a conference about U.S.-Africa partnerships, and I just posit that maybe we need to rethink what the definition of success is for these collaborations. Samia talked about COIL. COIL has been something that I have been supporting since I was working in the United States Senate. And not necessarily because it's a replacement for in-person study abroad. It is a tool of globalization of your curriculum. It is a tool for teaching. It does happen to allow students who also can't go on an in-person study abroad to have some kind of experience with somebody from another culture and gain the confidence to talk to someone and actually raise their opinion in a group setting where they're not certain of how it's going to be received. That's a great way to get that started. But why can't we think of globalizing our curriculum through for globalized classrooms as a real success story? Really infusing that in our universities. And granted, and there are low bandwidth options there. But I also think that we might think about what we're really striving toward when we think about the success of our exchanges. For the Illinois question, it's so hard. Funding is the real problem. But in the United States, I don't know if you all know this, but in the United States, we're facing an enrollment cliff. The number of graduating students in our high school classes is about to go a lot less. It's about to decline. And so, universities that find a way to have an attractive offering for international students, it doesn't have to be the top paying international students, but we can get butts and seats. And that's a good thing. The other thing that we've really been exploring ourselves is partnerships with, say, in countries like Nigeria, where your first 2 years, and this is lots of countries want this, your first 2 years are online or in country. And then they're only having to pay for the last 2 years, but you can also have a tuition, if you have the ability to do this, that is priced for that market, that is off campus and priced for that market. So I think that there are some creative solutions to explore. It takes your university leadership actually wanting to do that, and that is not always where they see their priority. And I'm sorry, give me one more second, which is oftentimes globalization comes from understanding the application of something you're doing at home that you never really thought had global application. And that really fits where your research is happening, where dollars are, you already have dollars. So can I give a really, really quick example, which is we have a university that sits on the Gulf of Mexico and has this tripartite, almost like a treaty with Cuba. We do not have good diplomatic relations with Cuba. We have Cuba, Mexico, and Texas. They are working together to jointly study the sustainability of the Gulf of Mexico. And when I heard that, I thought, that has huge international application. Let's get this out there. They never thought about it. It just took someone saying, that is something that can be transposed other places. And so, and they're already doing it. And they don't need additional funding for that. So I close with that.
Thank you so much, Amodi.
You're on.
Yeah, quite a number of the issues have already been addressed. I'll just pick some of the ones where I think I may make some additional contributions. One of the questions was about where are the studies, what is the evidence we have about internationalization. And I think that is part of the reason why our network was actually established. There wasn't much productivity in terms of research outcomes on internationalization. And we started as a network of young scholars who could now continue doing research on internationalization. We've done a number of book series on the same issue, and we've done quite some publications, but it's not, it's still just a little drop in the ocean. So I think quite a lot of effort should be still put onto critical and academic engagement with internationalization. Unfortunately, there isn't so much support going in terms of financial support for researchers in this area, but I think that's an important area where we need to develop still more expertise and develop more scholars to enable us broaden our understandings of the same. There was the issue on how we can develop partnerships which meet our objectives. And it relates to the issue that Professor Mabukela has just raised about funding, because internationalization goes a lot with funding. And most of our African institutions do not have budgets for their international offices. They only have budgets to meet the salaries of the few staff who are there, but they are then tasked to mobilize resources for their activities. So, and that cannot meet your strategy. So if you have a strategy for internationalization which is not budgeted for and funded, then you will not shoot where you want to go. So I think institutions, I know it's a challenge, but maybe one of the ways is to allocate funds for implementing their internationalization strategies. And that relates to some of the challenges and the risks that we identified. It's partly because we are not well coordinated. We have not coordinated ourselves or organized ourselves in a better way to actually deal with those issues. It relates again to the question about policy that my colleague from the NUC mentioned. And the policy area can also be addressed from different levels. Like within the African context, we have the 2063 agenda of the African Union, the CESA. That is the overarching framework for the continent. And then we have the regional economic communities like the EAC where I work. How do we relate or align our educational interventions to CESA and the 2063 agenda? Then it comes to the national level, including the institution level, where we may have even a country with the differentiated higher education systems where the strategy of University A with regard to internationalization may be very different from the University B, but at the end of the day, they contribute to addressing that overall goal. Within the continent currently, there are a number of efforts going on where NUC, the former executive secretary, Professor Okebukola, is assisting us. We are working together in a committee to work on a continental accreditation agency, a number of qualifications frameworks at the regional and continental level to enable mobility and transfer of credits within the continent to be much easier. And for the East African region where I work, I see you are looking at the clock. We have declared the region a common higher education area with a number of centers of excellence in universities which have strength. So as a region, we have dedicated certain institutions which have strength to enable us as a region to collectively train people in those centers and areas. The issue of language, I'd already mentioned a bit about it, and I think it is time. When we go to some of our meetings as a region, we see a lot of interest in Tanzania. When they retreat to discuss as a country, they discuss in Kiswahili. Kenya, Uganda, others we discuss in English, and we do not have a local language that we can even talk through as colleagues, as a region, as East Africa, as Africa. Let me just leave it at that because of time. Thank you so much.
Dr. Joey, so I want to thank all of you for your work, your wisdom, and for the time you've made to come and share that with us, colleagues. It is lunchtime. Thank you for being with us.
Yes, that's correct, Tutu. Lisa Coleman. Okay. Okay, is this on? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting with our second session, and I've been asked to start. I thought some people were having lunch, but they will use the other door. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Petiwe Matutu. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Universities South Africa. I'll start by introducing the organization that I work for, Universities South Africa. It's a representative body of the 26 public universities in South Africa. And the board of the University of South Africa are all the vice chancellors of these 26 universities. So as a group of universities, we play quite a significant role in areas such as internationalization, in areas where we have to collaborate and share, be it platforms, be it infrastructure or ideas among ourselves, and the programs that we run as Universities South Africa. And those programs are funded by our government, and we tend to have international partners in running those programs. So I'll mention Higher Education Leadership Management Program, which is funded by the Department of Higher Education and Training. And we do have partnerships in the US where we share information on those areas. Also, I'll mention another one, the EDU, which is the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education. That program is funded by the Department of Higher Education and Training as well. And it's about ensuring that we drive entrepreneurship within the higher education sector locally at a student level, at academic level, that means your teaching and research, and at the same time at institutional level, ensuring that our institutions are entrepreneurial, they increase the third stream income, and at the same time they are enablers for entrepreneurship for both students and academics. I'll mention a third one, where we are supported by the Department of Science and Innovation. This one is for early career researchers. Firstly, the department funded University of South Africa to investigate what the key issues are pertaining to the early career researchers countrywide. And that research was completed, the gaps were identified. We are in the process now of establishing a platform where there will be sharing of resources. This platform will be shared, providing issues such as mentorship, resources that need to be shared, and so on. So looking at a situation such as this one, where we are identifying that the partnerships are quite strong, but they are not well coordinated, I would like to plead our key stakeholders and partners to involve and include Universities South Africa in coming up with those solutions of having a much more coordinated partnership, considering that representatives here are from our universities. So coming on to the topic of this session, the drivers of technology and innovation. We've got such a high-powered panel here. And the key issue here is that looking at the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development Goals, it recognizes the centrality of science, technology, innovation in coming up with solutions that would address some of the key goals or some of the key challenges that we face at a global level. So education is considered to be one of the enablers, and particularly higher education, in terms of driving science, technology, innovation within a number of areas of missions of higher education institutions globally, including teaching and learning, including research, and including engagement with society. So we expect that science, technology, innovation get driven through higher education institutions in trying to provide the kind of missions, or at least address the missions that they are set there for. And in so doing, it becomes important to highlight the partnerships that are supposed to be there and the quadruple innovation helix, which would include government work, particularly in policy development to promote innovation and development, civil society, the private sector, and of course, together with universities. So we expect that with the kind of interaction, collaboration, partnerships among the four stakeholders, it becomes important or possible to address the key challenges that are faced and ultimately contribute to socio-economic impact. So within these relations, within these partnerships, there has been a new area of focus where we talk about the science for society. Others talk about science engagement. And within that, the importance of getting the relationships or the partnerships, be it among the stakeholders that I've mentioned or between any of them, it is so critical. We speak in this conference about sustainable partnerships which are equitable. So that becomes important not only to the funders or to the people who carry out research, but among the parties which contribute to the quadruple helix in order to advance technology and innovation. And we know that by technology and innovation, we can talk about social innovation, or we include social innovation. So let's not just focus on that and think that we're talking about the technology. So in today's area, we focus on the collaboration between the US and Africa. For example, the new digital transformation with Africa, and the questions to be explored, of course, in today's session will include how do we characterize the role of universities within the quadruple innovation helix framework? How can models of US-South Africa higher education partnerships be useful in understanding and promoting technology and innovation? What strategies can be adopted to promote science for society within US-Africa higher education partnerships? And on that note, colleagues, I would like to introduce the panel members. We have been asked not to read their bios. I'm so tempted to read the bio of my former boss, Dr. Phil Mjwara. The first speaker is going to be Dr. Phil Mjwara, the Director General of the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. And he will take 15 minutes in his presentation. The second speaker is Dr. Tafere Melako Yalem, the president of Deborah Marcos University in Ethiopia. The third speaker is going to join us online. It's Dr. Lisa Coleman, the Senior Vice President, Global Inclusion and Strategic Innovation, New York University, United States of America. And finally, we have Professor Tsidi Mohapela, the Acting Director, Center for Entrepreneurship, Rapid Incubator, from the Rhodes Business School, Rhodes University, South Africa, the most important university in the country. People in this panel will understand why I say so. So on that note, colleagues, I will hand over to Dr. Mjwara.
Thanks very much, Dr. Matutu. I hope the presentation will be loaded, and then I'll be able to take you through my 15 minutes of what I'd like to share with you. I am protesting Professor Tabana Kupe. I wasn't invited for lunch, so I'm very hungry. So if I sort of stop before the end of my last slide, you will know that this chap is hungry. He didn't eat. All right, so what would I like to talk about? I've taken the brief, Dr. Matutu, Program Director. I will be in the examples that I'm going to show you. I want to use examples to indicate how in South Africa we see the drivers of technology and innovation. I will start by just sharing with you a journey that we have embarked on in South Africa to support technology development and innovation. We think it's extremely important because we believe it doesn't happen organically. There must be some policy direction that government provides. I will say a few words about examples where we've supported commercialization of publicly funded intellectual property that we've developed in the last 10 or so years. Some of them are fully fledged businesses, and we are now trying to track the tax they are paying, the amount of people they are employing, and whether they are helping us with the balance of payment in South Africa. So again, it will be examples. I won't go through the details, but I hope in 15 minutes you will have a flavor of what I'm talking about. We also think that there is a lot of innovation in modernizing existing sectors. In South Africa, mining is a very important sector, so I'm going to give you an example of how the work of the universities and science councils, together with the private sector, have come together to look at how we can modernize mining. We believe that if we don't do that, you will be left behind, and it contributes a significant amount of GDP to the country. And then I'll give you one or two examples in the work we're doing in the health and in the energy sectors. And then in doing that, I hope I'll be addressing the role of higher education, which would be central to all of these examples that I'll be giving you. I will be also highlighting, maybe not directly, sources of innovation. In our decadal plan, we've identified these as being the modernization of sectors. We've identified them in the digitalization, as well as circular economy. I'll give you an example of circular economy. And then the issue of quadruple helix will not come directly, but I will mention it in the conversations and how we've asked to come in the discussion of the just transition and how it impacts people. So around about 2008, we decided to have an intellectual property rights from Publicly Financed Research and Development Act, which was signed by the president. It's essentially an act that says to publicly funded recipients, if you get money from government, you have the obligation to put measures to protect intellectual property. The universities, but not the people in the room in South African universities, they hated us for doing this because they thought that they were going to lose a lot of contracts from the private sector. I am happy to, over coffee, dinner, and wine, to check from my university friends, the new ones, not the ones who were there at the time, how they feel about this at this point in time. We established an agency, Technology Innovation Agency, whose mandate was to then work with these publicly financed institutions to provide funding to take ideas across the value chain. We also established the National Intellectual Property Management Office, popularly known as NIPMO, that has provided support to the offices of technology transfer in these publicly financed institutions. So what has happened since that time? We've conducted 2 surveys, one between 2008 and another one 2014, and you can see the number of institutions that participated in the survey, and the second one 2014-2018, and again you can see the number of institutions participated, and we are extremely grateful to the institutions for their participation. If you look at the left-hand side, you will see that we have started to quantify the returns that have come out of this policy package that I've shared with you. We are tracking the number of licenses that have been concluded, the revenue that is coming to the institutions. But what we would like to do in the third round of survey is to look at returns that include the money that comes to the institutions, the impacts that include socioeconomic needs that have been addressed by this market institutional brand, and securing more students, and so forth and so forth. On the right-hand side, it's just input numbers that we are tracking in terms of the support that government is providing to these public institutions to manage IP. It doesn't come for free, and we also try and track the different types of IP protection in the clinical trials and in the research development broadly. But what I'd like to focus attention on is this slide. What you will see in this slide on the left-hand side is what is happening inside these offices of technology transfer and the functions. Sometimes they don't call themselves offices of technology transfer. So we are very happy with the fact that we have generated approximately 55 startup companies from the higher education institutions. We also note that it's only 4 institutions that seem to be able to generate these startup companies. Because the survey, when the forms are filled, is anonymous, we're not supposed to know which those universities are. But again, if you give me a glass of wine, I think I can guess which ones those universities are. This is a good thing, but we have over 23 universities, Dr. Matu, 26. So it's a very small number. But already we're having a sense that it's those institutions that are really strong in research. That's the correlation that we have made. And then the other things that you'll pick up here, without the numbers in terms of the revenue that is going into these institutions, is that we have generated a certain number of startup companies, and they've been, if you like, existing for quite a large period of time. So in other words, it's not startups that started 4 or 5 years ago, and they have now disappeared. So the first message, therefore, is that the institutions that are supported through the policy initiative that as government we've put in place, it seems to be working, and we are learning some lessons from this. And then the second instrument that we introduced an instrument called the Innovation Fund. And these are some of the companies that we now have generated. So if you want to know what is the flavor of those spin-out companies, this is where we give you that flavor. The first one is a company called Artisan Biomed. This is a company that is now generating revenue. We took a position to invest in what is generally known in life sciences omics platforms. So these are those platforms that help you in the I think it's for precision medicine related activities. So it is as a result of that investment that we now have a company that is looking at these opportunities in precision medicine. And again, without going into the detail, you can see the amount of money that they are beginning to generate. Impulse, again, it's a company that is doing clinical trials and scaling up production and marketing, trading. This is something which has been appreciated by the Red Cross in the medical devices work that we funded across a number of institutions. And then Cape Biopharm is a spin-out company out of the Council for Scientific Research that during COVID was very, very quick to produce reagents that were used as part of the COVID work. So all of these spin-out companies are as a result of future identification of science and technology platforms that led to these companies, and they are now making money. Stone 3 is another company. This is a company that can monitor what is happening in a mine in Chile. And they've set up this company that have got sensors, and then they are able remotely to tell whether the mine is in production and it's operating in all aspects of the mine the way that it should. This is an investment which comes from the universities and the partnership that we have in building our square kilometer array. So these are young people who have been using data analytics as part of developing the data analytics from data in the radio astronomy field. And again, we're starting to track the revenues that are generated by this. This is for us in engaging with our treasury to say investment in science is producing things that they can relate to. And then Hypernova Space Technologies is a company that is involved in the production of CUBE satellites. We have a constellation in South Africa that is orbiting, and it helps us to monitor illegal fishing on our course. So the companies, therefore, have been in the market addressing societal problems. The third example of what I'd like to share with you is a program of modernizing mining. This is a program between, as you can see, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, one of our science councils, the Mining Equipment Manufacturers Industry Association, Mine Ventilation Society of South Africa, Civil Society. And also, if you want an example of a quadruple helix, Dr. Matutu, here it is, where we have developed the needs. We've said to the industry, what are your needs? And we've put together a group of public institutions to address the needs, taking into account that the mining of the future will definitely not be the same as the mining of 100 years ago. I won't go through this in much more detail, but we have seen an increase in, through this program called Collaborative Program in Additive Manufacturing, an increase in medium-sized additive manufacturing printers in South Africa that are coming out of this research. And in fact, a couple of weeks ago, we had launched a 3D printing for housing in partnership with one of the universities. And then we have a number of new capabilities that we have developed and defined in order to address this particular need. And we have a spin-out company called Additive Solutions that already sold 5 of these machines. And then in the health area, we, since COVID and the lessons South Africa learned out of COVID, we are of the opinion that if you look at the universities and the public institutions we have, it's possible for South Africa to get involved in local manufacturing of vaccines. Of course, vaccines on their own are not sustainable in terms of funding. You need to have them as part of your health innovation program. But nevertheless, we've identified 4 platforms, the mRNA platform, the VLP, virus-like particles, inactivated pathogen, and conjugated vaccines. This is because we looked at the list of the vaccines that we use in South Africa for what is called expanded program for vaccines. And the majority of these vaccines are based on these platforms. And already, as you would all know, We have an mRNA hub in Cape Town that brings together a number of public institutions that are developing the ingredients that are being used in the vaccine. So it's not only COVID vaccine that we're targeting. In fact, they've started to look at a vaccine in the HIV area using the mRNA platform. And then, of course, we've completed our vaccine strategy. And these are a number of vaccines in the human area that are being developed by a number of institutions in South Africa, UCT, BioVac, CSIR. Another exciting work from an investment that was targeted called the Center of Excellence for Biomedical TB Research. They have just found and developed an improved BCG vaccine that needs to be scaled up and progressed to bioequivalent studies. So we are very, very excited, but all these sources of innovation that are addressing societal needs are as a result of investments that we've made in the public sector. The last example I want to show you is an example where in 2009, we took a position in South Africa that with the platinum reserves that we have, unless we are able to add value to them, we are not doing justice to society. So we set up 3 centers of competence at the Northwest University and CSIR, UCT and Mintech and UWC, and you can see where their focus is. The other one is integrating the systems and validate whether the fuel cells are working. The second one at Mintech, because of the catalysis knowledge that we have in South Africa, working with Sasol on converting coal into liquid fuels, electrolyzers, as well as catalysts and the membrane electrode assembly, and then renewable energy storage and infrastructure. So these were deliberately targeted and chosen to build capacity over this period of time in the time frame that we had taken at that time. So we started off by recruiting mission-critical staff. We established these centers, we identified initial markets, and then first pre-commercialization technologies. And then over a period of time, we started to demonstrate and validate the technologies in this area, and we are now in the last phase of commercialization of this work. And these are examples of products that, as a result of carefully chosen establishment of these centers we have. I'm not going to go through them in detail, except for one highlight on the right-hand side where you see the hospital. During COVID, we needed to provide energy in hospitals because the hospitals in certain instances couldn't handle the number of patients. So this is a field hospital in one military hospital not far from here, where we provided energy in this tent hospital that was on the side. And in fact, at that time, because of the electricity challenges in South Africa that we have, they were even in the hospital getting more electricity from the fuel cell that we had produced than the main electricity from Eskom. But in the schools, we've been demonstrating this. Forklift in a mining area, we've been doing this. So what we have now done is we've developed a hydrogen society roadmap that maps out how we're going to take this technology into the market. I don't expect you to read this slide in much more detail, but we're looking at stationary applications, for driving mobility. We're looking at how we can mobilize resources for the commercialization of such work. So you can see here, each department has been given a responsibility to commercialize this. And what we have done as part of this work is we've identified something which we call Hydrogen Valley. This is a region starting from on the east side in Durban, all the way to Johannesburg and all the way to Mogalakwena, where we want to target applications of fuel cells as part of bringing the price down, but demonstrating and validating technology. We were very, very lucky to work with mining houses that are mining platinum. One of them recently converted, if you know, these big trucks in the mine that take what is being mined into processing, Anglo American, and they converted this truck from diesel and is now a hydrogen fuel cell driven truck. So we continue to look at other applications in this area. And then the last example that I wanted to show you, which you should be proud of, this is something which we call a Coal CO2 to X program. So what we do here is we go to a plant, and we were in Dwaalboom on the northwest, where we worked with a cement factory. We take flue gas from the plant, and then we inject green hydrogen, and then we produce ammonia and fertilizer. So you're taking flue gas that would go into the atmosphere and pollute, and then you're using that as a source of new products. And we are on the verge of putting this in a number of coal plants in South Africa as part of what we call circular economy. So I hope I've been able to convince you that investment in universities is worthwhile. And as I say, I hope also met the 3 areas of what you wanted us to do in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG, for that overarching view presentation. And for those of us who were there when you had to present the policy alone without the results, it's quite encouraging to see the results right now. Over to you, Dr. Ayala.
Your Excellency, Professor Tawana Kube, Vice Chancellor and Principal, University of Pretoria, all distinguished guests, all protocols reserved, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm privileged to be here, and I really appreciate the University of Pretoria and the US Embassy to South Africa for organizing this high-level summit. Actually, I'm tasked to talk about technology and innovation, but I will try to use PyBuild itself to share my reflections, because I strongly believe that PyBuild is an exemplary partnership, and it's the best strategy for innovation and technology. The partner institutions were from the US, Indiana University, Ivy Tech Community College, and the other 2 from Ethiopia, Bahar Dar and Deborah Marcos University. As you know, unemployment is a great challenge for this world now than ever before. However, for my country, it's becoming a disaster. The unemployment rate is very shocking. It's becoming a national security issue. And most of our university graduates are unemployed. So it's becoming another source of conflict for my country. So I strongly believe that entrepreneurship is a must. And our graduates should be job creators, innovators, and entrepreneurs. And as I see from the PyBuild can be an engine for innovation and entrepreneurship, because it has already made a great difference. With the PyBuild, we tried to establish first incubation centers, innovation centers. We have already established 3 rooms at Deborah Marcos University, 1 for females, and 2 at Bahar Dar University. And there was a training for both faculty members and for trainees, particularly for graduates. And 36 faculty members from Bahar Dar University and as well as Deborah Marcos University were made to take the training, the TUT training. And the training for graduates has 2 phases. The first one is pre-acceleration training. And there was an open call. And the applicants were in thousands. However, because of scarcity of resource, only 98 young entrepreneurs benefited from the project. And we used 8 modules for the training, and 78 business ideas were proposed by the young entrepreneurs, innovators. And during the acceleration training, 50 young innovators benefited, and we used 4 modules, and 34 business ideas were proposed by young innovators. And each graduate, each innovator is supposed to make his own presentation, he's supposed to make his own defense in the process of the training, and his idea is evaluated and judged by his mentors and as well as judges. And seed money was awarded for their business ideas. And Pivot had potential impact on young people in Bahar Dar Darul Marcos corridor because it created great opportunities for young innovators and entrepreneurs in the corridor to prepare themselves as new job creators. It helped them to change their own lives as well as the lives of others in the community. For example, they brought really these business ideas, Yegojam pizza from teff, the common crop in Ethiopia, one card system, local edge project, it's a local drink. They have already brought these business ideas. And these are the productions. And that one is the mayor of Darul Marcos University, because we are working closely with the local administration. And these are the innovators that were awarded. And there was a national competition in innovation and entrepreneurship that was organized by the Ministry of Labor and Skills in collaboration with UNDP and MasterCard Foundation. And the applicants were thousands in number, and the competition had multiple stages, including semi-final, quarter. And out of 30 national awardees, 6 of them were from Darul Marcos University. How Pivot is impactful. Out of 30 national awardees, 6 of them were from Darul Marcos University. It's a huge number. So I believe that Pivot is a perfect playground for young innovators. It's a perfect playground for young innovators. So it's more practical. So we have to have more projects like Pivot if we want to make a difference in our institutions, because there are so many graduates who are unemployed, and that would be a great challenge for this world. And this one is the woman is the Minister of Labor and Skills, and that one is the State Minister, because we are working with the ministers. And we are closely working with stakeholders. Many stakeholders have already been engaged in implementing this project, and we have had more consultative workshops. Because I have already brought so many pictures because I believe that pictures can speak louder than words. Probably. And this is a young innovator. He tried to produce charcoal from solid waste survival. He has a great vision. He wants to see a clean city in his city. It's a non-smoky, it's environmentally friendly. So if we give more opportunities for young people, I think they do have their own ideas. They can be more innovators. They can contribute more for the environment. And we do have dissemination strategies. We have already drafted 7 modules for adaptation by Darul Marcos University and Bahar Dar University and other Ethiopian higher education institutions. And we are going to make use of these modules for other universities. And we do have 8 pre-accelerator and accelerator modules. And we have already got so many lessons from this partnership. I think partnership is not a matter of getting some money from the US or somewhere else. For example, we have already learned reconciling cultural norms and experience levels in terms of time management, dedication, teamwork, project management meetings, communication, and working style. We have already learned more about accessibility. We are more sensitive than ever before about people with disabilities. And we have already learned about flexibility. This project was originally planned for in-person engagement between the Ethiopian and US partners. Unfortunately, COVID-19 broke out, but we never gave up due to COVID-19. So we try to implement this project virtually. So we have already learned flexibility. And we have already learned about sharing experience, continuous monitoring. It's a very cliche word, but we better understood that what monitoring means. We had a weekly meeting among project coordinators. We would have continuous follow-up and supervision from the top management. And there was frequent monitoring visits from the US Embassy. They are real diplomats, and they are very cooperative, and they are very supportive. And we have already learned about demonstrated leadership and partnership from the US Embassy, and capacity for sustainability. And we learned new skills and knowledge in the area of project management, time management, as I have already mentioned, and we improved our skills and knowledge in the areas of procurement rules and regulations, incubation center establishment, teamwork, commitment, and collaboration. And I do have many thanks for these institutions, for the US Embassy, Indiana University, particularly Dr. Teshoma, Dr. Seni, and from the US Embassy, Rutan, Douglas, Gideon Stewart. And I do have also many thanks to Ivy Tech Community College, and the meal, particularly for Andy. He's a perfect trainer. And I do have also thanks to leaders and administrators from other universities, because they were highly engaged in implementing this project, and for project coordinators, administrators, and for the trainers and judges from the two institutions, and even for young innovators and entrepreneurs, because they have already showed their own skills, their own innovation skills. Thank you very much. If we work together, we can make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yali, for that case study of the partnership between the United States and Africa, in that Pi Belt project, which combines innovation together with entrepreneurship. It would be very useful to share some of these courses which have been developed, so that we don't reinvent the wheel. On that note, colleagues, Professor Moapela will follow with her presentation.
Good.
Sorry, it's going to be Dr. Coleman first. Yes, we are. Can we connect? Sorry. Otherwise, it's going to be... Oh, okay. Dr. Coleman, you are fine, and we can see you now. Just put on your mic. It's on mute now.
Okay. You
Wonderful.
can see me now?
Yes, thank
Great.
you very much. You can go ahead.
All right, thank you. And I'm just going to show my slideshow. So hello, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there in person with you all. I want to thank everyone, including it's a pleasure to be on this panel with my fellow presenters. Of course, thank you to Excellency, thank you to Tawana Kupe, and thank you to everyone behind the scenes who's organized this summit. I'm very, very happy, and my colleague is there with you all, Dr. Karen Jackson Weaver. So I'm going to go through my slides relatively quickly and talk about a few things that we're doing at New York University. As was said before, I am the Senior Vice President for Global Inclusion and Strategic Innovation at NYU. I report to the President. And what that means is I do a lot of work in really thinking about how do we bridge across this idea of global partnerships, inclusion, and what does that look like across NYU? NYU is the most international institution in the United States. It's also the largest private institution in the United States. So if you think about private institutions like Yale or Princeton, those are relatively small contrasted to NYU. NYU is large, like a state institution, multi-dimensional, multi-campuses. And so we have portal campuses in Abu Dhabi and Shanghai, and then we have about 13 other campuses where we actually have sites. And then we have research centers or research engines and activity in places in like South Africa. We have it in Uganda, Tanzania, Greece, Ireland, really all across the globe. And so really looking at that enterprise is part of my work. In terms of this work, the other pieces, let me just make sure my slides are, so we know, and we've heard this already, technology is everywhere. I'm not going to go through this, but there's a lot happening, and that's what we're focused on, and really thinking about jobs, contingent work, and what's happening with terms of thinking about disruption. Higher education was disrupted immensely, as we know, over the last couple of years. We've already talked a little bit about this today, and then tying our work to the sustainable goals. We look at the global digital growth around the world, and for us, because we're NYU and we're located in New York City, which is a global and digital ecosystem, we have one of the largest global data centers in the world located in New York City, and we are part of that data center. So in thinking about digital growth, we're constantly then looking at the digital growth, not just in New York, but then in other hubs and centers, for instance, in places like Dubai, and of course, we're right next door in Abu Dhabi. If we look at digital maturity assessments, and I really want to say this right now, is that part of what we're doing is looking at where the growth is, but then how do we help accelerate that growth through partnerships? We use an asset strength-based model. And that model is really to think about how do we tie to assets and stop looking through a deficit model. A lot of the times when we're looking at partnerships, and someone said this before, we're not thinking about equitable partnerships. In fact, many times, especially from the United States or from a European perspective, it's that idea of patronage or that idea of deficit. And through our work, we've really moved away from that and really thinking about what are the assets, what are the complementary ways in which we can work together. And I'll talk about a little bit about our partnership with the University of Pretoria, but other partnerships that we have where we're trying to accelerate that idea. One of the things that I will talk about in just a minute is really thinking about our generational and transgenerational opportunities. A lot of the work in higher education, and I think this is really important just to mention here, we are constantly thinking about how do we do this work across the generations? We have a new Veterans Center at NYU where we're bringing veterans in to work with people, and we have a new Aged Center working with people who've retired to also work with people who are under the age of 25. So if you look on the left-hand slide, I have the sort of greatest or the silent generation all the way down to the betas, right? We know the alphas and the Gen Zs are in higher education. Alphas are on their ways and the betas have been born. And so as we think about that work, we're really thinking about then this generational work and what does that look like in terms of partnerships. Companies like SAP or Home Depot in the United States and Germany have really started to double down on this idea of transgenerational work. We know that the workforce is shifting and we're constantly monitoring this. And from a diversity, equity, and inclusion perspective, this is really important because we have to think about where data science is growing. And I like to say right now, we've entered into this collaboration and innovation and imagination revolution. And in that revolution, what we're doing at NYU is then really thinking about how do we double down on innovation? How do we double down on imagination? So we have a few ways that we've been doing that. In our School of Global Public Health, we've just opened a new center to actually look at these intersections of race, gender, and public health and crises, particularly as we think about what's happening globally. This center was just recently established with a grant funding from the Mellon from some funders, including the Mellon Foundation. We also have with our Silver School of Social Work, new work on looking at health and mortality rates and also suicide prevention and partnering with organizations such as the Center for Disease Control here in the United States and also partnering with other institutions outside of the United States to look at this increased suicide that's happening, particularly amongst what we call in the United States communities of color and populations of color and the disparate impact on men. We also have some of our work, and this is our work with indigenous work, and we have a partnership with the University of Waikato, in New Zealand. And at this, we're looking at DNA sovereignty work. As you know, there's a lot of work on sovereignty and DNA. And we have started to partner with this university, and it's called our Enrich program. The other initiative that we started was really thinking about innovation grants. And these innovation grants bring together people across generations to really think about things like anti-racism, but also innovation writ large. We created incubation groups where we brought students, faculty, and staff together to incubate and use a design thinking model, and then to come up with new ways and new approaches. And through this, these partnerships were across our global sites. So that's bringing together partners from our global communities. The other work that we're doing is really to think about this idea of the metaverse and what's happening with the metaverse and metaverse creation. In our School of Public Professional Studies, we actually have a new focus on the metaverse, really thinking about what is the metaverse going to look like in terms of digital inclusion. As we know there's lots of bias in the production of AI and technologies. And as we think about the cloud, driverless technologies, all of that kind of work, our School of Professional Studies here at NYU is really then thinking about how do we embed global inclusion, diversity, belonging, equity, and access into this work? And then how do we think about those partnerships that we're building so that we include, right, the work, partnerships with places like New Zealand, Africa, of course, the Middle East, and really thinking about then as we're building this metaverse, what will that metaverse look like, and not just be centered in Europe and the United States. Gender, I can't say enough about gender. These gender partnerships, and I'm really excited for the partnerships that we'll be doing, particularly with the University of Pretoria, and really thinking about, and we have a lot of work in the MENA region, thinking about gender and particularly women and profit and the economic gains. As we know, there are trillions of dollars being left on the table. And as we think about what the growth opportunities are, particularly when we think about digitization and technology, we know that in the MENA region, there are 7 countries that are where women are in STEM fields are outpacing other European partners. And so as we think about that, we've really begun to develop partnerships with those countries so that we are able to accelerate and really think about asset modeling in this space of gender and particularly women and job creation, but really thinking about closing those digital gaps and digital growth and technology and STEM fields. And I cannot say this enough because a lot of the times in Europe and the United States, we've dominated the conversation around this idea idea of gender, but actually we have not been able to close a lot of those parity gaps in ways that actually other countries have been much more rapidly doing. And so in that way, these kinds of partnerships are tremendous in terms of thinking about how do we borrow and also how do we implement new kinds of strategies and leadership strategies. Female founders at NYU, we have the largest female founders organization of any institution in the United States. In other words, we create the most businesses with women in the United States. And that's why it's really important for us to think about these partnerships globally. We know that the talent field, there's a battle for talent, and we know that technology is revolutionizing that battlefield. We are constantly thinking about that at NYU, and of course, we're doing this through a design thinking model. We are constantly using this idea of incubation and then thinking about the idea of empathy. How do we lean in and how do we listen? We were doing some work in Eritrea recently and working with young people in Eritrea where they were taking computer parts that were disintegrated and then using these as recycled computer parts to build new computers. Really interesting work, and to go into this idea of entrepreneurship, really building new pathways for entrepreneurship and also intrapreneurship. Cannot say enough about entrepreneurship. I think it's one of the most overlooked areas for companies and organizations. So we continue to work with our partners to think about entrepreneurship opportunities and not just entrepreneurship, because we know that radical disruption to organizations and companies is happening because people are entrepreneurs within their companies and then they move out to become entrepreneurs, particularly Gen Z. And we know that alphas, starting with the millennials. So we at NYU developed our NYU Incubators Group. That Incubators Group is not just for students, it includes our staff and our faculty to allow intrapreneurship inside NYU. We also have our NYU AD or NYU Hack, NYU Hack AD Hackathon. So we have this for social good for the Arab world, and then we have one in New York that we also do as well. And again, really double down on this idea of design thinking and really beginning to think about transgenerational work, but also partnership. This NYU Hackathon in the Arab world brings all kinds of partners from the MENA region. Again, I'm in the inclusion business, so we're constantly thinking about our brand value and the innovation space in this intersection of diversity, inclusion, and what the asset models are there. Again, of course, we're thinking about sustainability, particularly with ESG. And I like to say, of course, we're also thinking about our partnerships with corporate. Some people have mentioned governmental partnerships. We are constantly thinking about governmental partnerships, and I'm going to end talking a little bit about that. We're also thinking about our corporate partnerships and foundation partnerships, particularly from a sustainability standpoint, because we know that if we're going to really tap into the wealth, particularly global wealth, we have to tap into family foundation wealth and dollars and also corporate wealth. One of the other areas that we've doubled down on is this idea of sustainability. We have developed something called our Environmental and Racial Justice Network. What we know is that the impact of health and environmental crises have disparate impact on what we would call in the United States communities of color, and those are global communities, whether those are in Africa, Asia, and even in parts of Europe. The people who are most disparately impacted are those who are from historically disenfranchised communities. This is a partnership where we're working with partners across the globe to really think about what does environmental and racial justice look like? What will climate justice look like if you put that layer of justice and, of course, thinking about gender, poverty, thinking about the sustainable goals, and not just thinking about climate action, but really thinking about climate action and the impact on people and real communities. And we can only do that through partnership and research, and then, of course, real action and climate planning. As we think about the future of work in Africa, In fact, we're partnering, and I have a new partner actually who just came back from Uganda. We just signed an MOU with that organization. It's a consultant that we're working with who is developing partnerships in Uganda and Liberia and really thinking about the potentials of closing digital health technologies. So this is about telehealth, and in particular, thinking about access to telehealth and what does telehealth look like. There are new companies emerging in this space, obviously through after COVID. And we are very excited about these new partnerships and really thinking about the delivery services of telehealth, and then partnering, obviously, as we said, with our schools in these spaces. Market possibility, can't say enough to our partners, and I want to thank, I know Taboho Moja is there, and Tawana Kupe, and our partnership with the University of Pretoria. As you can see there on the right-hand side, that's actually our virtual signing of our MOU. And as we think about our regional and national agendas, are working on projects such as gender, and of course, developing partnerships with our business school, and thinking again about intra and entrepreneurship opportunities as well. I'm very excited by this ideas of these market possibilities and really thinking about the agendas from a national perspective, and then of course tying it to governmental practices. The Global Digital Workplace, we have our Digital Future Summits, and we have developed our Urban Future Labs through our schools of engineering here at NYU. At NYU, we have the most women of color of any institution in the United States, engineers. And as a result, we're able to really then think about this intersection of the future of work and market segments, particularly as it pertains to women, but then also as it pertains to regional expansion. And as we think about gender and the movement in gender globally, this really will allow us to really, as I said before, really think about these STEM areas in real growth ways. And we're developing new digital summits related to this work as well. I think I'm running out of time, and I want to make sure I get to the last couple slides. I know I talk fast because I'm from New York, so I hope I haven't talked too fast. Global partnerships, multi-sector partnerships. All I can say is this is what we're doing. Whether it's parks, youth, transportation systems, thinking about businesses, education, governmental factors, elders, as I've talked about, economic development, agricultural work, thinking about immigrancy and healthcare, and so many other sectors that we just haven't even begun to mention. But one of the things is we do our work at NYU and really think about our work beyond NYU, and we've done this not just in the partnerships that we've created through our global work, but also thinking about reciprocity. And I just want to say, someone brought this up earlier, but we cannot do this work without reciprocal partnerships, and reciprocal partnerships have to be reimagined. Far too often the US, as I said earlier, and Europe have been the dominating. And what I mean by that is we've dominated grants, we've dominated the agenda, we've dominated the conversation. And so to really think about how these partnerships can be reimagined. And I'll say this, when I first came into NYU, I had a question for NYU. Were we an American institution with global outposts? Or are we a global institution with an American foundation? And what I know is that we're an institution on a journey. And part of that journey is to develop through partnerships a more globally centered ecosystem that is then built in that idea of partnership. We are the #1 institution for startups in the United States. We were in 20, 21, 22, and 23. Again, it has to do with our size and, of course, the level of incubation that we have. I go back to who we are. We have sites everywhere. Part of the reason that we have sites everywhere is we've entered into partnerships with governments. We've entered into partnerships where institutions such as, I won't name the institutions, but some other institutions in the United States, at the same time that we were entering into these global partnerships, other institutions pulled out. And so we are really interested in social innovation, equitable and reciprocal partnerships. How do we think about incubation in new and interesting ways? I have an article actually called The New Different, which is moving away from the status quo and moving into new possibilities, where partnership is actually generated outside of the borders of the US, and of course, this idea of transdisciplinary work. I've already talked about sustainability, and I've talked about our business creation. We are, of course, thinking about being fit, and then thinking about this idea of moving into dynamism. So I end here, and this is the end with us just thinking about the new different and what we can look like in the future. And I think that we can look very different than we do now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that's my contact information. I hope everyone continues to be well and take good care. And now I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coleman, for such a comprehensive presentation and a wide range of areas that you are doing innovation on. It starts to bring us to this whole area of transdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, which is so crucial in addressing the problems which are interconnected and which we don't seem to see as interconnected from our side. On that note, I will then call our last speaker, Professor Mohapela from Rhodes University. Thanks.
First, I would like to say thank you to the US team and Professor Kupe's team for making this day possible. And also here, I also would like to say, even though I'm the one that is standing here, Tsidi Mohapela from Rhodes University, I have my two colleagues from Bowie State University that came in with me for this program. So I'd like to share the space with them. The program that we had is called ETEP. We call it INTEP, which is Entrepreneurial and Technological Empowerment Program. And the program is focusing on bringing in business students. And as we bring in business students from Rhodes University and from Bowie University College of Business, where we bring them together to take them through an entrepreneurship program. But as we were working on this program, we started bringing in some partners. So we've got the US mission that funded us within this program. We've got partners who are in the practice, who are rendering the program itself, that is actually digital financial literacy, which is one of our partners is Emerging Impact, which has already changed. Now it's no longer Emerging Impact because of the program that they've been rendering for Tanzania. They are now Umoja. And we worked with Circle. Circle is actually one of the main digital technology, digital fin technology program that they're actually focusing on giving crypto and actually digital tokens that they're working on in terms of USDC. And in this program, what we did and what we looked at is we brought in partners with the communities, which is the cooperatives that are working with the Department of Social Development. As the Rhodes Business School, we've been working with these cooperatives for quite a long time in a project that we call Biz Support. And we realized that they have actually been looking for business development program. But what we did with this new program that we have was looking at ways of bringing in digital technologies that are emerging that can actually be helping them in order to make sure that we can actually have an impact with the communities to access markets. What we did was we brought in students from Bowie State and students from Rhodes University, where they come together as one team from two countries. So it's two countries where we have one team of students that are going to jointly go into a program, which is a curriculum. And in this curriculum, they actually have to engage with communities, but also looking in terms of how do they engage in communities with socially focused businesses. But what we bring into this classroom is actually trying to look in terms of how do we bring in emerging technologies that are actually going to work in this space. So we brought in the partners that we have that we collaborated with that are actually brought in the digital financial technologies. But the point of the program was it's to co-create with the communities, with the students, two different teams, and also making sure that in this collaboration and this co-creation process, all the partners are also engaged in this program. So there was a whole lot of planning, there was a whole lot of meeting that was happening throughout this, and also making sure that the teams are working together. So part of the skill set that we took in this program is to make sure that the soft skill that students can get, and there's also skills that they can actually empower in terms of the communities. We also look in terms of our teaching and learning method. What are we doing in terms of bringing a curriculum that is unique, that is actually going to be a joint curriculum for 2 different teams at the same time in 2 different countries. But also we make sure that in this process, we also engage the cooperatives in order to make sure, is this going to be viable, or is this also not going to work? So what we did with the communities, with the students, was to start looking in terms of building, using design thinking methodology, trying to look in terms of bringing an empathy map. Do you really understand what are the needs of these cooperatives, or we just assume? So that was the iterative process that we had to take them through, and also to build the skills of engaging with them. So the program had a virtual exchange and also a physical exchange. The virtual exchange part was actually where the students were in the classroom and actually had to communicate. We use actually a virtual platform that they can actually use to engage with themselves in order, outside the classroom, the groups can actually engage. We had a physical exchange. The physical exchange was last year. We had the students from South Africa going to the US, and this year we've got students from the US coming to South Africa. And in that space, we also made sure that we engage with industry experts. So on a weekly basis, when we had a virtual classroom, we always have the industry expert being part of the classroom setting. And we also had industry coming in to make sure that they help mentor these small teams in order to make sure that they actually come up with viable options and solutions for the communities. So what we were looking at is actually making sure that this digital financial literacy is taken directly to the communities, but also at the same time, students are actually seeing the impact of what they are doing and how realistic it is. So the program itself is we're taking tech to people. This is the model and the approach that we use. We looked at, this is 1 team, 2 country. So both the University of Rhodes and Bowie State University student, because they've got business, they were actually looking at their business, bringing the business principles together, but also looking in terms of international business as an element, because what you need now is you've got to understand the different other aspects. We've got partners that we're actually looking in terms of how do we bring in emerging technology, which is fintech, or we're looking in terms of cryptocurrency or blockchain, because what we did was to take them through the fundamentals of blockchain technologies in order to make sure that they can apply that. As they were going through this, they were still engaging with the cooperatives to make sure that, is this a viable option? Is it? So for us, the university is the glue that connect all these 3 partners and make sure that the partners are actually working iteratively towards this process. And sometimes we have to acknowledge that the outcome doesn't come in immediately, but the impact and the effect, actually the students can actually go and see and actually come back later on and say to us, actually this is what I've learned from this program. And one of the lessons, some of the lessons that we've learned through this program is we looked in terms of if you have to have participation of different stakeholders, you need to make sure they all come in as equitable partners, but also as partners that are co-creators. And as co-creators, you need to make sure this is an ongoing process. It doesn't happen in the beginning or in the end. It happens throughout the whole pipeline. The second lesson that we also think that is important that we've learned is this transition process in terms of us teaching students on technical, to become technical innovators. We need to take them through the process of making them to be social innovators. If they are to apply this into a community, we need to help them with skills in order to make sure how do we cascade our technical knowledge and make sure that it gets applicable to a community that does not have that kind of a technical knowledge, but they've got another knowledge that actually bring in order for us to be able to reimagine, redirect, and redevelop, redesign our minimum viable product that we are actually bringing to man. And this is an iterative process that needs to be conscious and needs to be a deliberate process. Another learning that we took from this whole process is we need to actually make sure that when you're managing innovators, make sure that end users are also part of the transparent, because innovators can run away with the innovation very fast, very quickly, and leave the end users behind. So what you need to look is you make sure that every time they seem to have an improvement in terms of their innovation, they need to take it back to the end users and see, is this actually applicable, and are we transparent, and then get it. So this co-creation part is quite key and quite important, and it also makes sure that people get a better understanding, and actually there's mutual knowledge in this creation of process. The last learning is the fact that because this process is a process that is co-creating, we realize that there's the transformation of knowledge. And students have actually come to a space where they say that in terms of applying our knowledge, we need to break it down into smaller, compatible parts that are actually going to make to work for one element, but not for all the elements. And when the students start saying that, you realize that actually the impact of the program, students have already understood that knowledge. And also the mere fact that they build ability in starting to incrementally develop and look in terms of how do we scale our entities. When they start doing that, you realize that actually they're able to create value, but they're also able to strengthen the ecosystem. And this is one of the processes that we're looking in terms of as we're looking in this program. The last part that I was asked to look at is to look in terms of the strategies that we learned through this program. So some of the things that we're taking with this program is it takes time to build relations, and relations start with the norming and forming stage. Please don't be in a hurry when you start, because when you meet students, and especially one team, two countries, they take them time to build those relationships. And if students have also got to build relationships with communities, again, you've got to restart that process. And that's one of the things that we look at. Please allow time for that, allow time for the cohesion. This is the strategy of what we're looking at. The second strategy that we also are trying to look at is looking in terms of we are working with people, systems, and structures. And these, every time they interact, they become complex. You need to be able to manage that complexity prudently. It is a process that needs patience, but that needs also going back and forth, but also moving forward. But also remember that you are bringing individual diverse things. Always acknowledge the diversity, but embrace it. Don't let diversity make sure that it disrupts you, but make diversity to empower you to move forward. Have an ongoing reflective process. So the reflection that goes is going to be the teams that are working, individuals must work, inter-teams and intra-teams. So always make sure that there's always this reflective process happening as it happens, because you are learning from that. Have a positive learning attitude. A learning attitude means that you are always looking for new things, growth mindset, because at the end, it's actually about, I'm not always right, there's always another way of doing things. I think earlier on in the morning, there was also a message that says, let the purpose drive you. Let the purpose, the goal, the bigger picture drive you, because there's always going to be things on the sideline that are really, really going to distract you. But if that purpose is still there, let it drive you. And always consistently build on growth and development, whether it is for yourself or the team or for others, what have we learned and how can we do better. Those are usually the better strategies. So that is actually my story for today, and these are some of the cooperatives that we worked with, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think this has been the most elaborate explanation of how these relationships are made equitable and how much investment goes into making them equitable. Colleagues, we have now up to 5 to 4 to ask questions, make comments, contribute to the discussion. I will start with a set of questions or comments, and then we'll take it from there. We've got the panel, and we have one online person. Let me just look at the others before we, two. I'm waiting for a third one before I can ask the first one to proceed. Or you can start then.
Hello, everyone. Oh, great. My name is Atengosi Nzala. I'm currently a PhD student here. Not just a PhD, a very proud PhD student at the University of Pretoria. I'm currently looking at how we can be able to help create a model to be able to train teachers so that they can be able to offer much and better value in an online learning and teaching setting. So I'm right within where the innovation is needed, particularly within my country. My question is for Dr. Phil. Thank you so much for the presentation. Really loved the different examples that you gave us. I have just two questions, and the first one is something that Dr. Lisa Coleman touched on, which is for our country particularly, 50% of the working age women in SA is unemployed. So I wanted to know, just particularly from your department, what are some of the initiatives that you've put in place to combat the challenge of this particular statistic within our country? The second part is something that, again, Dr. Lisa Coleman touched on, which is on the part of intra-entrepreneurship, is that what I've found, and I'm a produce of the EDHE program, and many of my friends are as well, particularly from the University of Cape Town. And the challenge is that they enter into entrepreneurship sometimes with a mindset of innovating within one field. And in our age, I think we have a lot of examples that touch into edutech, edu-agritech, fintech, fin-health tech, meaning that there's an integration between sort of like sectors where you have to innovate to sort of like solve problems. I've found that this lacks within us young people most of the time, or at least within my circle, where we're not able to move or transition from our field and move into other fields, because I feel like that is something that is essential if we want to be able to be innovative. So I wanted to know, once again, what are some of the innovations that you've put in place, or programs that you've put in place to help young people learn to innovate outside of their fields, and not only just using sort of like entrepreneurship as a stepping away from their current employment into new employment. And then if you'd allow me just one question for Dr. Lisa Coleman, is that what does it take for a university with its own unique value to have international impact just like NYU has, and still keep intact its unique value proposition? So how do you transition into becoming a global impact university, but do not lose the value that you offer as a university, which is particularly unique to you? And then the last question for Dr. Lisa Coleman is, what have been some of the critical hurdles that you faced in seeking global partnerships, and what are some of the advices you'd give to universities in order for them to be globally impactful? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ati. Second question.
Thanks. So this is one of the rather comment that has come through online.
Sorry, can you introduce yourself?
Sorry. First name is Musonda Kaniki. I'm at the University of Pretoria. And I have a question that's come in online, or rather a comment. There's an individual who feels that there should be more partnerships between US universities and historically disadvantaged institutions in South Africa, because it seems as though more funds are diverted, or at least pumped into more comprehensive and advantaged institutions. So I think on the back of that, maybe we could direct that question to our colleague in the US as to, how can we ensure that we establish or at least strengthen partnerships between US universities and HDIs, higher education, or at least historically disadvantaged institutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Yes.
My name is Dr. Emilia Iwu. I'm from Rutgers University in New Jersey, US. I'm originally from Nigeria, and I'm the Assistant Dean for Global Health at the School of Nursing at Rutgers. My comment actually would be, could you expatiate a little bit on the startups for what you're doing? How do you encourage the youth who probably have no funding? They have these ideas now, they have these skills. How do they start up? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start from the end, or maybe let me start with the DG and then move over to that side, and then I will end with you, Dr. Coleman. You've got a mic.
Okay. So let me start with the first question from the gentleman, PhD UP. We have two problems as a Department of Science and Innovation. The first one is, how do we ensure that these innovations that we fund and we deploy into applications, some that I showed in my presentation, do not exacerbate the problem that you have talked about. So I'll probably start responding from that perspective, and then I'll come to the second part, which is how do we contribute to eating the 50% unemployed youth. And I will take an example that we have just launched, and then I will generalize on some of the things I shared with you. Our view is that the problem of unemployment and youth unemployment will continue in South Africa unless we embrace these new disruptive technologies. Sometimes I'm not liked for saying this, but I think it's a reality from my perspective, and I'm going to give one or two examples. I think a couple of you may not know this because of your age, but when we grew up, when you got onto the lift, an elevator for our friends from the US, there was a person who was sitting in the lift who did not allow you to press the buttons because it was his job to press the button and drive the lift up and down the whole day. Okay, some people are laughing, so they remember this. Where is that person now? It's not there. How many of us in the last 12 months have been to a teller inside a bank? I haven't been in the last 18 months because I'm using an app and an ATM. So as South Africa, let's just isolate ourselves a little bit. Was there a way in which we could stop this? I don't think so. These disruptions are continuing with artificial intelligence bringing the kind of disruptions that is making in the sectors. So is 50% going to go up? Might go up. So we have an opportunity though, because the young people that we can, just taking Dr. Coleman's presentation, this is an area where we should be training them. And I've learned working with an organization in South Africa called Harambee, that the skills that are needed, or the demand for these skills and the digitization outstrip the demand. So as higher education institutions, we have an opportunity to train these young people in these skills. And I've been told that even somebody perhaps with a matric or don't have a matric have the ability to be trained in this area. So we're looking at this as part of what is it we can do. We have a program that we support in the Department of Science and Innovation to look at how we can work with Harambee on increasing this skill set which I'm told the banks, fintech companies are importing from India and the rest of the world. And I would like to pass this challenge to the rest of the institutions that are involved in training. And I think, I can't give you the numbers, but I think it's just an opportunity. The second one is that we've just started a fund, a small fund. We provided about 15 million rands. We've been able to get 3 times that amount from other private sector to work with universities and try and train or support young people who have ideas and businesses that can be taken into the market. So I'm really keen on this program that Ethiopia has been running, and the examples that I've just heard here as how we can really bring those examples and those in the support that we have. A number of universities say some young people don't want to continue beyond masters, and they have the idea based on what they were researched on, and as government we need to find a way of supporting them. And then the third instrument is a tech acquisition deployment fund, where we go to young people who say, I have an idea of how to provide digital solution to government processes. For an example, I have my own frustration. I travel a lot, and in certain parts of the country, or of the world, the citizens of that particular country go through an automated gate, which has a camera that does facial recognition and the passport, and you have a reader that triangulate the data, and the gate automatically opens. In fact, once or twice I nearly missed my connecting flight because I had to stand in a queue where I have to show my passport and somebody looks at me to say, is the picture correct? So I think we have an opportunity to decrease those numbers through this Youth Entrepreneur Fund that we are establishing, and we hope will grow over a period of time. And then the second part of the question that I think it's very tricky is the one where you say, how do you encourage and train across different disciplines? In our view, we have an opportunity to do that in the multidisciplinary programs that we fund. And these, of course, tend to happen at some of the institutions, but in our science councils, this is where we bring young people, tend to be masters and PhD students that work across different fields. For an example, if we are working in an area called precision medicine, there are applications that go across one discipline. So that's what you could do, but I don't think I could give you a specific answer in terms of an entrepreneurial support that would encourage young people to be trained across different disciplines. But I think it's an exciting idea that one should look into. Thank you. Those are the only two that...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I really appreciate the questions that were raised from that gentle young man. He raised many questions. It means that young people are more concerned about innovation, technology, and job creation, probably. Our partnership should focus on young people. I strongly believe that. And what matters is not the amount of money that's allocated to the project partnership. For example, our project, PyBuild, is a small project in terms of funding, but its impact is very huge in terms of innovation, technology, capacity building, and partnership. So we have to give more opportunities, space for young people, so as to figure out their potentials, so they can be more job creators, they can be more innovators, so they can make a difference here in Africa, I think. So the partnership should focus on job creation instead of something else. I strongly believe that's really. And then we can make a difference, and then we can see more benefits from our partnership between the US and African institutions, as well as among African institutions. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lisa to answer first.
Okay. Dr. Coleman?
Hi, yes. So for the question I wanted to just say a little bit about the intersectional. I think companies can participate in job sharing. That's one way to develop skills across various areas, and we've done it through labs. So we have labs where we bring together people from across various disciplines to think about problem solving. Those are part of our incubation labs, and bring together students to help train them to think across different disciplines. And we do that through our schools and bringing them together across different schools. The second question around how to not lose the value proposition of the university, not to mention the value proposition of education. I think that part of what it has to be done is to underscore the value of precisely that. As an educational institution, we have insight into things that actually corporate America doesn't. We have insight into things that actually governmental associations don't. We are training the youth. Right, the youth come to us. And so I use this as one example. We collected data when I first came into NYU from 2017 to 2018 from almost 20,000, over 20,000 people. Like I said, we're a big institution. But what those data told us was exactly what some of the other panelists have been talking about in terms of youth culture and the changes and what people want, not just from their educational institutions, but from their work environments. And that's where I think to hold on to the value proposition is we're educational institutions, we're educating for the future, but we're also capturing the desires of what is happening, what the future will look like. So that reciprocity in terms of partnership is also about how we inform what's happening. And far too often, I feel like corporations or governments, they read the books of our professors, they read our studies, but they don't actually engage in serious and meaningful and sustainable partnerships with higher education institutions. And that is what will be needed. Critical hurdles, well, one of the critical hurdles I just named is corporations and governments want to partner with each other, and they want to use the research of higher education institutions, but not actually partner with them. So that's one critical hurdle. I think the other critical hurdle in terms of HDIs or historically disadvantaged institutions is very much about the way that funding models in terms of partnerships have often been structured. And so we need to reimagine funding models and reimagine those structures. And that also means reimagining international partnerships across governments. And I think higher education institutions can help to inform those relationships as well. Lastly, what I will say about the HDIs and to strengthen U.S. partnerships, I think we actually need to have more think tanks. And those think tanks need to be more international think tanks that bring together inter and transdisciplinary work that is thematic. So that you're bringing together different disciplines to approach different sort of problems. Let's take the SDGs, for instance, and those can bring together US-based institutions, but also HDIs, and then fund those through reciprocal kinds of funding measures. The last, in terms of startups and encouraging youth, partnering with, in the United States, we partner with K through 12, but we do that through an infrastructure. We actually have something called, through our Steinhardt School of Education, a partnership with something called our Metro Health Metro Tech organization, and we work with teachers through that organization and really helping them to then reach out to youth specifically through programs, and then identify youth who are interested in this idea of incubation, et cetera. And then the last thing in terms of funding, and I can't say enough about this, we know that it's certainly in the United States, women and people of color are underfunded. And so what we started to do, we're in the infancy stages of this, is looking at some of these major corporations who can then provide seed funding to then jumpstart a lot of these youth businesses that then can get them started. There are a number of organizations that are interested in this kind of work. I can't name who they are quite yet, but really then partnering with those corporate foundations and governmental agencies that are interested in providing that seed funding that then can show, right, the efficacy of the startup that then can lead you to the venture funding. We know that the critical funding is right there in that sort of middle stage when you get the seed funding to actually accelerate your project that can then allow you to be noticed by venture capitalists in large situations. And so that gap area is where we're really focusing our work. And I would like to say that there are, in this critical space also of nursing, because I heard someone talk about nursing, is we're really also starting to really think about these spaces of the gap areas in health, not just in medicine, but in dental medicine, what I mean is human medicine doctors, but I mean nursing, dentistry, and then of course, really thinking about telehealth, as I mentioned before. And that will also give us some opportunities to really think about how we encourage youth to enter into these fields at earlier ages, so that we can really think about the technology in those fields and familiarizing people with the technology. And I'll give you just one example. Our nursing school has revolutionized the ways in which we do case studies and studying patients, and it's all through digital technologies. But we need to familiarize young people with those practices long before they get to college. So those are my answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh, you've got Prof, yeah?
Sorry. From me, I think the comment that I want to make is on the sectors that you highlighted. And I think one of the sectors that is actually undervalued or under-recognized is the social innovation aspect. And I think what you need to look at with the technology, with the knowledge that you're bringing in, how do you take it into being a social solution that actually is an innovation? And I think that's a platform that we're looking at. And this year, luckily, you mentioned something about EDHE. Their theme this year is focusing on social innovation. And I think this is where we're trying to say we need to elevate platforms where we actually have innovation that are having social impact. And that's one of the things. We can actually transdisciplinary move into another space, but also make sure that it's an impact for societal change. The other comment was on HDI, and one of the things was the comment that was made is more partnership with HDI. Something that we also need to all acknowledge now is, even though some universities were not HDIs, the trend in terms of the caliber of students that we have has actually changed. So we seem to be having the same caliber of students, and that is something that we also need to look at. How do we re-embrace the changes that we have, even though we're not an HDI university, but we are an institution that is actually responsive to the society that we are living in, especially, for instance, if you look in terms of where I come from in the Eastern Cape, broadly we need to start looking at, there's a trend in terms of the kind of students we have. So again, we need to be responsive to that. The last comment that I want to make is on startups. I'll use an example of where I am. I teach entrepreneurship to students, but as I teach them, they start their businesses. So I have a motto that says, you need to Nike it, just do. It's a safe space to start and run a business. And you've got seed funding, and they do start up there. That builds resilience, that motivates them to be risk aversive in terms of what is required. They build team, they recruit team. By the time they leave the university, they either take that business forward or they decide this is not for me. And that is actually what we try and encourage them. We build the mindset, we let them do, and as they do, they have got an assessment that says this is actually what, and as they take it, they can pivot to even further levels. So that's what we need is how do we develop the mindset that is entrepreneurial, and also make sure we create a space and platform that encourages them to do and fail safely. Entrepreneurship, you need to fail safely and move up and forward and continue and move to the next level. And I think that is what we need to start encouraging in terms of startup. And that for me is, I think I've answered all the questions.
Thank you very much. Is Rakeshni here? Okay, you had that question on the partnerships and HDIs, which need to be strengthened. Coming from Mr. Kaniki, I suspect that's Andrew's son. Can we please make sure that that happens? So on a number of questions have been answered here, and I assume that most of the questions that were asked were answered. On the question of startups as well, a number of universities have got their incubators. So this is an area that we could look at in terms of partnering. Wits, Northwest University, Stellenbosch University, I assume this one as well, Value University of Technology, and so on, they've got their incubators. So in terms of partnering, these are the areas that we could look into in terms of technology advancement and technology development. And also, we have not mentioned the whole issue of industry. We keep on talking about industry. You'll find out that we have largely your SMMEs and your small businesses which need to use this technology in order to advance. We need big business as well, be it US businesses, to assist us to advance both our businesses which are being started here and also the capacity which needs to be developed. So that is another area of possible partnerships that we could structure in such a way that we create capacity and at the same time we assist our businesses to contribute towards business expansion, development, gaps for big business as well as small business. Colleagues, can we go ahead and take more questions? I think we're left with about 10 minutes now. 1, 2, 3. We'll start with you.
My name is Shegun Obadire. I'm from the University of Rwanda. I want to find out from Dr. Phil what contribution, can we also expect from a very special stakeholder, the community, in terms of all these development about innovation. We believe they are the end users, and most of the time they are neglected. We actually introduce them to those innovative ideas at the end, when about to, whether during commercialization. Is there any program that could be in place, whereby we can bring all these communities together, the local partners, whereby we identify their needs and we work towards solving their problems, because we actually want to create societal impact. We want, our innovative ideas, to be something that will contribute to their progress, to their development, to their economic advancements. But most of the time, they are not part of this discussion at the very early stage. I want to also think that, if an idea is coming from the department towards this area, that can also increase and improve whatever innovative idea, contributions, or development that we are making to make sure that it gets to the right people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The second hand.
Hi, Kyle Farnbury from Guilford College in the U.S. So one of the conversations a few years ago here in South Africa was around ways of leveraging additional financing from the private sector with the growth of the venture capital field here. But one of the criticisms was that a lot of the opportunities for getting involved through some of the tax credits related to venture capital were limited to the wealthier classes here in South Africa. I'm wondering if there are conversations that you've heard about venture funding and venture capital opportunities for people who might not be able to benefit from a lot of the tax incentives there, and sort of making venture investment opportunities more open to people without the incentives to do so for the tax reasons.
The third speaker.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Letu Kapoya. I'm with the Human Sciences Research Council. So in conversations earlier today and in this session, we've sort of not had anything quite direct around the role of the science councils in the partnerships that we're seeing developing, and certainly I'm curious about that, if the panel members have anything they could advise on what's the like the really neat and critical role science councils can play. Many of them currently run many partnerships with the US and many other countries, and many of them are developing capacity for higher degrees, and many of them should, if they're not already, assisting government with developing policy and frameworks around how to deal with the capacity and augment the capacity and better place the capacity that we have to develop the science and innovation systems. So just your views around what role they could play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last one.
Good afternoon. I'm Ritu Mabukela, University of Illinois. The UN projects that 5 of the 9 countries where it is expected that there's going to be a significant youth surge in the next 2 to 3 decades are on the African continent. And I'd like to get some insights from members of the panel on how the various stakeholders, the private sector, universities, and others can really partner to both support entrepreneurship among youth, as well as to really address what we anticipate will be significant levels of unemployment, which already exist, but if not addressed, will continue to exacerbate.
Very much. We'll start with you, DG.
Yeah, thanks very much. I hope this is working. Yes.
Yes, it is working.
So let me start with the community involvement issue. Again, I'd always like to speak with examples, because I feel that if you can give an example, you know what you're talking about. We have just launched something, or we are in the verge of launching something called a smart village. It happens to be in Limpopo province. So what I think we have been doing with that community is we've been working with them in terms of the challenges and the needs that they have, and working with a number of institutions to look at how you can provide solutions to some of the challenges they have, whether it's alternative sanitation technologies, alternative water technologies, and how you can create livelihoods in those communities. This is a very exciting program which involves some universities, the science councils, on how we can do this. Again, we're more than happy to share with you exactly what we've done, and we are piloting this, and we hope that we will be in a better position to then replicate this to other parts of the world. It's based on what we call in South Africa indigenous knowledge system. There are people who have been living in certain communities with certain ways of living that they have survived for generations, and how do we build around that, but also bring in, because of our history in South Africa, or the challenges they have, what we have invested in as South Africa. So we'll be more than happy to share that with you. The second example is what we call living laboratories. We have a program in an area called Fort Beaufort, and we have a knowledge institutions, a technical vocational and education training college, where we bring in communities, young people, and ourselves as a department to work together to provide a different living standard into those communities. So that's the second one, where it's not done by us, but we engage, and we'd be more than happy again to engage with you. But just coming back to the first question that was raised around the role of historically disadvantaged institutions. I think this model that we've talked about and the issue of quadruple helix would really be the value add that the HDIs would bring into this partnership between the US and South Africa. I mean, when I went to UNIVEN,
That's what I thought the university is positioned itself to do. At the University of Fort Hare, some of us studied there. We know that the role that the university can play. In fact, when we studied there, you were not there, Petit, you didn't study there. My husband was, who was a vice chancellor for Rhodes University, and hence why Rhodes was. We discovered that you can transform that entire area around Fort Hare with the knowledge from Fort Hare in agricultural activities. In fact, the Department of Agriculture and the innovations they were doing at Fort Hare was the best in the country at that time. I think better than UP. We won't say that, Professor Tawan. You were not there. So I really do think we can link these examples with the earlier question of the role of HDIs in this partnership, especially around the quadruple helix. So that's the first issue. And then the issue of the private sector venture capital. This is something that is keeping us awake at night at the moment. Because having played in this space and beginning to demonstrate that we have these startups, we're finding that the funding is a problem. And there are a number of VCs and other angel investors that want to invest, but we haven't thought creatively around how to incentivize them so that these monies are made available for the growth of the country. So this is something that, in fact, there's a task team between our ministry, Small Business Development, National Treasury, because they are responsible for incentives. They don't want to forgo tax. And then we're arguing that if you forgo tax through tax incentives, you'll have more businesses that will pay tax, and that becomes attractive to them. And then also the second challenge in South Africa is to attract foreign venture capital to fund some of these startup companies. So I think we're working on this, so maybe the next time we have this summit, somebody from my department, I'll be gone on retirement, should be able to give you feedback on where we are. And then I'm not so sure whether I am capable on the youth search. Maybe I'll pass it on to my fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to focus on the first question. Yeah, engaging stakeholders is not a simple task. It's very challenging, I know. First of all, countries should have some kind of legal framework to engage them. For example, we had no legal framework some years ago, but we have already started. And in the pilot project, for example, some financial institutions have already been engaged in financing some ideas, really, innovative ideas. For example, the charcoal project that was proposed by the young innovator has already been financed by the Developmental Bank of Ethiopia. So we have to have some kind of legal framework, and we have to engage them. We should have consultative workshops with them, because if young people do not have their own job, I think they cannot exist. No more peace, and then they cannot exist. So without peace, even they cannot exist. So they have to work. They have to share our task, our job. So we have to work with them, and we have to be more responsible for engaging them. I think we can make a difference, but it's not a simple task. It's not a simple task.
To close, colleagues, we've run out of time, and unless there's something quick that you can say about the youth part.
Student who leaves the university employs 4 students from the university and 4 people from the community. We are actually mitigating the challenge of youth unemployment. If that is a strategy that all students could look at, we are actually halfway towards mitigating this. That's all.
Thanks, Dr. Coleman. One second.
No, thank you so much.
Fine.
Thank you, and I look forward to partnering
We
with
can't
many
hear
of you.
Your mic is not.
You cannot hear me?
Yes, we can hear now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I agree with that last comment. I was going to say almost the exact same thing. We can solve a lot of the problems if we link this idea of community to youth and really think about how do we get to know our youth and really get to know them in terms of thinking about their employability for the future. Thank you so much. I know we've run out of time, and I look forward and I hope that we get to partner with many of you there. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for such a refreshing session. And thanks a lot to the organizers, the US, the University of Pretoria, and looking forward to having USAF as a significant partner here. Thank you.
It takes future-focused vision to find ideas that become solutions to the world's most pressing concerns. Innovation and creativity are the sparks that ignite to transform lives and society, and these need space to grow.
We are home to these creative and innovative sparks. Our work goes beyond the disciplines, across our 9 faculties, 7 campuses, and being one of Africa's top business schools. As an African global university, we stand proudly among the world's top universities. We remain at the forefront of universal discoveries and provide authentically African solutions to the world's...
Did I mic you up? You're going to sit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Probably firstly, let me just introduce myself as the chair of this session. I'm Mandisa Chakwe. I'm the director for the University Capacity Development Directorate in the Department of Higher Education, University Education Branch. All protocol observed. I think VC, that would be okay, because we really are running behind our schedule. This is the session on the official launch of one of the Department of Higher Education and Training's transformation programs in terms of staff development in our universities. And it's called the University Staff Doctoral Program. And you would remember those who have been involved in the program for quite some time, that phase 1 of this program was launched in 2018, and it was launched by the very same person from the department who would be officially launching this one today, which is our Honorable Deputy Minister, Minister Buti Manamela. That was just the launch of phase 1, and at that point in time, as the department, we thought that that is it. We will just be having this one program in terms of University Staff Doctoral Program. But after this launch, actually the need grew, and we saw ourselves now going all the way to 5 phases of this program. And then it became prudent that we need to find time to actually officially launch the program in its entirety now, because it is indeed entrenched in the higher education system and the need is still there. It would only be fair for me, colleagues, to acknowledge people who were part of the department and the university education branch at the time when this program was established by the minister, Honorable Minister Nzimande. That would be, then those people would be Dr. Diane Parker, who is now with the University of Pretoria, as well as Dr. Whitty Green, who is with us here. I'm sure all of you know that they were very instrumental in the establishment of the program. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you very much, colleagues. What's in the program currently is supposed to be the welcome and introduction of the Deputy Minister. Let me quickly do that, seeing that the DG hasn't yet arrived. I will just tell him that I have already done it if he comes after I have actually done it. So colleagues, this is the official launch of the University Staff Doctoral Program, one of the transformation programs of higher education and training. And it is transformation in terms of access, success, inequalities, and quality challenges, which has been one of government's national priorities since the advent of democracy in South Africa. Although the system has made improvement in a range of areas, such as access, most of these challenges still are persistent. So the USDP is one of the department's flagship programs aimed at addressing these challenges as we move towards a transformed higher education system. I wish to thank the Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria, Professor Tawana Kupe, and the university for hosting us today. You remain a true partner to the department in the implementation of our key national program, including this one. So we don't work with UP in only just this program. There's quite a number of other programs that we are collaborating with UP in, as well as other universities in the system. Our warm welcome to the Vice Chancellors of our universities and universities in the United States and the United Kingdom that are with us here, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, UCDP and USDP coordinators and managers, and academics participating in the program. I also wish to extend a warm welcome, or special welcome, to the representative of our key international and local implementation partners that include the United Kingdom's British Council and the Newton Fund, representative of partner universities from the UK, representatives from the United States partner universities, and the USSA Higher Education Network, CEOs and representatives from the National Research Foundation, Council for Higher Education, as well as Universities South Africa. These are all our partners in implementing this program in the department. Allow me, therefore, then, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, to introduce to you the Honorable Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Mr. Buti Manamela, who will be giving his keynote address for the official launch of the University Staff Doctoral Program. A recorded video speech is going to be shared with you, as the Deputy Minister could not be with us this afternoon due to other pressing matters in government. Mr. Buti Manamela is the Deputy Minister for Higher Education, Science and Innovation. His previous portfolio was Deputy Minister for Higher Education and Training, and before that, he served as Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Youth Development and Administration. Deputy Minister, Mr. Buti Manamela, has been a member of Parliament since 2009, serving as Whip of the Labour Portfolio Committee and as Chief Volunteer for Parliament's Nelson Mandela Day activities. He is a member of the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party. He is a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress. Deputy Minister Manamela served as the National Secretary of the Young Communist League of South Africa from 2003 until 2014, and has also served in various roles in the ANC Youth League. South African Students Congress, which is SASCO, and other student organizations. You would remember that we're talking about someone who's still young. Deputy Minister Manamela also worked as an organizer for Trade Union SACAU in year 2001, and he completed his matric in Pachameng High School and went on to study towards his end certificate in electronics at Mamelodi College, now known as Tshwane North Tibet College, until 2001, and completed his postgraduate diploma in 2014 and Master of Management in Public Policy at the University of the Witwatersrand in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand over to our IT team at the back to upload the recorded speech by our Honorable Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Good afternoon and greetings to the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, Vice Chancellor of the University of Pretoria, Professor Tawana Kupe, Deputy Director General of University Education, and Program Director Dr. Masheso Qikwa, CEO of the National Research Foundation, Professor Fulufelo Nelwamondo, CEO of Universities South Africa, Dr. Petiwe Matutu, and also the CEO of the Council of Higher Education, Dr. Whitfield Green, Vice Chancellors and Deputy Vice Chancellors who are present today, representatives from the British Council, Newtown Fund, and United States South Africa Higher Education Network, USDP participants from universities, UCDP and USDP managers present, department officials, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me quite a great pleasure to address this historic occasion, which is the official launch of the University Staff Doctoral Program. As some of you may recall, in 2018, as part of the launch of Phase 1 of the USDP and the United States South Africa Higher Education Network in Johannesburg, I'm therefore delighted to once again speak at this launch event. I had intended to be with you at the venue, but unfortunately, due to other official commitments, it was no longer possible for me to be there in person. The staff doctoral program that is being launched here today is significant in a number of respects. From our perspective as government, it seeks to fulfill our strategic human capital development objectives as a country. This program is a critical enabler for us to reach our target of ensuring that 75% of the permanent staff members in our universities have doctoral degrees by 2030, as stipulated in the National Development Plan. To this end, the University Staff Development Program is a four-year program, which is part of the broader University Capacity Development Program. The UCDP is implemented by our department in partnership with universities and other key stakeholders, and through it, we specifically seek to strengthen capacity in three areas: student development, staff development, and program or curriculum development. In addition, this program is unequivocal in its transformation agenda. It therefore also seeks to transform teaching, learning, research, and leading towards enhanced quality, success, equity in universities. The implementation of this program is enabled through the University Capacity Development Grant, or UCDG. This is an earmarked grant from our department that represents a significant contribution by government and our partners. To give you a sense of government's contribution, since 2018, about 6 billion has already been allocated through the UCDG to support the implementation of this particular program. In terms of the staff development focus area, this program has in place a range of initiatives to support the academic and professional staff development at all levels of the academic and professional curriculum continuum. This includes assisting to identify, recruit, and nurture new talent to enable capacity development of university leaders and managers. Thus far, the program has introduced a number of other programs that include support for academics in our universities to acquire PhDs. One is the New Generation of Academics program, NGAP, that was developed in 2015. And through it, about 718 candidates were supported to undertake doctoral studies at various universities. 104 of these have already completed their doctoral degrees. The other is the Nurturing Emerging Scholars Program, or NESP, which was initiated in 2018. Through it, 55 candidates were supported to complete their master's degree at various universities. Once the master's degree has been achieved, the same candidates are supported to develop proposals for their doctoral studies. Through the USDP that was established in 2018, approximately 250 candidates are supported for doctoral studies at various universities. The importance of growing the number of doctoral graduates in the sector remains one of our country's top priorities. This is particularly important given the urgent need to address both the quantity and the quality of research output and innovation projects, but also in view of the staff capacity development target that is contained in our country's National Development Plan, to which I referred to at the beginning. It is also pleasing to note that from 2015 to 2021, the number of permanent university academics with doctoral degrees has improved from 43% to 48%. And based on data from our department, this is an improvement of around 4.2%. Also pleased by the progress in terms of gender, race, and also institutional types. This was made possible by our UCDP staff development programs, including the new generation, the NGAP and the USDP, to which I referred to earlier. It is also worth mentioning that in the first 3-year cycle of the UCDP, the USDP as well as other nationally led collaborative programs were funded through the unspent funds from the UCDP institutional funding. This means that universities do not necessarily lose funds, but unspent funds are redirected to other pressing needs in higher education that would otherwise not be funded given the limitations in terms of funding. Furthermore, given the strategic role these programs play in addressing our national priorities relating to transformation and to ensure sustainability, since the inception of this program, their funding is now structured into the ministerial statement on university funding. This funding is released each year, and the outcome of these programs form part of the annual performance targets of our department. As stated earlier, the USDP is a 4-year program with a strong supervision, mentorship, local and international mobility support, and funding to support research to improve the time it takes to complete doctoral studies. 4 of its 5 implementation phases are already underway and are expected to come to an end in the financial years 2023-24 and the following year. We're hoping to record a bigger number of staff members with a doctorate in the system as a result. It is also important that I recognize the role that is played by our local and international partners. Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the program were mainly made possible by our partnership with universities in the United States and in the United Kingdom. It is through such partnerships that we are able to achieve local and international research mobility and collaborations, sharing of expertise and knowledge expansion. Naturally, we are also planning to forge partnerships on academic staff development with universities on the African continent. This, as you know, is the agenda of the summit that this launch is part of. As we continue with the implementation of the USDP and many other important transformation programs within higher education sector, collaborations with African universities and those abroad will become increasingly important. The same can be said with other subsectors within the post-school education and training sector. In conclusion, it is now my singular honor and privilege to formally announce the launch of the University Staff Doctoral Program. We have no doubt that this program will give impetus to our efforts to enhance the quality of the academic training for the staff of our universities and our efforts to transform our country's higher education system. And I hope that this launch you will enjoy the evening, but continue to network and negotiate future collaborations for this and many other important programs that are yet to come that will help in transforming our system. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to the DM. I must say, colleagues, that he really wanted to be here physically with us, and he confirmed immediately when we requested him to do this. Unfortunately, working for government, sometimes you plan, but your plans can be changed just like that, drastically. Thank you once more, DM. I would now like to call on to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kupe, to give us opening remarks to the official launch of the USDP. Just a reminder that University of Pretoria was approved by the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation as the official implementation support partner for the USDP of the Higher Education and Training Department. Thank you, Prof. Over to you.
Thank you, Session Director. I think you did say all protocol observed, so I won't observe the protocol again. Good afternoon. Allow me to greet and extend another warm welcome to our esteemed guests to our beautiful Future Africa campus. I think by now you agree that it's a beautiful place to be, right? At the University of Pretoria. Later this evening, we'll proceed to yet another beautiful place. It's called the Javet UP Art Center. We are truly excited about this week's program, which not only celebrates the UPI Summit, but also the University Staff Doctoral Program that the Program Director and the Deputy Minister has just spoken about. The main purpose of the University Staff Doctoral Program is to support academics and professional staff at South African universities to undertake and complete doctoral studies within a period of 4 years or less. This is a challenge in our system that right from undergraduate degrees to the PhD, people do not complete in minimum time. Ideally, our minimum time, according to our regulations, is actually 3 years, but realistically 4 years is something that we try and achieve. Secondary purposes of the USDP are the development of supervisory capacity at universities and the promotion of capacity development collaborations between universities, including with universities outside South Africa. The Program Director and the Deputy Minister just mentioned some of our partners in that. Notice that if we want to develop a supervisory capacity for PhDs, then the problem that the Deputy Minister mentioned is a real challenge. He said only 48% on average across the 26 universities have PhDs. That means we also do not have, because a non-PhD cannot supervise a PhD. So developing that capacity becomes important. We at the University of Pretoria are proud of the strides that have been made since we were appointed University Lead Implementation Partner in 2021 to lead on Phase 5 of the USDP. While this Phase 5 focuses on improving staff doctoral qualification of academic staff at institutions of higher education across the country, it also introduces a program which aims to increase the productivity of researchers that fall within what we call the silent majority. The Junior Research Fellows, or JRFS program, focuses on early career academics based at historically disadvantaged institutions and in possession of a doctoral qualification to tap into interventions and programs and initiatives to assist them to improve their research productivity. Through the implementation of this phase by the University of Pretoria over the past year, the following key milestones have been achieved. 43 academics were supported to obtain their doctoral qualifications at institutions of higher education across the country. Notice it was not at UPs. We are the lead implementer, but the program is performed, as Program Director said, across the institutions in the country. These academics receive a sum of 500,000 rand for a maximum period of 3 years, because 3 years is meant to be the completion period. 5 junior research fellows will be supported from historically disadvantaged institutions at a value of 900,000 for a maximum period of 2 years, during which time they will have access to discipline-specific mentors from the University of Pretoria. It might sound that I'm boasting here, but I think that I have to mention this point. The Deputy Minister did say that the average percentage of people with doctorates across our system is 48%. I'm pleased to announce that UP has reached 71% of its academics having a PhD in 2022. It is therefore, I think, quite appropriate that they appointed as the lead implementers of that program. With such remarkable achievements, now I'm talking about the system, not UP, we at the University of Pretoria remain dedicated and committed towards supporting the strategic imperatives of the department. And I agree with what you said earlier on that you value our partnership. I would also say that we owe you the partnership because we're a public university, we spend public money. It would be unfortunate if, because of our privilege, we did not give back to the system. And we should give back to the system and will continue to do so. I'm proud, therefore, to welcome you to the launch of the University Staff Doctoral Program run by our esteemed Department of Higher Education and Training. Let us use this opportunity to continue to foster strong collaboration between our institutions. I mean the institutions represented here from the US, from the UK, from the rest of the continent to also contribute to the doctoral mission. And the department to further strengthen, enhance, and grow the university staff doctoral program. Thank you.
Thank you, VC. Colleagues, now we are going to move to listen to the implementers on the ground of this program. We all have spoken about the different phases of the program, from phase 1 until phase 5. So each of these phases has got a representative here as panel members. And I just do not want to waste time because I really would want you to hear all the exciting stories that are taking place on the ground in terms of the development of our academics in South Africa. Of course, they will share with us the challenges as well, because the main point is for us to also learn from what they will be sharing with us. So from my side, I'm actually expecting to hear about all these difficult jargons of academia. Your epistemology, probably, your ontology, maybe, and then they will explain all of that to us. So in the interest of time, I am not going to be standing up after each and every speaker to introduce you. We've got the names in the program, but there have been changes. So I'm just going to introduce all of them at the same time, and then thereafter, each will be coming after the other until everyone has had his or her chance to speak. So we have got Dr. Rakeshni Ramata Prishal, who is responsible for the implementation of phase 1 of this program, which is the collaboration between South African universities and universities in the United States of America. Thereafter, we are supposed to have Dr. Amelia Marutle, but she is represented by Sam Ramitsa. They are the support partners in the implementation of phase 2 of this program, which is a collaboration between South African universities and universities in the United Kingdom. And then phase 3, we will have Prof. Lebi Ramrathan, who will be talking to us or telling us about all the exciting stories in the implementation of phase 3, and this phase is focusing mainly on research that is conducted specifically on teaching and learning. And then phase 4 is implemented by Tshwane University of Technology in collaboration with Technological Higher Education Network, South Africa. And mainly this particular phase is supporting academics from universities of technology as well as academics from historically disadvantaged institutions. Then the last phase, which is phase 5 for now, it's last for now, but there's more that's still coming. We will have Mr. Sedgwin Anthony, who will be sharing this phase, but this one, I don't think there will be much from Sedgwin because it has just started. Then I will hand over to our panel members, starting with you, Rakeshni.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Thank you for coming here today. I know it's been a long, long day. I'm sorry for that program, but I think today what we're going to do, especially in this session, is look at how the university staff doctoral program phase 1 was initiated with a little story of time in history. So there are 3 phases we're hoping as University of Pretoria to lead. Phase 1 started in 2017, phase 2 in 2020, and we're hoping that the inputs that we gain from the summit, wherein everyone will be involved in providing inputs through a survey, will help us shape what this network will look like beyond 2023. So in terms of phase 1, this was supported by the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the investment here was around 44 million. And it was, as we all know, aimed at growing the staff doctoral pool in South Africa. And the thematic focus was around student support, staff development, curriculum development. And it also linked to advancing the South African higher education transformation agenda. And the whole focus on that was about building exchange opportunities through collaboration and shared learning. And the original partners, they're all here. It's University of Venda. We have Prof. Jan Crawford and Segun Obadia here. We have Kyle Farnbury who was at Rutgers University, Witty Green, Mandisa, and Di Parker as our original group of individuals coordinating and steering this whole initiative forward. So this was also the steering committee that helped shape phase 1. There were 12 projects. We've all heard about these 12 projects. So this is a little bit of details around the 12 projects. It had a South African lead university and a South African partner institution. Now, one of those South African institutions had to be a historically disadvantaged institution. And that was obviously expanding the reach and ensuring inclusivity. And of course, the third institution participating herein was a US partner. And there were a number of themes that were embraced in the first cohort. 102 doctoral students were enlisted, and we're still tracking them. Interestingly enough, I'll share with you, 55% of the students are female. What's even more significant is that 77% are South African Black students. And even though 57% feature in the 30 to 39 age group, what we also found remarkably interesting is that we had an equal percentage of those in the 40 to 50 group and the 50 to 60 group. Mandisa, thought. Food for thought. The silent majority obviously is echoed herein. There were a total of 16 institutions participating in this initiative. 16 out of the 26. It was a wide call, and it was instituted by the department. So, of course, there was a number of learnings, and we then decided, how do we sustain the network? And Witty was part of the conversations, and Kyle, and we decided, let's go for the UPI summit. UPI initiative. The call was out, and we put in our bid. So the US Embassy came along, and they funded us just under 500,000 USD. And it was about, again, strengthening and promoting faculty and student exchanges and exploring dual degrees. We had a thematic focus in this area, in this phase, very different from the first phase. And we focused on urbanization, STEM education, public health, and of course it was awarded in the dead center of the COVID pandemic. So we had to look at how we're responding as higher education institutions to the pandemic, and looking at something that's very close to the heart of Kyle was looking at accessibility to higher education by refugees and migrants. Finally, we were looking at providing training and skills transfer in university research management and administration. And what I'm not sharing with you here is that we've just recently had a conversation between what is it called? Historically Black universities and colleges in the US with partner institutions in South Africa, historically disadvantaged institutions. And it was quite a robust conversation. And therefrom, we're going to try shape a policy brief on what are these key, unique challenges that are being faced and what the network can do to support skills transfer and development. And finally, we looked at exploring public-private partnerships with an emphasis on commercialization, tech transfer, and job creation. So it started off in the pandemic. This was the launch. There's a few familiar faces on this, on these pictures, and it was done virtually. And what we found in the launch is that we wanted to firstly establish what is the level of partnerships, whether informal or formal, between South African universities and US institutions. And regrettably, this was led by UKZN. Thabo is not here. And he led this, and we found that only 8 institutions participated in this survey. Okay, Thabo is here. And what we've agreed with Thabo is that the National Research Foundation has now come on board, and they've agreed to distribute the survey as a national funding agency to all the universities in South Africa to get a more inclusive representation of how the engagements are shaped. Currently, it seems that a lot of them are focused around joint degrees, a lot on staff and faculty exchanges and students exchanges. Interestingly enough, both undergrad and postgrad. We then had Kyle kick off the Guildford Dialogues the moment there was a reprieve on the travel restrictions. And we had Martina Jordan from Mamelodi campus attend and represent UP. And what we found through this was that the university campuses are home to many different ethnicities. So it's an epicenter for diversity. And the Washington case study emerged as an excellent model where they've managed to successfully address most, not all, most urban challenges. And we earmarked this as an opportunity for South Africa to learn. We also said that entrepreneurs need to be considered in this discussion because they have a contribution to play in addressing some of the urbanization challenges. The second big theme was on anchor institutions and what roles universities can play. In South Africa, we have a number of rural universities, and they have a key role to play. So we had the HSRC Commissioner report, and they found that in South Africa, universities tend to be located in communities characterized by poverty, inequality, unemployment, and what we'd call social decay. And some of the things we thought about was maybe if we had our universities adopt the anchor institution mandate, they could play an institutional role for just teaching, research, engagement, but also an economic role, because a number of rural-based universities, they're the source of employment and economic activities. They also have a physical role because real estate is built around them, local infrastructure, and of course, a public role by ensuring that the social transformation and redress agenda is met. And this is something that we believe our partners at University of Venda are pushing for, and we hope to learn from that. The other key highlight was STEM education. We have Mamelodi campus working very closely. Professor Fleischmann is here representing Mamelodi campus. And they've worked very closely with Merrimack College in the US around early childhood development centers. And they've got a whole lot of educators and teachers together from Mamelodi, Bronkhorstspruit, and surrounding areas, and developed a training center for both practitioners and students around sensory gardens. And Professor Cooper mentioned this earlier in his speech, where we were looking at embracing, firstly, enticing children about STEM education, and then showing teachers how they can use gardens as outdoor classrooms to teach learners about basic concepts related to science. There are a number of STEM educational videos, and they will be played around. And this is SCIENZA preparing these videos for disadvantaged communities where children don't have access to what we call differentiated education system. We have a private sector education and we have public education. And here, SCIENZA is using interactive and hands-on exhibits to develop a platform on STEM curriculum for matriculants and high school learners. And this is critically important for, of course, attracting the next generation of scientists into our higher education institutions and getting youngsters involved and excited about choosing STEM careers. So here we have the SCIENZA team, as you see in this picture, putting together little videos that they're going to distribute to schools in disadvantaged communities. One of the big highlights was the United States-South Africa Virtual Incubator. And what we found that this was launched in September 2021, and it consists of sharing with students what it is to have a startup. What is that entrepreneurial process? What should you be prepared for? And there were 3 to 5 students from 5 that were teamed up from 5 universities, and they needed to complete assignments, submit materials. And these institutions were University of Western Cape, University of Zululand, Limpopo, Univen, and DUT that participated herein. 44 students were selected, but we had 211 students from 10 universities that actually registered. But there was an intensive screening process to get us to the 44. The work was also interspersed with webinars, and we also had a Masauri-sponsored mentor that supported the students over 6 months. So in March, hopefully, we'll be able to see some of the products around what manifested or emanated from this project. Interestingly enough, the 44 students focused a lot of their business ideas around food security and agriculture, mathematics and science education, sustainable urbanization, and a lot of them as students were totally undecided. So let's wait to see March. So in this second phase, again, we've had University of Pretoria and Venda involved in the project. And Carl Move Institutions is now the president of Guildford College. So Guildford College is our partner institution here. And we have had implementation partners. So they delivered a number of the projects that I've shared some of the highlights with, and that was Inyatelo, University of Western Cape, Sarima, and University of KwaZulu-Natal. And it became quite a difficult task for us to manage and coordinate. So we've had a project management team, one from Long Island University, Professor Simone Martin Howard, and we have Professor Henry Kambafilwe from South Africa, who led the monitoring and evaluation component of the project. And this project ends this year. So we need to plan the way forward. So some of the activities we realized, again, needs to be strengthened and sustained. And the mandate, we believe, of the network should be expanded to start considering an inclusive governance structure that takes into account all initiatives that either directly or indirectly support the network's mandate. As an example, the NRF runs a few projects, the DSI, DHET, UP, and of course at the institutional levels. So perhaps it can fall under the umbrella, or the USSA Higher Education Network can form a coordinated partnership. And this will allow for more strategic, targeted, and consolidated approach to the investment of the efforts within the network. And of course, what we're wanting to do is start expanding the reach of the network to include universities in Africa. So your voice matters, and there is a survey that is going out. And this survey, so look at the link, and I'm sure Tanya and Louis will send this out. This link is going to ask you, how do you find partnering with US partners? What do you think some of the barriers are and opportunities are? And as US partners, what do you think we should look at when we consider this partnership. So this will then be an informed and an evidence-based approach to looking at the third phase. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Professor Tawana Kupe. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Sam Ramezi. I'm from the British Council. I'm with my colleague, Ms. Olipa Ntawanga, who has worked quite extensively on this program that I'm going to be sharing with you today. Thank you very much to the University of Pretoria and the Department of Higher Education for hosting this insightful engagement. I'm very encouraged to learn how entrepreneurship is finding expression and is being prioritized within universities. I think challenges that are facing us as a planet, as a continent, require a comprehensive response from institutions of higher learning. Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of colleagues who are not familiar with the British Council, let me give you a slight introduction to the organization that I represent. We are UK's international cultural relations organization that has been around since the 1930s. Our main purpose is to support peace and prosperity worldwide by building connections, trust, and understanding between the people of the UK and other countries. One of our charitable purposes is to encourage cultural, scientific, technological, and other educational cooperation between the United Kingdom and other countries. Within sub-Saharan Africa, our focus is on creating opportunities and enabling young people to fulfill their potential, improving their employability, resilience, and networks. I was very happy to hear a question coming from a proud PhD student from the University of Pretoria, asking about the role that universities can play in the challenges that are currently facing the youth. I think this speaks a lot to the curriculum that you are currently delivering at this university, Professor Kupe, and I think you should be proud as an institution. Part of what we do is to enable connections, exchange, and opportunities with a particular focus on contributing to greater inclusion in African societies, contributing to economic development, innovation, and employability. I was very fortunate to share my lunch with Dr. Kapueja from the HSRC. And one of the things that he highlighted that we are very fortunate as a people living on the planet that we all have 17 goals that we have agreed that these are priorities for us to pursue. And with that, I'd like to give an example of a fund that was established by the British government to support goal number 17, which is Partnerships for Goals. This fund is the Newton Fund. It was launched in April 2014 with the aim of promoting economic, sustainable development, and social welfare of UK partner countries through research and innovation. The British Council was one of the original delivery partners of this fund. Working with DHET, the British Council, through the Newton Fund, supported the establishment of UK and South Africa international partnerships by awarding collaborative grants, which brought together over 60 academics from 22 South African universities and 19 UK universities to develop joint PhD training programs. Just to say the composition of these universities within the South African universities, one of the things that we required was a university must be a previously disadvantaged institution. So you had a split of 3 universities working together with 2 universities coming from South Africa, one of which is a disadvantaged university and another being a UK university. The objectives of this work was to support focused engagement, collaboration, and institutional links between South African and UK higher institutions in support of doctoral training, support the development of USDP Phase 2, joint proposals between South Africa and UK universities by providing collaboration, grants to allow for scoping and development of joint proposals. We also aim to increase the number of academics in South Africa with PhDs, including enhancing the infrastructure and resource for postgraduate supervision. We wanted to contribute to building an inclusive and diverse professionalate, therefore enhance postgraduate students' learning and success, improve the quality of PhDs and completion rates, as the Deputy Minister highlighted earlier, enable curriculum renewal. I think this is very important, that as we learn more, we should be able to do more. We should be able to do things slightly differently. We also wanted to develop research and innovation capacity through international partnerships and program mobility. What we were able to achieve were 20 collaboration grants, and these were funded through the program, involving 40 universities. 20 doctoral training partnerships were formed during this particular phase and the scoping phase. 12 international partnerships were established over the 5-year period, and over 100 academics awarded PhD scholarships to pursue their PhDs. I am proud to say what we have currently is a joint UK-South Africa PhD program that we hope to support going forward. We managed to develop a quality assurance standard for UK-South Africa PhD program. We also have enhanced the awareness of South Africa and UK partnerships and the possibilities that exist with this partnership. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Labby Ramrathan from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. You've just heard the presentations by our colleagues here who set up the platform for doctoral programs that we offer. So I'm going to give a perspective from the perspective of HELTESA, being a recipient of the UCDP DHET grant in which we run a doctoral program. So it's from the fieldwork of offering the program that I am now going to share, both the program itself as well as our experiences of running a doctoral program that is quite complex, challenging, and exciting at the same time. So the HELTESA program, HELTESA is the Higher Education, Learning and Teaching Association of Southern Africa. The idea of being not just South Africa and extends into Southern Africa is really about the kind of migration of interest, the collaboration within the region of producing the doctoral graduates that, the doctoral students that we want to produce for the system. So the focus largely by HELTESA is that it is concerned with staff, students, curriculum, and institutional development in higher education, taking into consideration the challenges that we have faced as a higher education sector within the country and within the region. And so also the expansion of higher education within South Africa and obviously within the region has brought a lot of challenges that we had to face. And so access had to be met with some kind of support and development. And that's where HELTESA had come in to provide the necessary infrastructure, the network, and the support to provide an enabling environment so that students who have now come in through various ways into the higher education sector could receive the kinds of support that they would get to get epistemological access and thereafter success. So HELTESA is not only really about supporting students, but it's about producing and supporting and developing the capacity of institutions to be able to provide that necessary support that we have. So the Department of Higher Education had provided the necessary funds for HELTESA to put together a cohort of 10 students And so the doctoral program emerged as the doctoral program emerged as a way of bringing together students from across institutions within South Africa. And so it was really about bringing and opening up opportunities, not for just one or two institutions, but to really expand the support and growth within the institutions within South Africa. So 10 students from across the institutions came together through a selection process, a kind of a vigorous selection process. We had lots of applications and a final selection was done. The students are currently registered at various institutions within the country. Some of them UCT, Walter Sisulu University, and so forth. The innovative part of this is that irrespective of where the doctoral students come from, they can register at any institutions that they choose. The supervision of their doctoral studies is guided by the institution wherein they are registered. So the supervisors and co-supervisors have been allocated by the registering institutions, and the supervisors become part of the program, the HELTESA PhD program. The HELTESA program also has an advisory committee, and these are individuals from also different institutions within the country that brings in various kinds of expertise into doctoral supervision and doctoral education. And they guide the program in terms of how it should unfold, the kinds of support that's needed, and it supports the supervisors within the program. So it's a multi-layered kinds of support. The students, the program, and supervisors across institutions. So it's just not only building or developing doctoral graduates, but it's about building supervision capacity as well. The central theme that the doctoral program was built around was that how could academic development, theory and practice reimagine and recontextualize itself to respond to the persistent inequalities and social injustices in the context facing challenges that we are experiencing within South Africa. Now, academic development is not something which is a recent phenomenon in South Africa. It is more than almost 2.5 to 3 decades old within South Africa. And yet the problems and challenges persist. We tend to hammer the same nail with the same hammer and expect the same different outcomes. And so what this program was trying to do is to try and find new ways of addressing academic development. And therefore the theme was centered around how we can reimagine and recontextualize the responses. And so the program, or these are the coordinators of the advisory team that comes from various universities. UKZN is well represented there. So when the students were selected into the program, the advisory committee had come together to try and understand what kind of program we should offer the candidates. We looked at their proposals, the initial proposals, and after an entire days of brainstorming, this is a mapping that we have put together in terms of the students' interest in trying to address academic development. So where you see the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and so forth, those are the students where they're located. And the blocks and circles and the different shapes that you see are the areas of interest that the students want to pursue, the candidates want to pursue in the doctoral studies. And as you can see, it's quite a complex project, while the theme is on academic development, the students' interest was also privileged to find their aspirations, their interest, so that they can sustain themselves in a doctoral program and be part of it and be productive and be able to transfer their knowledge and skills gained through the program in the various spheres of influence. And so trying to map their interest into what AD, the spheres that AD's academic development expands into, it's quite a task. And so there's the paradigms that we talked about, the social inclusions, the context, the theory-practice divide, the policies, structures, both national and provincial and institutional structures. All of those things begin to feature as a mapping of what we want to respond to, or what the students want to respond to through the doctoral studies. So these are the names of the students, the candidates, and the institutions, and the topics. And you can see the topics resonate with areas of interest that we have mapped out in the earlier presentation, area science. So these are some visuals of actually the activities that we have had. Now, the doctoral program emerged just before COVID, and our planning session had taken place just before COVID. And then we were stuck with just about 2 years within the COVID context. And much of our engagement with our students and with the advisory team was through the Zoom platform. And you can see there's a picture of our Zoom engagement. Our first face-to-face engagement with the students was last year, October. It was in Stellenbosch, and you can see the lovely environment there. But you can see how the students have interacted, engaged with, and these are some of their comments about the doctoral programs. The wonderful innovations, creativity, and deep discussions among the facilitators. I feel present in all my engagement because the engagements are inclusive of everyone's voices in the environment. The only safe space that I do not doubt my thinking, and I know our voice is equally important as supervisors. And so it goes on and on about the interest, the experience, and how they felt about the cohort sessions. So the doctoral program that we've engaged with is located within a cohort model system. And I'm sure all of you are familiar with the cohort model system. In fact, I am one of the first graduates of the cohort system way back in the early 2000s. We started the cohort systems in the mid-90s at the former University of Durban, Westville. And it really was a wonderful program in which we could grow both the capacity of supervisors as well as produce the number of doctoral students, considering the lack of supervision capacities across institutions. So the doctoral cohort model has changed over time, and it has various iterations. The iteration that we are using here is to bring together students from different institutions with a focus on one theme, various topics, supervisors and co-supervisors from various universities, and students registered not at their own institutions, but some of them are registered at other institutions. So they're bringing a whole mix of expertise, interest, ideas, and innovations into the doctoral program. At this stage, all the students are registered. I think many of them, the majority of them have been registered, defended the proposals, and have done field work. There's a number of them are doing the analysis of data at the moment. And hopefully during the course of this year, we might have some students ready for the final thesis. So that's how we're progressing. Yes, the official time to complete a doctoral thesis in terms of the NQF and CHE is 2 years. Students normally, institutions normally give 3 years to their institutions, to the students to complete. And on average, a student takes about 4.5 years to complete the PhD. So we are on track that most of the students should be finished within 4 years of the project. This is just an example of how the advisory team do the planning and what we expect. And these are shared amongst all of us. We engage in discussions, agreements are reached, and they're monitored and tracked. So the monitoring and tracking is an important component of the process and programs. The supervision model, decolonization has been on our agenda. What we mean by decolonization is a tall order to answer, but we're grappling with what it means to us. At the moment, we are using context and interest as the basis of generating a program that will bring equity and redress and illuminate the knowledge and aspirations of our students from a South African context base. And so we don't want to just only decenter the traditional Western or global Northern knowledge systems, but really to highlight and to bring to the center the African way of doing things. And therefore, context and the ways in which we generate information and collect data becomes central to the way in which we are developing the capacities amongst our doctoral candidates in the program. Several workshops have been planned. Some have already have been happened, and we hope that by the end of this year, we should see the outcomes of some of the graduates. Some of the constraints, because this is a multi-institution engagement, there are different application processes, different acceptance processes, registration processes across institutions differ and so forth. It does provide challenges. And this is something that we have to address because the starting points were very different for many of the students. Some struggled to get admissions into institutions, some struggled with the proposal, presentation, acceptance and defense, and so forth, whereas others went quite smoothly. So we need to address these concerns. The end point, we know what we want to do, but the starting points need to be looked at much more carefully. Research proposal requirements, defense and acceptance across universities also differ. Some institutions just use peer reviews, others use defense panels and so forth, and it becomes quite difficult. Also, the capacities of institutions, higher degrees committees, all of them poses challenges because in this program, we try to be innovative in both our methodologies and ways of knowing and paradigmatic positionings, and these may not be received quite favorably amongst institutions, so students have to go back and forth in terms of meeting institutional requirements around acceptance of proposals. I don't want to go into the COVID challenges, but we managed to mediate our way through it. Juggling family work studies is the norm. Many of the students are women, and so issues around being household issues. I think for academic coordinators, I'll be finished. Issues around supervisors and especially in the advisory team, the challenges of workload. I know I have to account to my dean, Prof. Nsibi, that I have to meet my workload challenges, quota at our institution, but all of these activities by the academic coordinators, academic advisors go far beyond the workload of the institution. So we need to pay attention to how we can manage such a national or regional program and we get some workload relief from our institutions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Vice Chancellor Kupe, Chair. colleagues, esteemed colleagues, excuse me for my hoarse voice. It comes and goes with air conditioning. I'm Ahmed Wadi. Thank you. I'm not Anshu Badiachi. Unfortunately, she cannot be here because of ill health. And so I'm, as the academic coordinator, taking her place. So just for some people who ask me what's Thensa about, right at the bottom there is the Technological Higher Education Network of South Africa, which started with member institutions from the technological institutions and now has expanded to other institutions as well. So with that introduction, I also would like to acknowledge that the program we had is now completed, and it was started, or it was led by TUT, Tswana University of Technology, and it's a DHET-funded program, which we are very grateful for. What I'd like to share with you is what we believe is a good program and that has provided good results. So please bear with me. We also, as we've heard from the previous speaker, Professor Labby, also have a cohort model, but it's a little bit more upscaled than we've heard before. Now, we believe that our program is really had put up, our plan was to put it together as a highly successful PhD capacity building program for staff within institutions. And originally, when it started over the last decade, the plan was to have masters, PhDs, supervisor enhancement programs, and academic writing programs. Today, I'm just going to talk about the PhD program in particular. The program has been developed, it was evaluated, it was refined by not only a team from all over South Africa, but internationally as well. Our cohort model that we're speaking about was undertaken in the form of an interactive, either face-to-face workshops or virtual workshops and one-on-one sessions, and they were both physical, they were both and virtual. There were group sessions, discussions, and this allowed a maximum exchange of views across institutions, across cultures, across disciplines, and we think that it enhanced the worldviews of different, not only colleagues from different institutions, but international facilitators as well. So when we had the program, candidates started off, and I will show you the whole program in the next few slides, started off in the first year and presented themselves with an idea and then continued to do a mock defense, which was then followed through as a proposal to the institution of their choice. And then after the 3 or 4 year period, when they completed, also had another defense, mock defense with Thensa, with our facilitators and colleagues from different institutions, ethics committees and so on, who participated in that final defense. And then the candidates were allowed, candidates were then encouraged to submit their theses to the institutions and go for examination. The program, as I've said, program facilitators were all either local or international, and all training materials have been provided at all times. In fact, they're still available on our website. So, what was our objectives? We wanted to increase the critical mass of our high quality PhD graduates in the 3 to 4 year period. That was our time frame that we had planned and that we had committed to. We wanted to create a community of practice with different institutions, different colleagues from different disciplines, and hope that that cohort will then become, go forward and take the whole idea of disseminating information rather than the old model of just having an apprentice kind of situation. We also believe that this would allow teaching, it will strengthen our teaching, it will strengthen research capacity and research outputs, which we think is also extremely important in this whole program. We've encouraged publications, joint research, and so on. Now, this is a very complicated slide, I accept, but please bear with me. It's a sort of a 4-year program, but it actually is really in 3 years. Starts off in year 1 with modules of a week each. And these are residential programs where colleagues come in from different institutions, and there were 50 of them, and I'm going to show you about that in the next slide or two. Coming in and starting off with an idea, a proposal which gets carried forward into the second module, and then carried again and taught, given exposure to methodologies, techniques, assessments, looking at analysis, data analysis, and evaluations. But in each case, at the end of each module of 1 week, there was a task assigned, and candidates were not allowed to get into the second module or the next module without having completed the first task. Of course, the facilitators, as I've indicated on the left there, have played a role right through. More importantly, is that the group and individual one-on-one online support was available all the time throughout the period. And candidates had permission, they could just call any time, in fact, 24 hours. Most importantly, is that we've engaged with supervisors, especially in the first module, where we ran in parallel a supervisor enhancement program, and right at the end, at the third year level, when candidates were about ready to submit, supervisors, co-supervisors, institutional representatives were all invited to attend that final module as well, to engage with candidates to see how well they were doing, and more importantly, to encourage them to submit into their own institutions. The second year was going to be, again, very active and very interactive. Unfortunately, COVID hit us, and we had to do all of this virtually, and nevertheless, we managed that, and we've done that constructively in a certain way that every candidate had a place and time available, made available to them. So we'll go right through to the next point. In addition to what I'm saying, not just modules, we expected candidates to provide us with monthly summary reports. And this is when we could understand the issues that each candidate was facing, and we were able to address them through the institutions, through supervisors, and engage in a meaningful way with each candidate's issues. Another aspect was what we called weekly guidance. Every Monday morning, topics of interest, publications relevant to all the topics that candidates had covered in their proposals were covered in some form or the other. Ethics, assessments, how to look at evaluations, and so on, right through to focus on individual activities. But most importantly, what we've done is provided them each with a publication or two that carried forward some interest to each candidate. This is another activity that we started called Sit Tight and Write. I was told that when I had instituted this, it wasn't PC, so I had to change the name to call it Sit Tight and Write. I had another name for it. This was a really nice virtual way of having candidates interact. It was purely voluntary, this, on twice a week at a time chosen by candidates, where they felt they had downtime or time without families or other commitments. And we normally did it on a Tuesday or a Thursday night. And what had happened was that we got on to Zoom, everybody got into whatever they were working on, and halfway through discussed where they were. At the end of that time, shared what they were writing and so on. So that was a nice, what we call sit tight and write session, which many candidates used and found useful only because it was something that they felt they were part of a group and not alone. In addition to that, we provided specific one-on-one online assistance, and this was done for all kinds of reasons, including dealing with stress, looking at how to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic, and to focus on the activities a candidate was facing with, which could have disturbed their progress. So, what did we achieve? The model, we think, was not only providing relevant information, or rather providing opportunities for candidates to be involved in a South African context, have relevant working opportunities, and we hope that we would have addressed the wider needs of our country. We believe we have got a way of completing a massive number of people to complete their degrees within a 3 to 4 year period, established incredible relationships between disciplines and institutions, and again, encouraged the partnerships between institutions. What we don't talk about often in these programs is the soft skills. And where we are with that is that that in itself was provided under one-on-one. So, what did we achieve? We think we did very well. We completed the final drafts in a very short time of 3 years. And the remote support activities we provided was that candidates felt that their soft skills that they had been exposed to was of value. So what are the outcomes? Chair, Vice Chancellor, colleagues, we had 50 people who registered for the program originally. 47 of them completed, and what we're saying that 37 actually have completed and graduated. 10, we're hoping, and I've been informed, they convinced me they will be done either by March or June this year. The 3 who did not were for unforeseen reasons, which I won't go into. From what candidates have informed us, the outputs are from what the candidates have told us or informed us, as they've published, and some of them are already in the pipeline being reviewed, and others have actually presented or attended conferences as a consequence of the program. So, it wasn't without challenges. The mobility grant, which we had to allow candidates to visit a mentor in another country for a month, was put on hold. Nobody could travel. In addition to that, the lockdown hampered many candidates in getting their data collected and being unable to work through them. Now, the last 2 points, I must emphasize, it's not all institutions, only a few. Sometimes things had gone wrong, and institutions or supervisors were not always helpful, and we've had to intervene extensively. So, what is it we think we're doing? We think we've had a successful program. We believe we have established communities of practice. We think that by exposure, we've allowed candidates to see and understand what it means to become good, effective supervisors, and their writing skills with all our interactions in looking through either by Zoom or any other way was improved, and publications were looked at by facilitators either locally or internationally prior to submission. We think also because of the model, the way we have it, it's a cost-effective program. I hope I didn't go too far over time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention.
Vice Chancellor Kupe, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Seron Anthony, and I'm the USDP Program Manager at the University of Pretoria. My presentation is the last one that you'll have to listen to today, and as our Program Director said, Phase 5 is the latest phase of the University Staff Doctoral Program, so I shouldn't get the 2-minute warning page from our Program Director. What I'll focus on today is just giving you a brief overview of what Phase 5 of the USDP program entails, what the outcomes of our first cohort in 2022 has been, and then I look forward to what the next cohort will entail. In 2017, when the US-South Africa Higher Education Network was launched, I was privileged to be at the South African Embassy in Washington, DC. That then led to the USDP program being launched in 2018, and now I'm looking at implementing stage 5 of this program. What this has led me to, though, is I've been able to witness the Department of Higher Education and Training's commitment to the USDP program over the past several years. Phase 5 has been established in 2021 and is now being implemented, as Vice Chancellor Kupe said, with the University of Pretoria as the implementing partner for this national collaborative program. This phase will also pilot the Junior Research Fellows program, which will aim to support academics from the historically disadvantaged institutions. We will thus have 2 target groups for this Phase 5, and they will be supported over a 3-year period. So the target audiences for the University Staff Doctoral Program is the first being the University Staff Doctoral candidates, and these are the full-time employees from the 26 South African universities. They are being looked to have registered for their doctoral degree, and they have identified home supervisor. This is important because, as alluded to by one of our panelists, institutional support is a vital aspect of getting candidates through the doctoral process. Over the 2021-2023 period, we're looking to have a minimum of 150 staff doctoral program candidates supported and making their way towards completing their doctoral degrees. The Junior Research Fellows program is a pilot. This is looking to target academics from our historically disadvantaged institutions that are in possession of a PhD but are not research active or not on the same research trajectory as their colleagues in other institutions. This, of course, as Prof. Cooper has said, was informed by the Silent Majority Report, which identified that candidates from historically disadvantaged institutes face specific challenges to remain research active. This program will thus look to overcome some of those challenges with support from the University of Pretoria and the Department of Higher Education and Training. An important part of what the University of Pretoria has to do for Phase 5 as an implementing partner is to support the overall implementation and reporting for the staff doctoral program overall across the phases that you've heard about currently. We will thus look to create data by tracking the outcomes from the 5 phases and produce a consolidated database across the phases, which will include data on partnerships, publications, and exchanges, both physical and virtual, COVID-induced, of course. When we look at the initial call and the first cohort of Phase 5, the call was released last year, and the process followed was that we had a review panel, and the panel consisted of a multi-stakeholder representative panel chaired by our National Research Foundation. We had representatives from our universities as well as independent reviewers to ensure that the process remains fair. Even though it was an initial phase, we do have some data that has come from this phase, and we had a total of 90 applications across the 2 cohorts. And importantly, we managed to fund 43 staff doctoral candidates, and we managed to support 5 junior research fellows. The total monetary value of the support provided by the Department of Higher Education and Training in terms of the grants has been 26 million rand, and this is to support the candidates over a 3-year period to completion. The following slide shows the spread of applications we received from the institutions. This program is a national program, and it's open to all the 26 public universities. But again, we received applications from 16 institutions, and which totaled the 85 applications. A key component of the university staff doctoral program is that this program is transformative in nature, and that's a main objective that we're trying to pursue when implementing the staff doctoral program. This first cohort of phase 5 revealed to us that we are meeting this target, and the majority of the applicants that were successful were women, and of the majority that were women, majority of them were South African Black women. So this has been a positive in the short implementation of phase 5 thus far. When we look at the demographics related to the junior research fellows, we also met our transformative targets, with most being South African, Black South Africans, and here we just have more males than females. Even though the program is just in its initial stages, we managed to already start with implementation of the targets related to the Junior Research Fellows program. In November 2022, we managed to get all our 5 Junior Research Fellows on campus. They were introduced to their UP mentors in their specific field, and we managed to show them the facilities that will be at their disposal on campus and the several campuses around University of Pretoria to help them become research active and meet their goal as Junior Research Fellows. When we look at what's happening in the next call, the current call has just concluded, and we are busy with the pre-screening process. We are happy to report that there's been an increase in the number of applications, and that we're looking at 95 applications from staff doctoral candidates and 12 applications from the Junior Research Fellows. What we're trying to do for this cohort is make sure that we support more candidates, especially the Junior Research Fellows, and increase the reach across the institutions that are applying. One of the developments that we are doing, that we've just launched in terms of increasing the reach of this last phase, the final phase in phase 5, is we're launching the USDP website. This website will not just be for phase 5, but it will contain information across all 5 phases. This is going to be an important tool for the implementing partner, University of Pretoria and the Department of Higher Education and Training, not just to showcase the commitment of the department, but also to showcase the achievements across the 5 phases that has already taken place. As I promised, Program Director, I was going to be brief. I managed to just speak about this phase that's just been launched, and I'm happy to have not gotten the 2-minute warning page. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, panel members. You were quite very good panel members, because I humbly requested that you stick on time, and you did exactly that. But I'm quite excited, really, to hear about the achievements already. I'm sure during the reception, you will be getting lots and lots of questions from people who are here today who've been listening to your presentations. We are supposed to have our Deputy Director General, Dr. Masia Socikwa, to give us the closing remarks for this session. And the way forward. But unfortunately, I'm sure you've heard the DG in the morning that quite a number of the department's officials, quite a number of the DHET officials had to be on the ground this year because of all the challenges that are experienced by our universities during registration. So there's quite a number of us actually who are out of office during this time. So Dr. Sochikwa is actually responsible for this. She's leading this responsibility for the department. So unfortunately, she couldn't make it today. Apologies for her. So the VC is going to help us then in this regard to provide us with the closing remarks and the way forward. Otherwise, from the department side, in terms of the way forward, we will ensure that these programs grow in terms of staff development, not only on just acquiring PhDs, but on the teaching side of things as well as the development in their skills of developing the curriculum. Thank you so much for everything. I'm handing over now to the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Program Director, and colleagues. It's going to be about 3 sentences, and then we go. It's going to be a long day. But the purpose of gatherings like this is actually to share and learn from each other. I think I would like to thank the colleagues that presented this afternoon here. Varieties of ways of developing PhDs, but a lot of similarities as well. And as I think as my good friend and an ex-colleague at the other institution, Professor Ahmed Wadi, said, scaling up is the big question often is, how can you scale up these models to address the challenge? But where you could criticize us, despite all of the good, and I'm not taking away from the good presentations, is that you might have had what might look like a South African monologue, us telling you what we do. But I think it is really actually to provoke you critiquing what we do and sharing your own models of how you do this. Because I'm traveling around the world and meeting some of you, our partners. I know you have similar or particular kinds of programs to address this. So as the program director said, part of our meeting at the JAVET is also to network and share these models, and also then that way better learn from each other. The way forward is very simple, program director, is that the programs cannot stop, they have to continue. Then second, that in the budget speech, there will be increased amounts for these programs. I know that, and also the president is giving his State of the Nation address, what you call in the US a State of the Union address on Thursday. I know that the president solicits paragraphs from various departments. I think that you know what paragraph to write. I could assist you here. Due to the success of the staff doctoral program, the government will be committing more funds in fiscal years 2025-2026. Colleagues, it's been a long day. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. We should take a short break now and meet at the JAVET UP Art Center. There's nothing like wine, art, and networking together at the end of a long day. Thank you.
Sorry, colleagues, just to word of announcement. So the buses to the JAVET Art Center will be leaving here at 6:15.
those ones, I think they're drama. Bye-bye.